While Sand Creek has received only passing mention, Washita was finally addressed in an episode broadcast late in the 1994-95 season. The episode was revealing in the characteristic way in which it showed the massacre not as a catastrophe for the Cheyenne, but as a trauma for Michaela Quinn. She fails to talk Custer out of attacking, and she and Sully, along with Cloud Dancing, come upon the village, completely wiped out, with everyone dead. Cloud Dancing's wife, Snowbird, dies in his arms. Everything from then on continues from Michaela's point of view. She withdraws from her family, blames herself for the massacre, and goes into a depression. Finally, Cloud Dancing comes to her and assures her that it was not her fault, then spends several days passing on his medical skills to her, before leaving for South Dakota. Michaela returns to her family, and happiness reigns again. 95. At another point, after Sully professes to being sorry for everything my people are doing to yours, Cloud Dancing replies that the spirits tell me anger is good, hate is not. There are good men, there are bad men. You're a good man, Sully. You're still my brother. 96. Every Indian-focused segment of Dr. Quinn is salted with comparable gestures of absolution and forgiveness from victim to victimizer. The role of the Cheyenne is to provide an exotic, attractive backdrop for the heroes and, subtly, to suggest that they are willing to fade away in the face of white. Part of that role is to die, sometimes in great numbers, in order to move the plot along, showcasing Michaela and Sully. The show has a knack for touching on some of the most horrific episodes in the history of Indian-white relations, yet nevertheless suggesting that everything really came out all right. 97. What a wonderful tonic for a body politic beset during the great Columbus quincentennial controversy of the early 90s by flickerings of doubt about the honor and even the legitimacy of the American heritage. 98. Small wonder, all things considered, that Dr. Quinn became the most popular new TV series of the 1992-93 season. 99. Someone out there has clearly found it expedient to ignore the response of a character played by Creek actor Will Sampson after being made the butt of Tonto jokes 1-2 many times by his white partner in the 1977 CBS television movie Relentless. Hey, Buck, sighs Sampson. That's enough, no more. 100. Voices of the voiceless. All of this is, to be sure, pure nonsense. Real Indians, as opposed to real Indians even of the Tonto variety, would never actually have said/done what Hollywood has needed us to say and do. Occasional snatches of autonomous dialogue such as that of Sampson quoted above make this abundantly clear. Hence, it has been necessary to render us either literally voiceless, as with the Chief Broom character Sampson played in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, or effectively so. A standard means to the latter end ties directly to the more general nullification of indigenous culture addressed earlier. This takes the form of a pretense that native tongues, despite their typically being just as intellectually refined and expressive as European languages, often more so Micmac, for instance, evidences much more semantic precision and contains 5 times as many words as English 101, are extraordinarily crude or primitive. A classic example of how this is accomplished will be found in The Way West, where director Andrew McLaglen has a Sioux chief wearing a mohawk haircut and a woman's shawl address a group of whites with a string of Lakota terms selected seemingly at random. 102. One director went further, presenting his audiences with English language recordings played in reverse to signify the exotic sounds of spoken Indian. Most often, however, filmmakers have simply followed historian Francis Parkman's notoriously ignorant comment that the word how constitutes a monosyllable by which an Indian contrives to express half the emotions of which he is susceptible. 103. Or, in fairness, they have elected to enrich Parkman's vocabulary by adding ugh, ho, and a smattering of guttural grunts. To this has been added a weird sort of pidgin English best described by Ralph Steadman as comprising a Tonto school of communication. 104. Consider as sufficient illustration the following 4 consecutive lines delivered by the faithful Indian companion during a Lone Ranger program aired on June 30, 1939. Who you? Ugh. You see him. Me want him. 105. With Indians thus rendered functionally mute in our own right, however, it remained nonetheless necessary that audiences often be informed as to exactly how they should understand many of the celluloid savages' otherwise inexplicable on-screen actions. This problem was solved when, early in Broken Arrow, Delmer Daves has James Stewart peremptorily announced that when the Apaches speak, it will be in our language 106. From that point on, everything is explained through the eyes of, which is to say, from the point of view and in the voice of Stewart's white character. The same can be said of Audie Murphy's John Clum in Walk the Proud Land, the Britton Davis character in the latest remake of Geronimo, or any of a host of other real-life soldiers, settlers, and frontiersmen whose memoirs, letters, and diaries have been used as the basis for scripts purportedly telling Indian stories. 107 Completely fictional variants of the same device have also been used with such regularity over the past 50 years as to establish a cinematic convention. Sometimes it is adhered to in unorthodox ways, as when John Ford gratuitously appended a white female school teacher to the body of fleeing Indians in Cheyenne Autumn, but inevitably there is a central white character to tell the story of the Indians in a manner familiar and ultimately comfortable to Euro-American audiences. 108. This is as true of Soldier Blue and Little Big Man, the so-called revisionist or protest flicks of 1970, and such successors as Dances with Wolves, as it is of the most blatantly reactionary John Wayne Western. 109 Indeed, it may well be more so. John Wayne movies, after all, don't pretend to be about Indians, or even sympathetic to us. Rather, they are for the most part unabashed celebrations of our conquest and, in that sense at least, they are honest enough. 110. The subgenre of protest or progressive films do, on the other hand, purport to be about native people, and sympathetically so. To this extent, they are fundamentally dishonest, if for no other reason than because the whole purpose of their persistent injection of non-Indian narrators into indigenous contexts amounts to nothing so much as a way of creating the illusion of sympathetic white alternatives to Wayne's triumphalist status quo. The most topical examples undoubtedly reside among the ever so enlightened and sensitive Euro-American leads of Dr. Quinn. In fact, as S. Elizabeth Bird has observed with regard to the male character in particular, Sully's ongoing role is to stand in for the Cheyennes, so that their culture can be represented, while they as a people can be pushed into the background. After all, he is a better Indian than the Cheyenne, as is made abundantly clear in the opening scene of one episode, when he beats Cloud dancing at a tomahawk throwing contest. 111 The principle applies equally to all such figures, from Dustin Hoffman's Jack Crabb in Little Big Man to Richard Harris's Lord Morgan in A Man Called Horse to Kevin Costner's Lieutenant Dunbar in Dances with Wolves to Daniel Day-Lewis' Hawkeye in the most recent iteration of Last of the Mohicans. Having thus contrived to substitute whites for Indians both verbally and to some extent physically as well, filmmakers have positioned themselves perfectly, not just to spin their yarns in whatever manner strikes their fancy at a given moment, but to make them appear to have been embraced by all sides, native and non-native alike. Hence, white story or Indian story, they become indistinguishable in the end, following as they do a mutual trajectory to the same destination within the master narrative of an overarching American story. 112. Those Cavaliers in Buckskin. The ways in which this has been accomplished have plainly undergone a significant metamorphosis through the years. In the bad old days of unadulterated triumphalism, plot lines invariably orbited around the personas of noble and heroic white figures, whether ostensibly real or admittedly invented, with whom it was intended that audiences identify. Such projections were never as easily achieved as it may seem in retrospect, entailing for the most part a wholesale rewriting of history. Irrespective of the false and degrading manner in which native people were depicted, it was still vitally important that cinematic whites be portrayed in ways which posed them as embodying some diametrically opposite set of traits. This was no mean feat when it came to things like the 1,890 Wounded Knee Massacre, still a vividly current event during the movie's early days, where U.S. troops had slaughtered more than 300 disarmed Lakota prisoners, overwhelmingly composed of women, children, and old men. 113. The problem of how such behavior might come to be perceived was addressed, experimentally, by a group calling itself the Colonel W.F. Cody Historical Picture Company in 1914. Retaining General Nelson A. Miles, renowned as an expert Indian fighter, to verify the accuracy of their endeavor in much the same fashion William Washburn would authenticate a man called Horse more than a half-century later, they produced a film entitled The Indian Wars Refought. In it, the Battle of Wounded Knee was reenacted in such a way as to show how the defenseless Lakotas had themselves picked a fight with the hundreds of well-armed soldiers surrounding them. The Indians had thus brought their fate upon themselves, so the story went, the troopers having had no choice but to defend themselves with Hotchkiss guns. 114. Heavily promoted by its makers for use in, and widely adopted by, the nation's schools as a medium of truth, the film set the standard for much of what would follow. 115 Within a few years, the reversal of reality was complete. The massacre at Wounded Knee was popularly understood to have been a battle, while the 1876 annihilation of a portion of General George Armstrong Custer's 7th Cavalry Regiment in open combat was habitually described as a massacre. 116 Indians were killed by whites while whites were always murdered by Indians. Indians committed depredations while whites defended themselves and won victories. 117. The same sort of systematic historical falsification was of course brought to bear on the records of individual whites, notably Custer himself. This was epitomized in director Raoul Walsh's casting of Hollywood's premier swashbuckling glamour boy, Errol Flynn, to play the boy general in They Died with Their Boots On. Here, Custer, whose pedigree included the documented cowardice and desertion for which he was court-martialed and at one point relieved of his command, and whose main claim to fame as an Indian fighter rested in having perpetrated the Washita Massacre, is presented in an altogether different light. 118. Actually, Walsh saw to it that neither the court-martial nor the Washita were so much as mentioned, while Flynn's Custer was quite literally backlit with a Christ-like halo at various points in the film. Meanwhile, the man who broke the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty with the Lakotas, Cheyennes, and Arapahoes by leading an 1874 expedition into the Black Hills, the very heart of their homeland, was presented as its staunchest defender. 119 Similarly, although Custer personally instigated the war of conquest against these same peoples in which he was killed 2 years later, a gambit meant to further his presidential ambitions. 120 He is depicted as having gallantly sacrificed himself and his men to prevent just such a war. And so it went, from Edward Sedgwick's The Flaming Frontier to DeMille's The Plainsman, from Michael Curtiz's The Santa Fe Trail to Charles Marquis Warren's Little Big Horn, from Ernest Haycock's Bugles in the Afternoon to Joseph H. Lewis's 7th Cavalry, from Lewis R. Foster's Tonka to Sidney Sokow's The Great Sioux Massacre. As late as 1967, director Robert Siodmak cast the dashing Irish actor Robert Shaw in the lead role when making his conspicuously Walsh-style Custer of the West. 121. Although paleohistorians like Robert Utley persist to this day in describing the wretched Custer as a cavalier in buckskins, 122 The preferences of an appreciable portion of the U.S. viewing public had begun to undergo a sea change by the time Siodmak released his movie. Horrified at the prospect of being conscripted to serve as fodder in Vietnam, and taking their cue from the military's own references to enemy-held territory there as Indian country, millions of young whites began, increasingly, as a part of their own resistance, to analogize the ongoing carnage in Southeast Asia to that of the Indian Wars and to revile the leaders presiding over both processes. 123. Sensing that the potential for a vast audience/market was bound up in the desire of America's baby boomers to emotionally/figuratively distance themselves from the status quo, hip directors like Arthur Penn and Ralph Nelson were quick to cash in. In catering to the new countercultural sensibility, Penn opted to display the Custer of They Died with Their Boots On in virtual reverse image. Where the Walsh/Feen approach decreed Custer's intrinsic nobility, hence that of the tradition he was mustered to represent, the characterization offered in Little Big Man was that of a vulgarly egotistical psychopath. 124 Nelson followed suit in Soldier Blue, albeit using a somewhat amorphous representation of Colonel John Chivington, the already infamous commander at Sand Creek, to make his point. 125. Chivington had previously received such cinematic packaging under the name Colonel Templeton in a somewhat innovative Arthur Hiller movie, Massacre at Sand Creek, and he would again, as Colonel Schemerhorn, in a TV miniseries made from James Michener's Centennial during the late 70s. As for Custer, he has continued to be portrayed primarily in accordance with the negative model established by Penn, most recently in 1995, in the episode of Dr. Quinn discussed earlier. While Little Big Man and Soldier Blue certainly punched large holes in the triumphalist stereotype, as critics Ralph and Natasha Fryer observed shortly after the films were released, this merely signified that Hollywood had shifted from glorifying the extermination of native people to excusing genocide by attributing it to the whims of a few unbalanced people, i.e., General Custer 126. More precisely, by making such attribution, filmmakers were both acknowledging the obvious, admitting, that is, that genocidal events had occurred in the course of American history and that they were wrong, and presenting it as something abnormal and therefore exceptional. When this was combined with sympathetic white characters like Hoffman's Jack Crabb in Little Big Man, Candice Bergen's Krista Lee and Peter Strauss's Honey's Gant in Soldier Blue, Costner's Dunbar in Dances with Wolves, or Michaela Quinn and Sully in Dr. Quinn, the appearance of a fundamental polarity within Euro-American society itself is created. This serves a very useful purpose, especially when stirred in with the good Indian/bad Indian stereotypes already discussed. As Elizabeth Bird explains, Dr. Quinn goes along with notions of white guilt. It equally clearly allows white audiences to see the destruction of Indian culture as both inevitable and as somehow accidental. The show holds on to the renegade image, for example, because it helps assuage guilt. After all, some of the Indians drove us to it, helping to bring about their own destruction. Thus there were good and bad guys on both sides, and the bad things happened because of bad guys like Custer and the renegades, but good guys like Michaela and Sully are who we are. 127. Thus, psychologically at least, genuinely sympathetic white figures, who did exist but who were historically anomalous at best, are rendered normative in terms of audience identification. 128. Conversely, men like Custer and Chivington, who were in fact normatively expressive of public sentiment, virtually the entire citizenry of Denver did turn out to cheer when the Bloody Third returned from Sand Creek, parading its scalps, genitalia, and other anatomical trophies. Custer was an extraordinarily popular public figure after the Washita. Bounties on Indian scalps were proclaimed in every state and territory of the continental U.S. at one time or another. Become the anomalies. 129. The result is in no sense a transformation but instead a much more potent reconfiguring of the Euro-American status quo. What Penn, Nelson, and their colleagues accomplished was to find a means to let the protest generation of the 1960s off the hook of its own professed dissidence. What they provided is a convenient surrogate reality allowing whites to symbolically disassociate themselves from the intolerable ugliness of Custerism, thereby feeling good about themselves even while continuing to participate in and benefit from the very socio-economic order Custerism has produced. 130. This reconstitution of imperial ideology as a friendlier form of fascism has been expressed in a variety of ways, both on screen and in the real world, but nowhere more clearly than in an exchange between Sully and Michaela's young son, Brian, during a special 2-hour episode of Dr. Quinn broadcast during the 1993-94 season. 131. Toward the end, having just listened to a thoroughly triumphalist explanation of why the Cheyennes were being exterminated, the boy asks whether these weren't lies. Sully, the white Indian, responds, "I'm afraid so, Brian, they lie to themselves. But this is still the best country in the world." 132. Although the style of delivery is obviously different, such lines might easily have been uttered by John Wayne at the conclusion of any John Ford Western. In fact, it seems no stretch at all to suggest that the Duke would have been proud to pronounce them. So much for the alleged critical distinctions between films like Little Big Man or Dances with Wolves on the one hand, and They Died with Their Boots On or Custer of the West on the other. Meet the new boss, as Pete Townsend of The Who once put it with admirable succinctness, same as the old boss. 133. Ravages by Savages. As Eldridge Cleaver brilliantly explained in Soul on Ice, the structure of sexual relations imposed by Euro-America upon African Americans can be understood as a metaphor for the broader relational matrix of domination and subjugation defining the social positions of whites and blacks respectively. In this formulation, white men are accorded a self-assigned status as omnipotent administrators, primarily cerebral beings who, by presuming to monopolize the realm of thought itself, have assigned black men the subordinate status of mindless ultramasculine menials. 134. To complete the figurative disempowerment of the latter, and thus to signify their own station of unimpeachable supremacy, the administrators proceed first to constrain and then to preempt the menials in that most crucial of all physical arenas, their sexuality. Black men are, by white male ordination, categorically denied sexual access to white women while, concomitantly, white men grant themselves unrestricted rights to the black female booty deriving from their posture of domination. Black men are thereby reduced to a degraded status as social eunuchs while black women, transformed into sexual commodities, are dehumanized altogether, and white women, consigned to serve as desexualized objects adorning the omnipotence of their men, fare little better. 135. The great fear for the administrators, according to Cleaver, is that the menials might somehow discover a means of breaking the psychic bounds of their oppression, that is, of liberating themselves from their state of emasculated debasement by allegorically turning the tables and violating the purity of white womanhood. 136. So deep-seated was this dread that it assumed the form of an outright cultural psychosis leading, among other things, to the ubiquitousness of a myth that black men are imbued, innately and insatiably, with the need to rape the ultra-feminine female. Several thousand lynchings were carried out in the U.S. between 1889 and 1930, mainly to deter black men from acting upon this supposed compulsion. 137. With only minor transpositions, the paradigm can be as readily applied to Euro-America's perception of its relationship to native people as to imported African chattel. Indeed, the evidence strongly suggests that transposition occurred in reverse order. The model was developed with respect to Indians, then modified to some extent for application to blacks. In any event, preoccupation with the idea that native men were animated by the darkest desires vis-a-vis white women can be traced back to the earliest writings of the New England Puritans. 138. By the end of the 19th century, the theme had long been a staple of American literature and drama, both highbrow and low. 139. Once movies became a factor, the situation was exacerbated substantially. In the battle at Elderbush Gulch, for example, only the timely arrival of the cavalry saved a trembling Lillian Gish from a mercy slaying meant to save her from a fate worse than death at the hands of surrounding savages. 140. The scene was repeated with some regularity over the next 40 years, most prominently in Ford's Stagecoach. By the early 50s, white women were accorded a bit more autonomy, as when director Anthony Mann has James Stewart hand actress Shelley Winters a weapon in Winchester 73 so that she may participate in their mutual defense. "Don't worry," she assures him, "I understand about the last 141 better death than suffering ravage by a savage," as Charlie Hill puts it. 142. In Fort Massacre, Joel McRae's wife goes everybody one better by killing not only herself but her 2 children rather than allow any of them to be taken captive by Apaches. Despite a veritable mountain of evidence that rape was practiced in few if any native societies, a diametrically opposed truth was presented in hundreds of Hollywood westerns. 143. Did you ever see what Indians do when they get a white woman? Asks a seasoned scout portrayed by James Whitmore in Chato's Land. Comanches, another scout explains to an army captain trying to figure out whether it was they or the Apaches who had perpetrated a massacre, in a thunder of drums, raped their own women rather than whites, so it was likely Apaches. "If we stop now," one beleaguered cavalry officer tells another in the Gatling gun, "all those women have to look forward to is rape and murder." 144. "You know what Indians do to women," declaims a trooper at the beginning of Soldier Blue. "They're going to rape me, Soldier Blue, and then they're going to kill you," Candice Bergen clarifies to a horrified Peter Strauss after the pair are captured by Kiowas later in the same film. "They're going to rape me, Jack," explains Crab's older sister in Little Big Man, shortly after they'd been taken home by a Cheyenne who'd happened upon the two children after their family had been massacred by Pawnees. 145 Most recently, in a 1994 episode of Drive Quinn, Cloud Dancing Sun proves that he, like his father, is a good Indian by sacrificing himself to save the white heroine from being raped and murdered by dog soldier renegades. 146. In both The Searchers and Ulzana's Raid, white women are depicted as having been raped into insanity by Indians. 147 In Land Raiders, Apaches attack a town and, despite the ferocity of the fighting and the severity of their casualties, still find time to rape white women. In The Deserter, the hero's wife is not only raped but skinned alive and left for her husband to kill. 148 Who could blame white men for having responded to such unrelenting horror by exterminating those responsible? Often the rescue of white women taken by Indians comprises the entire plot of a movie, or a substantial part of it. Such is the case with Iona, the White Squaw, The Peril of the Plains, the Paleface Squaw and the White Squaw, Winning of the West, Northwest Passage, Ambush, Flaming Feather, Fort Ti, The Charge at Feather River, Comanche, Comanche Station, The Last Tomahawk, and Duel at Diablo, among scores of others. 149 Sometimes, as in Two Rode Together, the idea is handled with at least a semblance of sensitivity. 150 The worst of the lot is Ford's The Searchers, in which John Wayne is scripted to track down his abducted niece so he can kill her because she's been so irredeemably soiled by her experience. 151. Even where the intended fate of the rescued is not so grim, it is often made plain that the purpose of their recovery is not so much to save them as it is to deny Indians the spoils they represent. Just as the effrontery of having known a white woman constitutes a death sentence for a native man and frequently his entire people, so too does the fact of her fall from grace license punishment of the woman herself. The scorn of townspeople visited upon the former Indians woman portrayed by Barbara Stanwyck in Trooper Hook, for example, forces her to live outside any society, white or native. Much the same principle applies to Linda Crystal's character in Two Rode Together, that of Eva Marie Saint in The Stalking Moon, and many others. 152. The only occasion prior to 1975's Winterhawk in which the American cinema had a native male actually marrying a white female was in the 1909 short, An Indian's Bride. The reasons for this glaring bias were none too subtle. Zane Grey originally published his novel, The Vanishing American, as a magazine serial in 1922 in the Ladies' Home Journal, a Curtis publication. At the conclusion, Grey had his heroine, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed school teacher, marry his full-blood Navajo hero. This set off such an outraged reaction among the magazine's readers that, henceforth, Curtis Publications made it a stipulation that Indian characters were never again to be characterized, and Harper's refused to publish the novel until Grey agreed to have the Navajo die at the end. 153. The second ending, of course, was the one used in the movie. Probably the most ridiculous contortion undertaken with respect to this squalid convention came in Lambert Hillier's White Eagle. In this ode burner, the hero, played by Buck Jones, is supposedly a full-blooded Bannock Pony Express rider who falls head over heels for a white woman. Just before the movie ends, Buck's father tells him the truth: he is white. He was stolen from his family as a child. This permits Buck, without violating the color line, to embrace the heroine. 154. Native women, of course, are another matter entirely. Not uncommonly they are depicted as appropriate objects of Euro-American sexual aggression. The James Whitmore line quoted above was uttered to justify the fact that two white men were busily raping an Indian woman just off-screen. 155. Apache actress Sacheen Littlefeather was able to fashion something of a cinematic career for herself only by her willingness to portray indigenous rape victims, as she did in Winterhawk, in one movie after another. 156. The same pertained, albeit to a lesser extent, to her contemporaries, women like Dawn Little Sky, Princess Lois Red Elk, and Pablita Verde Hardin. 157. At the same time, Indian women have been consistently limned as suffering a hopeless, usually fatal, Attraction to the omnipotence of white men. It's a story as old as the legend of Pocahontas coined by John Smith in 1624-158 and has been repeated on the big screen hundreds of times, beginning with films like An Indian Maiden's Choice and The Indian Girl's Romance, Love in a Teepee, Bronco Billy and the Navajo Maid and The Fate of the Squaw, and continuing right up to the present moment with such fare as Captain John Smith and Pocahontas, Fort Yuma, Fort Bowie, Oklahoma Territory, Wild Women and, of course, Disney's 1995 animated version of Pocahontas. 159. Such romantic yearnings were doomed from the outset, or, more properly, the female characters who expressed them were. It was one thing for white men to gratify themselves sexually at the expense of native women, not only by raping them but, sometimes more tenderly, by cohabiting. It was quite another for mere squaws to be accorded the dignity of actually marrying one of their racial/cultural betters. The consequence of Pocahontas's wedding an Englishman was, after all, her death by smallpox. 160. Fenimore Cooper made it even plainer. The only possible outcome of such romantic entanglements was /his death. 161. Although the theme was first explored in the Indian Maiden's Sacrifice, it is the squawman which really serves as the cinematic prototype for all that would follow. Based on Edwin Milton Royce's very successful stage play of 1905, the film concerns an English noble, falsely accused of a crime his brother actually committed, who ventures into the American West in an effort to clear his name. He falls in love with an Indian maiden of the Pocahontas stereotype variety and they have a child. Years pass and his brother, on his deathbed, makes a confession exonerating the hero. The hero, now able to return to England and claim his title, accidentally shoots the Indian maiden. She dies in his arms, happy, because, as she tells him, she knows white culture to be superior and their child need not be held back because of her primitive ways. 162. And so it went. Deborah Paget, as James Stewart's Apache bride in Broken Arrow, dies tragically, the victim of an ambush by bad whites. In Drumbeat, Marissa Pavon, among the noble savages, has a crush on the white hero, Alan Ladd. Ladd sets her straight, she must marry within her own people. Then he pays court to the white heroine while Pavon, apparently in despair, loses her life trying to save his. 163. Linda Darnell does herself in When She Can't Ride Off into the Sunset with Buffalo Bill. Marie Elena Marcus does pretty much the same in Across the Wide Missouri. Even Donna Reed Sacagawea considers it when she realizes she'll never fit into the world of Charlton Heston's William Clark in The Far Horizon. 164. All told, then, the panorama of Indian/white sexuality presented in movies has always been far more akin to what one might have expected from the Marquis de Sade pen than from anything socially constructive or redeemable. 165. Foundationally, there is little to distinguish even the best of Hollywood's productions from Jungle Blue, Sweet Savage, Kate and the Indians, Deep Roots, and other such X-rated, Indian-themed filth spewing from America's thriving porn video industry. 166. Lust in the dust. Carnality, whether packaged as rape or love, true or unrequited, inevitably results in offspring. When the progenitors are of different races, such progeny will obviously be endowed with an interracial admixture of blood and thence, presumably, of culture as well. Hollywood, as much as the dominant society of which it is part, has from the first exhibited an abiding confusion as to how it should respond to the existence of such creatures, especially since their numbers have tended to swell at rates much greater than those of any purer breeding stock throughout the course of American history. 167. At one level, it might be argued, as it has been by American thinkers like Thomas Jefferson and Henry Louis Morgan, that a touch of Indian in the country's then preponderantly Caucasian makeup might serve to create a hybrid superior to the original strain. 168. On another level, it has been argued, and vociferously, that any such process of mongrelization results only in a dilution and consequent degradation of the white race itself. 169. The best of both worlds or the worst? That is the question, never resolved. Typically, Filmmakers have followed the lead set by D.W. Griffith in Birth of a Nation, his aesthetically groundbreaking cinematic exaltation of the Ku Klux Klan. 170 By and large, children of mixed parentage have been consigned either to their mother's society rather than their father's, movies figuring upon the spawn of unions between Native men and white women having, for reasons discussed above, been exceedingly rare, or to drift in anguish through an existential netherworld located somewhere between. Such has been the case, certainly, with films like The Half-Breed, first released in 1916, and then remade as The Half-Breed in 1922 and The Half-Breed in 1952. And so it has been with The Dumb Half-Breed's Defense, The Half-Breed's Atonement, Breed of the North and End in the Bone, Indian Blood, The Ancient Blood and the Quarter Breed, The Great Alone and 1/8 Apache, Call Her Savage, Wagon Wheels, Daughter of the West and Colorado Territory, The Hawk of Wild River, The Proud and the Profane, Nevada Smith, and well over 100 others. 171. Most frequently, those of mixed heritage have been depicted as a sort of anti-misogynist's incarnation of evil, as in The Half-Breed, The Half-Breed, and The Half-Breed. Films produced using this motif have included Half-Breed's Treachery, The Half-Breed's Way, Bring Him In, The Heritage of the Desert, The Verdict of the Desert, Hawk of the Hills, Pony Soldier, Reprisal, War Drums, and Last Train from Gun Hill. Sometimes the breeds turn out wrong because of the influence of dubious white men, as in Broken Lance. On other occasions, our Molly Goodnighty is even explained as having been precipitated by white atrocities, as in the Centennial miniseries representation of Charlie Bent and his brothers. 172 But the resulting impression is essentially the same. Breeds are bad, as is explained in The Barrier of Blood and The Apache Way, because we naturally incline towards our Indian side. Nowhere is this brought out more clearly than in the wholesome family entertainment provided by cinematic adaptations of Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, books in which the most malevolent character, a half-breed called Injun Joe, readily explains that his evil deeds are due to the fact that his Injun blood ain't in me for nothing. 173. The Unforgiven, a film that remains arguably the most venomously racist of all Hollywood's treatments of Native people, was anchored by this premise. A few lines from the 1957 Alan LeMay novel upon which it was based should prove sufficient to carry the point. This is one thing I know. The red niggers are no human men. Nor are they beasts, nor any kind of earthly varmint, for all natural critters act like God made them to do. Devil spirits, demons out of red kill, these be, that somehow, on some evil day, found a way to clothe themselves in flesh. I say to you, they must be cleansed from the face of this earth. Wherever one drop of their blood is found, it must be destroyed. For that is man's most sacred trust, before Almighty God. 174. This transparently Hitlerian statement is made to a young woman played by Audrey Hepburn, presumably a child captive brought up by the Kiowas and then recovered by whites, who is mortally afraid that she might in fact be of mixed ancestry. Her self-protective response is to try and sound even worse. At one point, when queried by her adoptive white mother about the people in the village where she was raised, she replies, "There weren't any people there, Mama. Those were Indians." 175. Ironically, it is this very same DNA structure, deemed so dangerous by D.W. Griffith and his ilk, which has been seized upon by more progressive filmmakers to project mixed bloods as being good, or at least better than native full bloods, simply by way of inclining us towards our white side. 176. This countering interpretation was manifested in all four versions of Ramona, as well as such early releases as Red Wing's Constancy and Red Wing's Loyalty, An Indian Hero, The Half-Breed Sacrifice, The Half-Breed Parson, and The Half-Breed Sheriff. 177. By the 1960s, Hollywood was even prepared to cast actual mixed bloods like Elvis Presley in such roles, once in The Passable Flaming Star and again in Stay Away Joe, a movie so bad that one is tempted to shout, "John Wayne, where are you now that we need you?" 178. Things have improved little in portrayals of mixed bloods in the 1990s, as is witnessed by Val Kilmer's role in The Idiotic Thunderheart and the even more recent characterization offered in the Walker Texas Ranger TV series. 179. Regardless of whether they've been oriented towards the notion of breeds as good, or convinced that we're inherently bad, however, one thing most directors seem to have been able to agree upon is that, as the fruit of illicit matings, we're somehow sexy. The screen almost burst into flames with Jennifer Jones as half-breed Pearl Chavez. Her sultry walk captured the eye of Gregory Peck in Duel in the Sun, a film one sharp-tongued critic called Lust in the Dust. Dmitry Tiomkin recalls creating the musical score. He rewrote and rewrote it. Finally, in a meeting with Selznick, he said he had done all he could or would do. In desperation, he asked the producer what he really wanted. "I want it to sound like an orgasm." 180. And it's not just women. As Peter Van Lent has lately pointed out, in current popular culture the exoticism of the native male is always carefully controlled. For example, most of the heroes of the Indian romance novels are of mixed blood half-breeds. This convention provides a safety net against several sexual pitfalls. First, it checks the exotic image from being too alien and keeps it within the bounds of tall, dark, and handsome. Second, it avoids any squeamishness about miscegenation on the part of the reader. Since the hero is half-white, the romantic sexual bond is not truly interracial and the half-breed's appearance can be quite comfortably Caucasian. In the words of one romance author, Bronson could pass as a white man. 181. Van Lent, while correct in the main, is wrong about mixed-bloodedness, quelling qualms among Euro-American readers about miscegenation. In the same novel he quotes Fabio's Comanche. The plotline devolves upon a white wife's rejection of her husband once she discovers the truth of his gene code. 182. The book is a bestseller in its niche, likely to be made into a movie, at least for TV consumption. Moreover, it is but one among scores of comparable tracts lining bookstore shelves and grocery store checkout lanes across the country. 183. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Cowboys N. From 1913 to the present, Hollywood has produced thousands of feature films on cowboys and Indians, wrote native documentary producer Phil Lucas in 1980. These films, coupled with a preponderance of supportive literature, art, and more recently, television and advertising, erase the varied cultural and ethnic identities of over 400 distinct nations of the original inhabitants of the Americas, and have successfully replaced them with a fictional identity, the Hollywood Indian. 184. The process began much earlier than either cinema or the 20th century. Robert Birkhofer, for one, dates its inception from the earliest writings by Europeans about Indians. 185. Daniel Francis, a more visually oriented analyst, finds the point of origin somewhere among the renderings of George Catlin, Carl Birdking, Carl Bodmer, and Canadian counterparts like Paul Kane. 186. Extending Susan Sontag's observation that to photograph is to appropriate the thing photographed to cover painting, drawing and, ultimately, cinema, Francis concludes that when they drew the Indians or took their photographs, artists were taking possession of the Indian image. It was theirs to manipulate and display in any way they wanted. 187. When cultures meet, especially cultures as different as those of Western Europe and indigenous North America, they inevitably interpret each other in terms of stereotypes. At its best, in a situation of equality, this might be seen as a phase in a longer process of familiarization. But if one side in the encounter enjoys advantages of wealth or power or technology, then it will usually try to impose its stereotypes on the other. That is what occurred in the case of the North American encounter between European and Aboriginal. We have been living with the consequences ever since. 188. Images have consequences in the real world, Francis sums up, ideas have results. The imaginary Indian does not exist in a void. In their relations with native people over the years, non-native have put their image of the Indian into practice. 189. This is true, whether the image is that of Cassidy Adams' famously howling hordes in Budweiser's Cluster's Last Stand poster or the nobly vanishing savage of James Fraser's equally famed 1914 sculpture, The End of the Trail 190, both are false, and have the effect of dehumanizing those thus depicted, one no less than the other. A consequence has been that, while native North Americans have today been consigned to a degree of material destitution and attendant physical degradation comparable to that evident in most areas of the Third World, hardly a glimmer of concern emanates from the vast settler population benefiting from both our historical decimation/dispossession and the current regime of impoverishment imposed upon us. Why, after all, should those conditioned to see us as less or other than human, or even at some level to believe us non-existent, care what happens to us? 191. Euro-American cinema's defending aesthetic eons have typically sought to skirt such issues by asserting, as Robin Wood did in 1971, that however erroneous and unpleasant the dominant society's portrayals of Indians, they are nonetheless defensible in mythic terms. 192. On this score, one can do no better than to quote John Tuska's rejoinder that, to put it bluntly, what apologists mean by a mythic dimension in a Western film is that part of it which they know to be a lie but which, for whatever reason, they still wish to embrace. 193. Other comers have tried to varnish such polemics with a patina of belated balance or equity, as when John H. Lenihan attempted to justify Delmer Dave's extravagantly inaccurate and anti-Indian drumbeat on the basis that since the director had already presented the Indians' point of view in Broken Arrow, it was necessary for him to offer the settler side of the story in the later film. 194. Somewhat more sophisticated have been the superficially critical arguments advanced by Jack Nachbar and others, holding that it is time for Hollywood to transcend the appealing but shallow concepts of right and wrong altogether, offering instead a new synthesis of understanding in which, historically speaking, Indian or white, ain't none of us right. 195. While such suggestions undoubtedly resonate quite favorably with social elites increasingly desirous of decontextualized I'm okay / you're okay historical constructions. 196. And a mainstream saturated with cinematic dramatizations of how the disempowered poor tend to victimize the rich and powerful, they plainly beg more than a few significant points. Foremost in this regard is the fact that if Wood/Lenihan/Nachbar style prescriptions were to be applied equally to all sets of historical relations, it would be necessary that the Holocaust, for example, be depicted in such a way as to show that nobody was right, nobody wrong. The SS, as much as the inmates at Auschwitz, would be as caste victims, the Jews and Gypsies as much aggressors as the SS. 197. Having told the Jewish side of the story for so long, Hollywood would need at last to balance its record by representing the Nazi side. 198. In such an endeavor, filmmakers could reply in the mythic terms advanced by Julius Streicher and others of Germany's more noteworthy anti-Semitic publicists as plot devices. 199. Then, perhaps, as Navajo activist John Redhouse once recommended, instead of being restricted merely to playing cowboys and Indians, American children could with as much gusto play Nazis and Jews. 200. In addition to dressing their third graders up in grease paint and turkey feathers on Indian Day each Thanksgiving, maybe the country's public school teachers could also observe Jewish Day on Yom Kippur each year by adorning their more Nordic-looking pupils in construction paper yarmulkes and fake beards. An annual Himmler Day could be celebrated along with Columbus Day. Professional athletics could franchise rabbis and kikes sports teams to complement the already existing Chiefs, Braves, and Redskins. The automotive industry could add models like the Yid, the Hebe, and the Jew to the Cherokees, Cheyennes, and Apaches rolling with such regularity off its assembly lines. 201. Contra Nachbar and his colleagues, it should be required of filmmakers, if they expect their films classed as a form of racist propaganda, to be truthful not only to the period and the place but to the people as well. 202. Nothing of the least positive value will become possible until screenwriters and filmmakers generally are willing to present audiences with historical reconstructions, until there is a legitimate historical reality informing both the structure and the characters in a Western film. 203. If Indians are not to be considered as victims of colonial aggression, Jimmy Durham once queried, "How are we to be considered at all?" 204 And since, as Sartre insisted, the meaning of colonial aggression can only be fully understood as genocide, 205 American Indians must be viewed as being on the receiving end of both. There are to be sure clear-cut dimensions of right and wrong in any realistic appraisal of both historical and topical circumstance, dimensions which are not ultimately reducible to the superficialities of good guys and bad. As more than one native analyst has commented in this connection, you can look at somebody like Custer as an evil person, but the fact that it was a deliberate policy, these things were institutional. 206 As Indians have heretofore been portrayed by Hollywood, and as we would continue to be portrayed in Nachbar's new synthesis, we serve as the simulacrum by which Euro-America has been best able to hide the truth of itself from itself in order to continue to pretend that it can do what it does. In all good conscience. 207. The song remains the same. One of the very few genuinely poignant and meaningful Hollywood movies ever made about modern Indian life is Geronimo Jones, the story of an Indian youngster agonizing over whether to keep an old Indian medal, his only inheritance from his grandfather, or to trade it for a new TV. Decision made, he lugs the tube home, gathers his family and turns it on. The first image appearing on the screen is that of a savage redskin in an old Hollywood Western. 208. There have been a few other such efforts, as with the superbly well-intentioned Journey Through Rosebud and the Canadian Fishhawk, but, overwhelmingly, non-Indian filmmakers have opted to pursue the formula advanced in Indian in the Cupboard, a children's movie, implying that to be an Indian man even in the contemporary era is still naturally to be a warrior. This is the case, obviously, with the fictional native characters, invariably dubbed chief, routinely included in the World War II all-American platoons of films like Battle Cry and Never So Few, and with Tony Kiddis's supposedly more factual Ira Hayes in The Outsider. 209 Figuratively, the rule might also be applied to Burt Lancaster's Jim Thorpe and Jack Palance's boxer in Requiem for a Heavyweight. Most assuredly, it finds another resonance in the mixed-blood former Green Beret karate expert turned ersatz native traditionalist / friend of flower power central to Tom Laughlin's moronic but initially very popular series of countercultural ditties, Billy Jack, The Trial of Billy Jack, and Billy Jack Goes to Washington. 210 The same can be said of the Indians cast more recently as members of elite military units, Sonny Lanham's Billy in Predator being a case in point. Wes Studi's character in Deep Rising, although technically a civilian, fits very much the same mold. Probably the clearest, and most asinine, example of such thematics will be found in director Frank Rodham's War Party, in which three young Blackfeet get themselves killed in the best John Ford manner while trying to become their 19th-century ancestors. 211. Other non-Indian-made pictures have gone in the already discussed direction embodied in 1990s releases like Dances with Wolves, Last of the Mohicans, Geronimo, and TV's Dr. Quinn. These include several somewhat more sensitive and marginally more accurate but aesthetically very flimsy Turner Network television productions like Son of the Morning Star, The Broken Chain, Lakota Woman, and Crazy Horse 212, as well as such quincentennial epics as Christopher Columbus The Discovery and 1492, The Conquest of Paradise. 213. Television did much better than most big screen filmmakers with its Northern Exposure series, the ensemble cast of which included two native actors, Elaine Miles and Darren E. Burroughs, who portrayed contemporary indigenous Alaskans as fully dimensional human beings. Nonetheless, the show was a disaster in terms of its cultural characterizations. Despite the variances among real Alaskan natives, Northern Exposure dilutes native identity to one generic form. Marilyn comes simply from Marilyn's tribe, and Ed comes from Ed's tribe, which for 4 years remained anonymous. Although refusing to name the cultural base for Sicily, Northern Exposure has nevertheless progressively appropriated a Tlingit culture. Since the premiere episode, the town has featured totem poles, which are found only among the Tlingits and the Haidas, and various artwork and artifacts in the Tlingit black, formline style. However, all geographic references since the premiere have put Sicily north of Anchorage, in the Alaskan interior, home primarily to Athabascans in real life. By the 1994 to 1995 season, Sicily had shifted west and seemed very close to being in an Inupiat Eskimo area. Creating a Tlingit identity for an Alaska interior village is akin to fabricating a Canadian town in Mexico or identifying New Yorkers as the majority population of Louisiana. It is ridiculous. 214. Hence, while it can be said that Geronimo Jones might do somewhat better at the beginning of the new millennium than he did during the early 1970s, tuning his new TV to northern exposure or its superior Canadian counterpart, north of 60, rather than watching endless reruns of The Searchers and The Stalking Moon, the improvement is hardly sufficient to warrant the metaphorical exchange of his heritage for access to popular culture any such swap implies. From reel to reel. Probably the only white constructed cinema to date which represents a genuine break with convention in its handling of Indian themes has been that of such offbeat writers/directors as Sam Shepard, whose independently produced Silent Tongue is at points too surreal to allow coherent analysis. Somewhat better was Frank Perry's Rancho Deluxe, which features Sam Waterston as a young mixed blood prone to parodying Hollywood stereotypes with sardonic suggestions that he and his cattle rustler partner go out to rape and pillage during moments of boredom. Television has also had its avant-garde moments in this connection during the 1980s, each time Michael Horse put in an appearance as the enigmatic Deputy Hawk in David Lynch's eccentric series, Twin Peaks. 215. The most promising efforts have come from Canada, as with Richard Boguyski's Clearcut, a deliberately ambiguous tale tracing the de-sublimation of the guilt-ridden understandings of a white liberal lawyer presuming to help his native clients obtain a modicum of justice in modern Euro-American society. 216. Best of all is undoubtedly Jim Jarmusch's Dead Man, featuring Gary Farmer and Johnny Depp in a well-crafted and accessibly surrealistic black and white travelogue across late 19th century North America, replete with biting literary metaphors and analogies to contemporary circumstance. 217. While such examples demonstrate that at least some Euro-Americans are capable of producing worthwhile films on the theme of Indian/white relations, a greater potential would seem to reside in a still embryonic native filmmaking scene, pioneered by actors like Will Sampson and Chief Dan George, which has been slowly gathering steam since 1970. Although the truly accomplished acting of men like Graham Greene and Gary Farmer, and to a somewhat lesser extent women like Tonto Cardinal, Sheila Tsusi, and Irene Bedard, remains definitive of the milieu, indigenous documentarists, script writers, producers, and directors have recently asserted an increasing presence. 218. Evidence of this came as early as 1969 with Duke Redbird's Charlie Squash Goes to Town, a breakthrough followed by George Berto's Buffalo, Blood, Salmon, and Roots. In 1982, Creek director Bob Hicks came out with Return of the Country, a film produced through the American Film Institute in Los Angeles which hoists Hollywood on its own petard by satirizing almost every cliché of the Indian in film, from the overheated love sequence by wig-bedecked white actors to the elaborate musical dance sequences and the late-night talk show promotion. 219. A brilliant, ironic perspective dominates the sequences, done as if in a dream. Return of the Country turns the tables, with an Indian president of the United States and the formation of a Bureau of Caucasian Affairs, which is instructed to enforce policies to help little Anglo boys and girls into the mainstream of Indian culture. The performances of Native American actors offset the old Hollywood stereotype of emotionless players incapable of deep, varied, and mature performances. Actor Woodrow Haney, a Seminole Creek musician and tribal elder, infuses his role as a Native American leader with both humanity and dignity. 220. Hicks's comedy followed close behind a 5-part series put together by Choctaw director Phil Lucas for Seattle television station KCTS-9 in 1980 and covering much of the same ground in documentary fashion. Entitled Images of Indians and narrated by Will Sampson, the series segments include The Great Movie Massacre, Heathen Indians and the Hollywood Gospel, How Hollywood Wins the West, the movie Real Indians, and War Paint and Wigs. To call it a devastating indictment is to substantially understate the case. 221. Another such short film, Chippewa novelist/postmodern critic writer Gerald Visenor's Herald of Orange, with Charlie Hill cast in the lead role, gores the ox of the federal funding agencies upon which Indians have been rendered dependent. Still another, Chris Spotted Elks Do Indians Shave, uses the men on the street interview technique to probe the depth of stereotypes about Native Americans, of what one reviewer called the potpourri of inane myths, gross inaccuracies, and inadvertent slander, used to justify genocide, and the mindless indifference that makes possible the continuing oppression of Indian people. 222. More serious still was Spotted Elk's The Great Spirit in the Hole, a compelling look at the efficacy of Native American religious practices in rebuilding the lives of a group of Indian inmates. This is a significant film that shows how cinema can be used as a powerful tool for displacing negative stereotypes. A number of courts and prison boards have been persuaded by this film to allow religious freedom to Native in using their traditional sweat lodges. 223 other fine work has been done by individuals like George Horse Capture, Arlene Bowman and Victor Maciejezva, Jr., as well as collectively, the Creek Nation's Green Corn Festival, for example, and the American Indian Theater Company's Black Elk Speaks. 224. Strong as some of these films are, however, they are of the sort shown mainly at indigenous confabs like Oklahoma City's Red Earth Festival in film and Native Studies courses, and occasionally on the Discovery Channel or PBS. They thus have little or no possibility of attracting and influencing a mass audience. To do that, it is necessary for Native filmmakers to penetrate the cost-intensive venue of commercial feature films, a realm from which a combination of Hollywood's history of anti-Indian bias and their own community's endemic poverty have always served to exclude them. This has been understood all along, of course, and attempts have been made to address the issue. In 1972, for instance, Kiowa author N. Scott Momaday managed to organize the filming of his Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, A House Made of Dawn, casting Harold Littlebird as the lead. Completed on a veritable shoestring budget, the film captured a real sense of Indianness. Unfortunately, it did not receive the support and promotion necessary to reach the audiences that the quality of production warranted. 225. The same could be said for Will Sampson's independently produced Pieces of Dreams and others. It was not until 1996 that Indians finally got on the commercial feature map, albeit through the side door, when the home box office cable channel came out with Grand Avenue, a beautifully constructed picture, the screenplay for which was adapted by Pomo/Miwok writer/UCLA professor Greg Saris from a volume of his own short stories bearing the same title. 226. Co-produced by Saris along with Paul Aaron of the Sundance Institute. Robert Redford served as executive producer. Grand Avenue featured uniformly excellent performances by Native actors like Sheila Tsusi and Irene Bedard, received the highest viewer ratings of any HBO program for the season, and was described in the New York Times as a giant step toward offering a gritty and unsparing depiction of urban Indian life. 227. In 1998, this auspicious beginning was followed by Chris Ayres' Smoke Signals, released by Miramax, the first major motion picture since Edwin Carey's Ramona to be directed by an American Indian. 228. Air, an Arapaho, co-produced the film with Spokane author Sherman Alexie, who developed the screenplay from the short stories contained in his The Lone Ranger and Tonto Fistfight in Heaven. 229. Although hardly as challenging as Grand Avenue, Smoke Signals is a nonetheless well-crafted film. Highlighted by the solid lead acting of Adam Beach and Evan Adams, both slotted in such roles for the first time, as well as fine support work by Tonto Cardinal, Irene Bedard, and Gary Farmer. At present, Smoke Signals appears to be as well received as Grand Avenue, perhaps better, a matter heartening the prospect of other such productions in the future. This is all the more true in that these movies' success has attracted the attention of the Mashantucket Pequots, a small but suddenly very wealthy people in Connecticut. Their revenues derive from a casino operation established during the mid-1980s who have expressed interest in underwriting big-screen ventures by other Native filmmakers. 230. The degree of indigenous autonomy embodied in such a proposition tends to speak for itself. Given these current developments, it may be that things may yet be turned around, that, to borrow a phrase from African-American critic Bell Hooks, people like Chris Eyre and Greg Saris can still transform Indians from real to real in the popular imagination. Point 231 It's true that the thousands of films already devoted to creating the opposite impression constitute a tremendous barrier to overcome, but maybe, just maybe, like Chief Broom in Cuckoo's Nest, the sleeping giant of native North America can still reawaken, crushing Hollywood's time-honored fantasies of the master race beneath the heel of a different future. But, as they say in Tinseltown, that's another story. 9. Let's spread the fun around. The issue of sports team names and mascots. If people are genuinely interested in honoring Indians, try getting your government to live up to the more than 400 treaties it signed with our nations. Try respecting our religious freedom, which has been repeatedly denied in federal courts. Try stopping the ongoing theft of Indian water and other natural resources. Try reversing your colonial process that relegates us to the most impoverished, polluted, and desperate conditions in this country. Try understanding that the mascot issue is only the tip of a very huge problem of continuing racism against American Indians. Then maybe your will mean something. Until then, it's just so much superficial, hypocritical puffery. People should remember that an honor isn't born when it parts the honorous lips, it is born when it is accepted in the honoree's ear. Glenn T. Morris. Colorado AIM, 1992. During the past 20 seasons, there has been an increasing controversy regarding the names of professional sports teams like the Atlanta Braves, Cleveland Indians, Washington Redskins, and Kansas City Chiefs. The issue extends to the names of college teams like the Florida State University Seminoles, University of Illinois Fighting Illini, and so on, right on down to high school outfits like the Lamar Savages. Also involved have been team adoptions of mascots, replete with feathers, buckskins, beads, spears, and warpaint, and nifty little pep gestures like the Indian chant and tomahawk chop. A substantial number of American Indians have protested that use of native names, images, and symbols as sports team mascots and the like is, by definition, a virulently racist practice. Given the historical relationship between Indians and non-Indians during what has been called the conquest of America, American Indian movement leader Russell Means has compared the practice to contemporary Germans naming their soccer teams the Jews, Hebrews, and Yids, while adorning their uniforms with grotesque caricatures of Jewish faces taken from the Nazis' anti-Semitic propaganda of the 1930s. Numerous demonstrations have occurred in conjunction with games, notably during the November 15, 1992, matchup between the Chiefs and Redskins in Kansas City by angry Indians and their supporters. In response, a number of players, especially African Americans and other minority athletes, have been trotted out by professional team owners like Ted Turner, as well as university and public school officials, to announce that they mean not to insult, but instead to honor, Native people. They have been joined by the television networks and most major newspapers, all of which have editorialized that Indian discomfort with the situation is no big deal, insisting that the whole thing is just good, clean fun. The country needs more such fun, they've argued, and a few disgruntled Native Americans have no right to undermine the nation's enjoyment of its leisure time by complaining. This is especially the case, some have contended, in hard times like these. It has even been contended that Indian outrage at being systematically degraded rather than the degradation itself creates a serious barrier to the sort of intergroup communication so necessary in a multicultural society such as ours. Okay, let's communicate. We may be frankly dubious that those advancing such positions really believe in their own rhetoric, but, just for the sake of argument, let's accept the premise that they are sincere. If what they are saying is true in any way at all, then isn't it time we spread such inoffensiveness and good cheer around among all groups so that everybody can participate equally in fostering the round of national laughs they call for? Sure, it is the country can't have too much fun or intergroup involvement, so the more, the merrier. Simple consistency demands that anyone who thinks the tomahawk chop is a swell pastime must be just as hearty in their endorsement of the following ideas, which by the logic used to defend the defamation of American Indians should help us all start really yucking it up. First, as a counterpart to the Redskins, we need an NFL team called the Niggers to honor Afro-America. Halftime festivities for fans might include a simulated stewing of the opposing coach in a large pot while players and cheerleaders dance around it, garbed in leopard skins and wearing fake bones in their noses. This concept obviously goes along with the kind of gaiety attending the chop, but also the actions of the Kansas City Chiefs, whose team members prominently including black team members lately appeared on a poster looking fierce and savage by way of wearing Indian regalia. Just a bit of harmless morale boosting, says the Chiefs front office. You bet. So that the newly formed Niggers Sports Club won't end up too out of sync while expressing the spirit and identity of Afro-Americans in the above fashion, a baseball franchise, let's call this one the Sambos, should be formed. How about a basketball team called the Spear Chuckers? A hockey team called the Jungle Bunnies? Maybe the essence of these teams could be depicted by images of tiny black faces adorned with huge pairs of lips. The players could appear on TV every week or so gnawing on chicken legs and spitting watermelon seeds at one another. Catchy, eh? Well, there's nothing to be upset about, according to those who love wearing war bonnets to the Super Bowl or having Chief Illiniwek dance around the sports arenas of Urbana, Illinois. And why stop there? There are plenty of other groups to include. Hispanics. They can be represented by the Galveston Greasers and San Diego Spics, at least until the Wisconsin Wetbacks and Baltimore Beaners get off the ground. Asian Americans. How about the Slopes, Dinks, Gooks, and Zipperheads? Owners of the latter teams might get their logo ideas from editorial page cartoons printed in the nation's newspapers during World War II, slant eyes, buck teeth, big glasses, but nothing racially insulting or derogatory, according to the editors and artists involved at the time. Indeed, this Second World War vintage stuff can be seen as just another barrel of laughs, at least by what current editors say are their local standards concerning American Indians. Let's see. Who's been left out? Teams like the Kansas City Kikes, Hanover Honkies, San Leandro Shylocks, Daytona Dagos, and Pittsburgh Polacks will fill a certain social void among white folk. Have a religious belief? Let's all go for the gusto and gear up the Milwaukee Mackerel Snappers and Hollywood Holy Rollers. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame can be rechristened the Drunken Irish or Papist Pigs. Issues of gender and sexual preference can be addressed through creation of teams like the Street Louis Sluts, Boston Bimbos, Detroit Dykes, and the Fresno Faggots. How about the Gainesville Gimps and Richmond Retards, so the physically and mentally impaired won't be excluded from our fun and games? Now, don't go getting overly sensitive out there. None of this is demeaning or insulting, at least not when it's being done to Indians. Just ask the folks who are doing it, or their apologists like Andy Rooney in the national media. They'll tell you, as in fact they have been telling you, that there's been no harm done, regardless of what their victims think, feel, or say. The situation is exactly the same as when those with precisely the same mentality used to insist that Step and Fetch It was okay, or Rochester on the Jack Benny Show, or Amos and Andy, Charlie Chan, the Frito Bandito, or any of the other cutsy symbols making up the lexicon of American racism. Have we communicated yet? Let's get just a little bit real here. The notion of fun embodied in rituals like the tomahawk chop must be understood for what it is. There's not a single non-Indian example deployed above which can be considered socially acceptable in even the most marginal sense. The reasons are obvious enough. So why is it different where American Indians are concerned? One can only conclude that, in contrast to the other groups at issue, Indians are perceived as being too few, and therefore too weak, to defend themselves effectively against racist and otherwise offensive behavior. The sensibilities of those who take pleasure in things like the chop are thus akin to those of schoolyard bullies and those twisted individuals who like to torture cats. At another level, their perspectives have much in common with those manifested more literally and therefore more honestly by groups like the Nazis, Aryan Nations, and Ku Klux Klan. Those who suggest this is okay should be treated accordingly by anyone who opposes Nazism and comparable belief systems. Fortunately, there are glimmers of hope that this may become the case. A few teams and their fans have gotten the message and have responded appropriately. One illustration is Stanford University, which opted to drop the name Indians with regard to its sports teams. Meanwhile, the local newspaper in Portland, Oregon, has decided its long-standing editorial policy prohibiting use of racial epithets should include derogatory sports team names. The Redskins, for instance, are now simply referred to as being the Washington team, and will continue to be described in this way until the franchise adopts an inoffensive moniker. Such examples are to be applauded and encouraged. They stand as figurative beacons in the night, proving beyond all doubt that it is and has always been quite possible to indulge in the pleasure of athletics without accepting blatant racism into the bargain. The extent to which Stanford and Portland remain atypical is exactly the extent to which America remains afflicted with an ugly reality far different from the noble and enlightened moral leadership it professes to show the world. Clearly, the United States has a very long way to go before it measures up to such an image of itself. Additional readings: Carol Spindle, Dancing at Halftime, Sports and the Controversy Over American Indian Mascots. See Richard King and Charles Frueling Springwood, eds, Team Spirits, The Native American Mascots Controversy. 10. Indians are U.S. Reflections on the Men's Movement. We are living at an important and fruitful moment, now, for it is clear to men that the images of adult manhood given by the popular culture are worn out. A man can no longer depend on them. By the time a man is 35 he knows that the images of the right man, the tough man, the true man he received in high school do not work in life. Such a man is open to new visions of what a man is supposed to be. Robert Bly, 1990. There are few things in this world I can conceive as being more instantly ludicrous than a prosperously middle-aged lump of pudgy Euro-American versemonger, an apparition looking uncannily like some weird cross between the Malt-O-Milk Marshmallow Man and Pillsbury's Doughboy, suited up in a grotesque mismatch combining pleated Scottish tweeds with a striped Brooks Brothers shirt and Southwest Indian print vest, peering myopically along his nose through Coke bottle steel rim specs while holding forth in stilted and somewhat nasal tonalities on the essential virtues of virility, of masculinity, of being or becoming a warrior. The intrinsic absurdity of such a scene is, moreover, compounded by a factor of 5 when it is witnessed by an audience all male, virtually all white, and on the whole obviously well accustomed to enjoying a certain pleasant standard of material comfort which sits as if spellbound, rapt in its attention to every nuance of the speaker. Altogether fawning in its collective nods and murmurs of devout agreement with each detail of his discourse. At first glance, the image might seem to be the most vicious sort of parody, a satire offered in the worst of taste, perhaps an hallucinatory fragment of a cartoon or skit offered by the likes of National Lampoon or Saturday Night Live. Certainly, in a reasonable universe we would be entitled to assume that no group of allegedly functional adults would take such a farce seriously, never mind line up to pay money for the privilege of participating in it. Yet, as we know, or should by now, the universe we are forced to inhabit has been transformed long since, notably by the very group so prominent in its representation among those constituting our warrior-mystic-wordsmith's assemblage, into something in which reasonable behavior and comportment play only the smallest of parts. And so the whole travesty is advanced with the utmost seriousness, at least by its proponents and a growing body of adherents who subsidize and otherwise support them. The founder and reigning grand poobah of that variant of the New Age usually referred to as the men's movement is Robert Bly, a rather owlish butterball of a minor poet who seems to have set out at 50-something to finally garner unto himself some smidgen of the macho self-esteem his physique and life of letters had conspired to deny him up to that point. One writerly even in this pursuit, however, Bly has contented himself mainly with devising a vague theory of masculinism designed or at least intended to counter prevailing feminist dogma concerning the patriarchy, rising interest in multicultural interpretations of how things work, and an accompanying sense among middle to upper middle class males that they are losing influence in contemporary society. 2. A strange brew consisting of roughly equal parts Arthurian, Norse, and Celtic legend, occasional adaptations of fairy tales by the Brothers Grimm, a scattering of his own and assorted dead white males' verse and prose, a dash of environmentalism, and, for spice, bits and pieces of Judaic, Islamic, East Asian, and American Indian spiritualism. Bligh's message of male liberation has been delivered via an unending series of increasingly well-paid podium performances beginning in the mid-80s. Presented in a manner falling somewhere between mystic parable and pop psychology, Bligh's lectures are frequently tedious, often pedantic, pathetically pretentious in both content and elocution. Still, they find a powerful emotional resonance among those attracted to the central themes announced in his interviews and advertising circulars, especially when his verbiage focuses upon the ideas of reclaiming the primitive within us, attaining freedom through use of appropriate ritual, the rights of all men to transcend cultural boundaries in redeeming their warrior souls. 3. By 1990, the master had perfected his pitch to the point of committing it to print in a turgid but rapidly selling tome entitled Iron John. 4. He had also established something like a franchise system, training cotters in various localities to provide male empowerment rituals for a fee. Meanwhile, the rising popularity and consequent profit potential of Bligh's endeavor had spawned a number of imitators: Patrick M. Arnold, Asa Baber, Tom Daly, Robert Moore, Douglas Gillette, R.J. Stewart, Kenneth Wetcher, Art Barker, F.W. McCautry, John Matthews, and Christopher Harding among them, literary and otherwise. 5 3 years later, the men's movement had become pervasive enough to be viewed as a tangible and growing social force rather than merely as a peculiar fringe group. Active chapters are listed in 43 of the 50 major U.S. cities in the movement's selected address list. 25 periodicals are listed in the same directory. 6. An interlude with Columbus in Colorado. The ability of a male to shout and be fierce does not imply domination, treating people as if they were objects, demanding land or empire, holding on to the Cold War, the whole model of machismo. The wild man here amounts to an invisible presence, the companionship of the ancestors and the great artists among the dead. The Native Americans believe in that healthful male power. Robert Bly, 1990. At first glance, none of this may seem particularly threatening. Indeed, the sheer silliness inherent to Bly's routine at many levels is painfully obvious, a matter driven home to me one spring morning when, out looking for some early sage, I came upon a group of young Euro-American males cavorting stark naked in a meadow near Lyons, Colorado. Several had wildflowers braided into their hair. Some were attempting a chant I failed to recognize. I noticed an early growth of poison oak near where I was standing, but determined it was probably best not to disrupt whatever rite was being conducted with anything so mundane as a warning about the presence of discomforting types of plant life. As discreetly as possible, I turned around and headed the other way, both puzzled and somewhat amused by what I'd witnessed. A few days later, I encountered one of the participants, whom I knew slightly, and who kept scratching at his left thigh. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired what it was they'd been doing. He responded that since he and the others had attended a workshop conducted by Robert Bly earlier in the year, they'd become active in the men's movement and made a commitment to recover the Druidic rituals which are part of our heritage. Interest piqued, I asked where they'd learned the ritual form involved and its meaning. He replied that, while they'd attempted to research the matter, it turns out there's not really a lot known about exactly how the Druids conducted their rituals. It's mostly guesswork, he went on. We're just kind of making it up as we go along. When I asked why, if that were the case, they described their ritual as being Druidic, he shrugged. It just sort of feels good, I guess, he said. We're trying to get in touch with something primal in ourselves. Harmless. Maybe. But then again, maybe not. The Druids, after all, have reputedly been dead and gone for centuries. They are thus immune to whatever culturally destructive effects might attend such blatant appropriation, trivialization, and deformation of their sacred rites by non-Druidic feel-gooders. Before departing the meadow, however, I'd noticed that a couple of the men gamboling about in the grass were adorned with face paint and feathers. So I queried my respondent as to whether in the view of his group such things comprised a part of Druid ritual life. Well, no, he confessed. A couple of the guys are really into American Indian stuff. Actually, we all are. Wallace Black Elk is our teacher. 7 We run sweats on the weekends, and most of us have been on the hill. I myself carry a sacred pipe and am studying herbal healing, Lakota way. 3 of us went to the sun dance at Crow Dog's place last summer. We've made vows, and are planning to dance when we're ready. 8 Intermingled with these remarks, he extended glowing bits of commentary on his and the others' abiding interest in a diversity of cultural/spiritual elements ranging from Balinese mask making to Andean flute music, from Japanese scent/time orientation to the deities of the Assyrians, Polynesian water gods, and the clitoral circumcision of Somali women. I thought about protesting that spiritual traditions cannot be used as some sort of Whitman sampler of ceremonial form, mixed and matched here a little Druid, there a touch of Nordic mythology, followed by a regimen of Hindu vegetarianism, a mishmash of American Indian rituals somewhere else at the whim of people who are part of none of them. I knew I should say that to play at ritual potluck is to debase all spiritual traditions, voiding their internal coherence and leaving nothing usably sacrosanct as a cultural anchor for the peoples who conceived and developed them, and who have consequently organized their societies around them. But, then, in consideration of who it was I was talking to, I abruptly ended the conversation instead. I doubted he would have understood what I was trying to explain to him. More important, I had the distinct impression he wouldn't have cared even if he had. Such observations on my part would most likely have only set loose the warrior in him, a flow of logeria in which he asserted his and his peers' inalienable right to take anything they found of value in the intellectual property of others, converting it to whatever use suited their purposes at the moment. I was a bit tired, having just come from a meeting with a white environmental group where I'd attempted unsuccessfully to explain how support of native land rights might bear some positive relationship to their announced ecological concerns, and felt it just wasn't my night to deal with the ghost of Christopher Columbus for a second time, head on. That's an excuse, to be sure. Probably, I failed in my duty. Perhaps, regardless of the odds against success, I should have tried reasoning with him. More likely, I should have done what my ancestors should have done to Columbus himself when the great discoverer first brought his embryo of the men's movement to this hemisphere. But the amount of prison time assigned these days to that sort of response to aggression is daunting, to say the least. And I really do lack the wall space to properly display his tanned hide after skinning him alive. So I did nothing more than walk out of the coffee shop in which we'd been seated, leaving him to wonder what it was that had upset me. Not that he's likely to have gotten the message. The result of my inaction is that, so far as I know, the man is still out there cruising the cerebral seas in search of spiritual landscapes to explore and pillage. Worse, he's still sending his booty back to his buddies in hopes of their casting some new synthesis of paganism, read, advancement of civilization as we know it, in which they will be able to continue their occupancy of a presumed position at the center of the universe. Indians are us. We must get out of ourselves, or, more accurately, the selves we have been conned into believing are us. We must break out of the cage of artificial self in which we have been entrapped as men by today's society. We must get in touch with our true selves, recapturing the wild man, the animal, the primitive warrior being which exists in the core of every man. We must rediscover the meaning of maleness, the art of being male, the way of the warrior priest. In doing so, we free ourselves from the alienating tyranny of being what it is we're told we are, or what it is we should be. We free ourselves to redefine the meaning of man, to be who and what we can be, and what it is we ultimately must be. I speak here, of course, of genuine liberation from society's false expectations and thus from the false selves these expectations have instilled in each and every one of us here in this room. Let the wild man loose, I say. Free our warrior spirit. Robert Bly, 1991. In retrospect, it seems entirely predictable that, amidst Robert Bly's welter of babble concerning the value of assorted strains of imagined primitivism and warrior spirit, a substantial segment of his following and he himself in the workshops he offers on practical ritual would end up gravitating most heavily toward things Indian. After all, Native Americans and our ceremonial life constitute living, ongoing entities. We are therefore far more accessible in terms of both time and space than the Druids or the Old Norse Odinists. Further, our traditions offer the distinct advantage of seeming satisfyingly exotic to the average Euro-American yuppie male, while not forcing them to clank about in the suits of chainmail and heavy steel armor which would be required if they were to opt to act out their leaders' hyper-literate Arthurian fantasies. I mean, really, justing, anyone. A warrior-type fella could get seriously hurt that way. 9. A main sticking point, of course, rests precisely in the fact that the cultures indigenous to America are living, ongoing entities. Unlike the Druids or the ancient Greek man cults who celebrated Hector and Achilles, Native American societies can and do suffer the socio-culturally debilitating effects of spiritual trivialization and appropriation at the hands of the massively larger Euro-immigrant population which has come to dominate literally every other aspect of our existence. As Margot Thunderbird, an activist of the Shinnecock Nation, has put it, they came for our land, for what grew or could be grown on it, for the resources in it, and for our clean air and pure water. They stole these things from us, and in the taking they also stole our freeways and the best of our leaders, killed in battle or assassinated. And now, after all that, they've come for the very last of our possessions. Now they want our pride, our history, our spiritual traditions. They want to rewrite and remake these things, to claim them for themselves. The lies and thefts just never end. 10 Or, as the Oneida scholar Pam Colorado frames the matter, the process is ultimately intended to supplant Indians, even in areas of their own culture and spirituality. In the end, non-Indians will have complete power to define what is and what is not Indian, even for Indians. We are talking here about a complete ideological/conceptual subordination of Indian people in addition to the total physical subordination they already experience. When this happens, the last vestiges of real Indian society and Indian rights will disappear. Non-Indians will then claim to own our heritage and ideas as thoroughly as they now claim to own our land and resources. 11. From this perspective, the American Indian Movement passed a resolution at its 1984 Southwest Leadership Conference condemning the laissez-faire use of native ceremonies and/or ceremonial objects by anyone not sanctioned by traditional indigenous spiritual leaders. 12. The AIM position also echoed an earlier resolution taken by the Traditional Elders Circle in 1980, condemning even Indians who engage in use of spiritual ceremonies with non-Indian people for profit. 13. Another such condemnation had been issued during the first American Indian Tribunal at DQ University in 1982.14. In June 1993, the Lakota Nation enacted a similar resolution denouncing non-Lakotas who presume to adopt their rituals, and censoring those Lakotas who have chosen to facilitate such cultural appropriation. 15. Several other indigenous nations and national organizations have already taken comparable positions, or are preparing to. 16. This may seem an exaggerated and overly harsh response to what the Spokane/Coeur d'Alene writer Sherman Alexie has laughingly dismissed as being little more than a society for confused white men. 17. But the hard edges of Euro-American hubris and assertion of proprietary interest in native assets which has always marked Indian/white relations are abundantly manifested in the organizational literature of the men's movement itself. Of even greater concern is the fact that the sort of appropriation evidenced in these periodicals is no longer restricted simply to claiming ownership of Indian ceremonies and spiritual objects, as in a passage in a recent issue of the Men's Council Journal explaining that sweats, drumming, dancing, for direction calling once indigenous now ours rituals. 18. Rather, participants have increasingly assumed a stance of expropriating native identity altogether, as when, in the same journal, it is repeatedly asserted that we are all Lakota and that members of the men's movement are now displacing actual Lakotas from their previous role as warrior protectors. 19. The indigenous response to such presumption was perhaps best expressed by AIM leader Russell Means, himself an Oglala Lakota, when he stated that, "This is the ultimate degradation of our people, even worse than what's been done to us by Hollywood and the publishing industry, or the sports teams who portray us as mascots and pets." What these people are doing is like Adolf Eichmann claiming during his trial that, at heart, he was really a Zionist, or members of the Aryan nations in Idaho claiming to be true Jews 20 elsewhere. Means has observed that what's at issue here is the same old question that Europeans have always posed with regard to American Indians, whether what's ours isn't somehow theirs. And, of course, they've always answered the question in the affirmative. We are resisting this because spirituality is the basis of our culture. If our culture is dissolved, Indian people as such will cease to exist. By definition, the causing of any culture to cease to exist is an act of genocide. 21. Noted author Vine Deloria, Jr., agrees in principle, finding that as a result of the presumption of groups like the men's movement, as well as academic anthropology, the realities of Indian belief and existence have become so misunderstood and distorted at this point that when a real Indian stands up and speaks the truth at any given moment, he or she is not only unlikely to be believed, but will probably be publicly contradicted and corrected by the citation of some non-Indian and totally inaccurate expert. 22. Moreover, young Indians in universities are now being trained to view themselves and their cultures in the terms prescribed by such experts rather than in the traditional terms of the tribal elders. The process automatically sets the members of Indian communities at odds with one another, while outsiders run around picking up the pieces for themselves. In this way are perfecting a system of self-validation in which all semblance of honesty and accuracy are lost. This is absolutely devastating to Indian societies. 23. Even Sherman Alexie, while choosing to treat the men's movement phenomenon with scorn and ridicule rather than open hostility, is compelled to acknowledge that there is a serious problem with the direction taken by Bligh's disciples. Peyote is not just an excuse to get high, Alexie points out. A vision quest cannot be completed in a convention room rented for that purpose. He sweat lodges a church, not a free clinic or something. A warrior does not have to scream to release the animal that is supposed to reside inside every man. A warrior does not necessarily have an animal inside him at all. If there happens to be an animal, it can be a parakeet or a mouse just as easily as it can be a bear or a wolf. When a white man adopts an animal, he the largest animal possible. Whether this is because of possible phallic connotations or a kind of spiritual steroid abuse is debatable. I can imagine a friend of mine, John, who is white, telling me that his spirit animal is the Tyrannosaurus Rex. 24. The men's movement seems designed to appropriate and mutate so many aspects of native traditions. I worry about the possibilities. Men's movement chain stores specializing in portable sweat lodges. The Indians are us modification of ritual and artifact, white men who continue to show up at powwows in full regalia and dance. 25. Plainly, despite sharp differences in their respective temperaments and resultant stylistic approaches to dealing with problems, Alexie and many other Indians share Russell Means' overall conclusion that the culture vultures of the men's movement are not innocent or innocuous, cute, groovy, hip, enlightened or any of the rest of the things they want to project themselves as being. No, what they're about is cultural genocide. And genocide is genocide, no matter how you want to qualify it. So some of us are starting to react to these folks accordingly. 26. View from a foreign shore. Western man's connection to the wild man has been disturbed for centuries now, and a lot of fear has been built up. Wild man is part of a company or a community in a man's psyche. The wild man lives in complicated interchanges with other interior beings. A whole community of beings is what is called a grown man. Moreover, when we develop the inner wild man, he keeps track of the wild animals inside us, and warns when they are liable to become extinct. The wild one in you is the one which is willing to leave the busy life, and able to be called away. Robert Bly, 1990. In many ways, the salient questions which present themselves with regard to the men's movement center on motivation. Why, in this day and age, would any group of well-educated and self-proclaimedly sensitive men, the vast majority of whom may be expected to exhibit genuine outrage at my earlier comparison of them to Columbus, elect to engage in activities which can plausibly be categorized as culturally genocidal? Assuming initial ignorance in this regard, why do they choose to persist in these activities, often escalating their behavior after its implications have been explained by its victims repeatedly and in no uncertain terms? And, perhaps most of all, why would such extraordinarily privileged individuals as those who flocked to Robert Bly, a group marked by nothing so much as the kind of ego-driven self-absorption required to insist upon its right to impose itself on a tiny minority even to the point of culturally exterminating it, opt to do so in a manner which makes them appear not only repugnant, but utterly ridiculous to anyone outside their ranks? Sometimes it is necessary to step away from a given setting in order to better understand it. For me, the answers to these seemingly inexplicable questions were to a large extent clarified during a political speaking tour of Germany, during which I was repeatedly confronted by the spectacle of Indian hobbyists, all of them men resplendently attired in quill work and bangles, beaded moccasins, chokers, amulets, medicine bags, and so on. 27 Some of them sported feathers and buckskin shirts or jackets, a few wore their blonde hair braided with rawhide in what they imagined to be high plains style. When queried, many professed to have handcrafted much of their own regalia. 28 A number also made mention of having fashioned their own pipestone pipes, or to have been presented with one, usually after making a hefty monetary contribution, by one of a gaggle of Indian or pretended Indian hucksters. 29. Among those falling into this classification, belonging to what Christian Feist has branded the faculty of medicine plying a lucrative Greater Europa medicine man circuit, 30 R. Wallace Black Elk, Brooke Medicine Eagle, John Redtail Free Soul, Archie Fire Lame Deer, Thiani Iwahu, Eagle Walking Turtle, Eagle Man, Beautiful Painted Arrow. 31 Although the success of such people is completely independent of traditional knowledge, just so long as they can impress a public impressed by the books of Carlos Castaneda, 32 Most of the hobbyists I talked to noted they'd received instruction from one or more of these Indian spiritual teachers and had now adopted various deformed fragments of Native American ritual life as being both authentic and their own. Everyone felt they had been trained to run sweats. Most had been provided similar tutelage in conducting medicine wheel ceremonies and vision quests. Several were pursuing what they thought were Navajo crystal healing techniques, and or herbal healing. 2 mentioned they'd participated in a sun dance conducted several years ago in the Black Forest by an unspecified Lakota medicine man, and said they were now considering launching their own version on an annual basis. Half a dozen more inquired as to whether I could provide them entree to the sun dances conducted each summer on stateside reservations. 33 One poor soul, a Swiss national as it turned out, proudly observed that he'd somehow managed to survive living in an alpine teepee for the past several years. 34 All of them maintained that they actually considered themselves to be Indians, at least in spirit. 35 These Indians of Europe, as Feist has termed them, were uniformly quite candid as to why they felt this way. 36 Bluntly put, and the majority were precisely this harsh in their own articulations, they absolutely hated the idea of being Europeans, especially Germans. Abundant mention was made of their collective revulsion to the European heritage of colonization and genocide, particularly the ravages of Nazism. Some went deeper, addressing what they felt to be the intrinsically unacceptable character of European civilization's relationship to the natural order in its entirety. Their response, as a group, was to try and disassociate themselves from what it was / they object to by announcing their personal identities in terms as diametrically opposed to it as they could conceive. Becoming American Indians in their own minds apparently fulfilled this deep-seated need in a most gratifying fashion. 37 Yet, when I delved deeper, virtually all of them ultimately admitted they were little more than weekend warriors, or cultural transvestites, To borrow another of Faist's descriptors. 38 They typically engaged in their Indianist preoccupations only during their off hours while maintaining regular jobs, mainly quite responsible and well-paying positions, at that squarely within the very system of Germanic business as usual they claimed so heatedly to have disavowed, root and branch. The most candid respondents were even willing to admit, when pushed, that were it not for the income accruing from their daily roles as good Germans, they'd not be able to afford their hobby of imagining themselves to be something else, or to pay the fees charged by imported Native American spirit leaders to validate this impression. Further, without exception, when I inquired as to what they might be doing to challenge and transform the fundamental nature of the German culture, society, and state they professed to detest so deeply, they observed that they had become spiritual people and therefore apolitical. Queries concerning whether they might be willing to engage in activities to physically defend the rights and territories of indigenous peoples in North America drew much the same reply. The upshot of German hobbyism, then, is that, far from constituting the sort of radical divorce from Germanic context its adherents assert, part-time impersonation of American Indians represents a means through which they can psychologically reconcile themselves to it. By pretending to be what they are not and in fact can never be, because the objects of their fantasies have never existed in real life, the hobbyists are freed to be what they are, and to feel good about themselves in the process. 39 And, since this sophistry allows them to contend in all apparent seriousness that they are somehow entirely separate from the oppressive status quo upon which they depend, and which their real-world occupations do so much to make possible, they thereby absolve themselves of any obligation whatsoever to materially confront it. Voila! Wildmen and primitives carrying out the most refined functions of the German corporate state, warriors relieved of the necessity of doing battle other than in the most metaphorical of senses, and then always in service to the very structures and traditions they claim and may even have convinced themselves to believe at some level or another. Their perverse posturing negates. 40. The dynamics of denial. Contemporary business life allows competitive relationships only, in which the major emotions are anxiety, tension, loneliness, rivalry, and fear. Zeus energy has been steadily disintegrating decade after decade in the United States. Popular culture has been determined to destroy respect for it, beginning with the Maggie and Jiggs and Dagwood and Blondie comics of the 1920s and 1930s, in which the man is always weak and foolish. The recovery of some form of initiation is essential to the culture. The United States has undergone an unmistakable decline since 1950, and I believe if we do not find the decline will continue. Robert Bly, 1990. Obviously, the liberatory potential of all this for actual American Indians is considerably less than zero. Instead, hobbyism is a decidedly parasitical enterprise, devoted exclusively to the emotional edification of individuals integrally and instrumentally involved in perpetuating and perfecting the system of global domination from which the genocidal colonization of Native America stemmed and by which it is continued. Equally, there is a strikingly close, if somewhat antecedent, correspondence between German hobbyism on the one hand, and the North American men's movement on the other. The class and ethnic compositions are virtually identical, as are the resulting social functions, internal dynamics, and external impacts. 41 So close is the match, not only demographically, but motivationally and behaviorally, that Robert Bly himself scheduled a tour of Germany during the summer of 1993 to bring the Old World's Teutonic sector into his burgeoning fold. 42. Perhaps the only significant difference between the men's movement at home and hobbyism abroad is just that, the hobbyists at least are over there, but the men's movement is right here, where we live. Hobbyism in Germany may contribute to what both Adolf Hitler and George Bush called the New World Order, and thus yield a negative but somewhat indirect effect upon native people in North America, but the men's movement is quite directly connected to the ever more efficient imposition of that order upon Indian lands and lives in the US and Canada. The mining engineer who joins the men's movement and thereafter spends his weekends communing with nature in the manner of an Indian does so in precisely the same fashion as his German colleagues in order to exempt himself from either literal or emotional responsibility for the fact that, to be who he is and live at the standard he does, he will spend the rest of his week making wholesale destruction of the environment an operant reality. Not infrequently, the land being strip-mined under his supervision belongs to the very Indians whose spiritual traditions he appropriates and reifies in the process of finding inner peace. 43. By the same token, the corporate lawyer, the Wall Street broker and the commercial banker who accompany the engineer into a sweat lodge do so because, intellectually, they understand quite well that, without them, his vocation would be impossible. The same can be said for the government bureaucrat, the corporate executive, and the marketing consultant who keep sacred pipes on the walls of their respective offices. All of them are engaged, to a greater or lesser degree, although, if asked, most will adamantly reject the slightest hint that they are involved at all in the systematic destruction of the residue of territory upon which prospects of native life itself are balanced. The charade by which they cloak themselves in the identity of their victims is their best and ultimately most compulsive hedge against the psychic consequences of acknowledging who and what they really are. 44. Self-evidently, then, New Age-style rhetoric to the contrary notwithstanding, this pattern of emotional/psychological avoidance embedded in the ritual role-playing of Indians by a relatively privileged stratum of Euro-American men represents no alternative to the status quo. To the contrary, it has become a steadily more crucial ingredient in an emergent complex of psychosocial mechanisms allowing North American business as usual to sustain, stabilize, and re-energize itself. Put another way, had the men's movement not come into being complements of Robert Bly and his clones, it would have been necessary, just as the Nazis found it useful to do so in their day, for North America's governmental corporate elite to have created it on their own. 45. On second thought, it's not altogether clear they didn't. 46. Alternatives? The ancient societies believed that a boy becomes a man only through ritual and effort, only through the active intervention of the older men. It's becoming clear to us that manhood doesn't happen by itself, it doesn't just happen because we eat Wheaties. The active intervention of the older men means the older men welcome the younger man into the ancient, mythologized, instinctive male world. Robert Bly, 1990. With all this said, it still must be admitted that there is a scent of undeniably real human desperation and all but obsessive desire to find some avenue of alternative cultural expression different from that sketched above, clinging to the men's movement and its New Age and hobbyist equivalents. The palpable anguish this entails allows for, or requires, a somewhat more sympathetic construction of the motives prodding a segment of the movement's membership, and an illative obligation on the part of anyone not themselves experiencing it to respond in a firm, but helpful rather than antagonistic manner. Perhaps more accurately, it should be said that the sense of despair at issue evidences itself not so much in the ranks of the men's movement and related phenomena themselves, but within the milieu from which these manifestations have arisen: white, mostly urban, affluent or affluently reared, well-schooled, young people of both genders who, in one or another dimension, are thoroughly diseased by the socio-economic order into which they were born and their seemingly predestined roles within it. 47. Many of them openly seek, some through serious attempts at political resistance, a viable option with which they may not only alter their own individual fates, but transform the overall systemic realities they correctly perceive as having generated these fates in the first place. 48. As a whole, they seem sincerely baffled by the prospect of having to define for themselves the central aspect of this alternative. They cannot put a name to it, and so they perpetually spin their wheels, waging continuous theoretical and sometimes practical battles against each hierarchical and patriarchal fragment of the whole they oppose: capitalism and fascism, colonialism, neocolonialism and imperialism, racism and sexism, ageism, consumerism, the entire vast plethora of isms and ologies making up the modern society they inhabit. 49. Frustrated and stymied in their efforts to come up with a new or different conceptualization by which to guide their oppositional project, many of the most alienated and therefore most committed to achieving fundamental social change eventually opt for the intellectual/emotional reassurance of prepackaged radical solutions. Typically, these assume the form of yet another battery of isms based in all the same core assumptions as the system being opposed. This is especially true of that galaxy of doctrinal tendencies falling within the general rubric of Marxism, Bernsteinian revisionism, council communism, Marxism-Leninism, Stalinism, Maoism, etc. But it is also an actuality pervading most variants of feminism, environmentalism, and anarchism/anti-authoritarianism as well. 50. Others, burned out by an endless diet of increasingly sterile polemical chatter and symbolic political action, defect from the resistance altogether, deforming what German New Left theorist Rudi Dutschke 51 once advocated as a long march through the institutions into an outright embrace of the false and reactionary security found in statism and bureaucratic corporatism. 52. A mainstay occupation of this coterie has been academia, wherein they typically maintain an increasingly irrelevant and detached critical discourse, calculated mainly to negate whatever transformative value or utility might be lodged in the concrete oppositional political engagement they formerly pursued. 53. Some members of each group, formula radicals and sellouts, end up glossing over the psychic void left by their default in arriving at a genuinely alternative vision, immersing themselves either in some formalized religion, or the polyglot spiritualism offered by the New Age/men's movement/hobbyism syndrome. 54. This feudal cycle is now in its third successive generation of repetition among European and Euro-American activists since the so-called New Student Movement was born only 30 years ago. At one level or another, almost all of those currently involved, and quite a large proportion of those who once were, are figuratively screaming for a workable means of breaking the cycle, some way of foundationing themselves for a sustained and successful effort to effect societal change rather than the series of dead ends they've encountered up till now. Yet a functional alternative exists, and has always existed. The German Tour Revisited. This was brought home to me most dramatically during my earlier mentioned speaking tour of Germany. 55. The question most frequently asked by those who turned out to hear me speak on the struggle for liberation in native North America was, what can we do to help? Quite uniformly, the answer I provided to this query was that, strategically, the most important assistance the people in the audience could render American Indians would be to win their own struggle for liberation in Germany. In effect, I reiterated time after time, this would eliminate the German corporate state as a linchpin of the global politico-economic order in which the United States serves as the hub. You must understand, I stated each time the question arose, that I really mean it when I say we are all related. Consequently, I see the mechanisms of our oppression as being equally interrelated. Given this perspective, I cannot help but see a victory for you as being simultaneously a victory for American Indians, and vice versa, that a weakening of your enemy here in Germany necessarily weakens ours there, in North America, that your liberation is inseparably linked to our own, and that you should see ours as advancing yours. Perhaps, then, the question should be reversed, what is it that we can best do to help you succeed? As an expression of solidarity, these sentiments were on every occasion roundly applauded. Invariably, however, they also produced a set of rejoinders intended to qualify the implications of what I'd said to the point of negation. The usual drift of these responses was that the German and American Indian situations and resulting struggles are entirely different, and thus not to be compared in the manner I'd attempted. This is true, those making this point argued, because Indians are colonized peoples while the Germans are colonizers. Indians, they went on, must therefore fight to free our occupied and underdeveloped land base while the German opposition, effectively landless, struggles to rearrange social and economic relations within an advanced industrial society. Most importantly, they concluded, native people in America hold the advantage of possessing cultures separate and distinct from that which we oppose, while the German opposition, by contrast, must contend with the circumstance of being essentially cultureless and disoriented. 56. After every presentation, I was forced to take strong exception to such notions. As long-term participants in the national liberation struggle of American Indians, I said, we have been forced into knowing the nature of colonialism very well. Along with you, we understand that the colonization we experience finds its origin in the matrix of European culture. But, apparently unlike you, We also understand that in order for Europe to do what it has done to us, in fact, for Europe to become Europe at all, it first had to do the same thing to all of you. In other words, to become a colonizing culture, Europe had first to colonize itself. 57 To the extent that this is true, I find it fair to say that if our struggle must be explicitly anti-colonial in its form, content, and aspirations, yours must be even more so. You have, after all, been colonized far longer than we, and therefore much more completely. In fact, your colonization has by now been consolidated to such an extent that with certain notable exceptions, like the Irish and Euskadi nationalists, you no longer even see yourselves as having been colonized. 58 The result is that you've become self-colonizing, conditioned to be so self-identified with your own oppression that you've lost your ability to see it for what it is, much less to resist it in any coherent way. You seem to feel that you are either completely disconnected from your own heritage of having been conquered and colonized, or that you can and should disconnect yourselves from it as a means of destroying that which oppresses you. I believe, on the other hand, that your internalization of this self-hating outlook is exactly what your oppressors want most to see you do. Such a posture on your part simply perfects and completes the structure of your domination. It is inherently self-defeating because in denying yourselves the meaning of your own history and traditions, you leave yourselves with neither an established point of departure from which to launch your own struggle for liberation, nor any set of goals and objectives to guide that struggle other than abstractions. You are thereby left effectively anchorless and rudderless, adrift on a stormy sea. You have lost your maps and compass, so you have no idea where you are or where to turn for help. Worst of all, you sense that the ship on which you find yourselves trapped is rapidly sinking. I can imagine no more terrifying situation to be in, and, as relatives, we would like to throw you a life preserver. So here it is, I went on. It takes the form of an insight offered by our elders. To understand where you are, you must know where you've been, and you must know where you are to understand where you are going. 59 For Indians, you see, the past, present and future are all equally important parts of the same indivisible whole. And I believe this is as true for you as it is for us. In other words, you must set yourselves to reclaiming your own indigenous past. You must come to know it in its own terms, the terms of its internal values and understandings, and the way these were applied to living in this world, not the terms imposed upon it by the order which set out to destroy it. You must learn to put your knowledge of this heritage to use as a lens through which you can clarify your present circumstance, to know where you are, so to speak. And, from this, you can begin to chart the course of your struggle into the future. Put still another way, you, no less than we, must forge the conceptual tools that will allow you to carefully and consciously orient your struggle to regaining what it is that has been taken from you, rather than presuming a unique ability to invent it all anew. You must begin with the decolonization of your own minds, with the restoration of your understanding of who you are, where you come from, what it is that has been done to you to take you to the place in which you now find yourselves. Then, and only then, it seems to us, will you be able to free yourselves from your present dilemma. Look at us, and really hear what we're saying, I demanded. We are not unique in being indigenous people. Everyone is indigenous somewhere. You are indigenous here. You, no more than we, are landless. Your land is occupied by an alien force, just like ours. You, just like us, have an overriding obligation to liberate your homeland. You, no less than we, have models in your own traditions upon which to base your alternatives to the social, political, and economic structures now imposed upon you. It is your responsibility to put yourselves in direct communication with these traditions, just as it is our responsibility to remain in contact with ours. We cannot fulfill this responsibility for you any more than you can fulfill ours for us. You say that the knowledge we speak of was taken from you too long ago, at the time of Charlemagne, more than 1,000 years in the past. Because of this, you say, the gulf of time separating then from now is too great, that what was taken then is now lost and gone. We know better. We know, and so do you, that right up into the 1700s your European colonizers were still busily burning witches at the stake. We know, and you know too, that these women were the leaders of your own indigenous cultures. 60 The span of time separating you from a still flourishing practice of your native ways is thus not so great as you would have us and yourselves believe. It's been 200 years, no more. And we also know that there are still those among your people who retain the knowledge of your past, knowledge handed down from one generation to the next, century after century. We can give you directions to some of them if you like, but we think you know they are there. 61 You can begin to draw appropriate lessons and instruction from these faith keepers, if you want to. Indians have said that for the world to live, Europe must die. 62 We meant it when we said it, and we still do. But do not be confused. The statement was never intended to exclude you or consign you, as people, to oblivion. We believe the idea underlying that statement holds just as true for you as it does for anyone else. You do have a choice, because you are not who you've been convinced to believe you are. Or, at least not necessarily. You are not necessarily a part of the colonizing, predatory reality of Europe. You are not even necessarily Germans, with all that implies. You are, or can be, who your ancestors were and who the faith keepers of your cultures remain: Angles, Saxons, Huns, Goths, Visigoths. The choice is yours, but in order for it to have meaning you must meet the responsibilities which come with it. Objections and responses. Such reasoning provoked considerable consternation among listeners. But, more than one exclaimed with unpretended horror, "Think of who you're speaking to. These are very dangerous ideas you are advocating. You are in Germany, among people raised to see themselves as Germans, and yet, at least in part, you are telling us we should do exactly what the Nazis did. We Germans, at least those of us who are consciously anti-fascist and anti-racist, renounce such excavations of our heritage precisely because of our country's own recent experiences with them. We know where Hitler's politics of blood and soil led not just us but the world. We know the outcome of Himmler's reassertion of Germanic paganism. Right now, we are being forced to confront a resurgence of Nazism in this country. Surely you can't be arguing that we should join in the resurrection of all that. Of course not. I retorted. We, as American Indians, have at least as much reason to hate Nazism as any people on earth. Not much of anything done by the Nazis to people here had not already been done to us, for centuries, and some of the things the Nazis did during their 12 years in power are still being done to us today. Much of what has been done to us in North America was done, and continues to be done, on the basis of philosophical rationalizations indistinguishable from those used by the Nazis to justify their policies. If you want to look at it that way, you could say that anti-Nazism is part of the absolute bedrock upon which our struggle is based. So, don't even hint that any part of our perspective is somehow pro-Nazi. I am aware that this is a highly emotional issue for you. But try and bear in mind that the world isn't one-dimensional. Everything is multidimensional, possessed of positive as well as negative polarities. It should be obvious that the Nazis didn't represent or crystallize your indigenous traditions. Instead, they perverted your heritage for their own purposes, using your ancestral traditions against themselves in a fashion meant to supplant and destroy them. The European predator has always done this, whenever it was not simply trying to suppress the indigenous host upon which it feeds. Perhaps the Nazis were the most overt, and in some ways the most successful, in doing this in recent times. And for that reason some of us view them as being a sort of culmination of all that is European. But, the point is, they very deliberately tap the negative rather than the positive potential of what we are discussing. Now, polarities aside, I continued, the magnitude of favorable response accorded by the mass of Germans to the themes taken up by the Nazis during the 1930s illustrates perfectly the importance of the question we are raising. 63 There is unquestionably a tremendous yearning among all peoples, including your own and you yourselves, for that matter, for a sense of connectedness to their roots. This yearning, although often sublimated, translates quite readily into transformative power whenever it is effectively addressed. Point 64. Hence, part of what we are arguing is that you must consciously establish the positive polarity of your heritage as a counter to the negative impulse created by the Nazis. If you don't, it's likely we're going to witness German officials walking around in Black Death's head uniforms all over again. The signs are there, you must admit. Point 65. And you must also admit there's a certain logic involved, since you yourselves seem bent upon abandoning the power of your indigenous traditions to Nazism. Suffice it to say, we'd not give our traditions over to the uncontested use of Nazis. Maybe you shouldn't either. Such remarks usually engendered commentary about how the audience had never viewed the matter in this light, followed by questions as to how a positive expression of German indigenism might be fostered. Actually, I said, it seems to me you're already doing this. It's all in how you look at things and how you go about explaining them to others. Try this. You have currently, as a collective response to perceived problems of centralization within the German left, atomized into what you call autonomen. These can be understood as a panorama of autonomous affinity groups bound together in certain lines of thought and action by a definable range of issues and aspirations. Point 66. Correct? So, instead of trying to explain this development to yourselves and everyone else as some new and revolutionary tendency, which it certainly is not, how about conceiving of it as an effort to recreate the kinds of social organization and political consensus marking your ancient tribal cultures? Making such an effort to connect what you are doing to what was done quite successfully by your ancestors, and using that connection as a mode through which to prefigure what you wish to accomplish in the future, would serve to contextualize your efforts in a way you've never before attempted. It would allow you to obtain a sense of your own cultural continuity which, at present, appears to be conspicuously absent in your struggle. It would allow you to experience the sense of empowerment which comes with reaching into your own history at the deepest level and altering outcomes you've quite correctly decided are unacceptable. This is as opposed to your trying to invent some entirely different history for yourselves. A project of this sort, if approached carefully and with considerable flexibility from the outset, could revitalize your struggle in ways which will astound you. Here's another possibility: you are at the moment seriously engaged in efforts to redefine power relations between men and women, and in finding ways to actualize these redefined relationships. Instead of trying to reinvent the wheel in this respect, why not see it as an attempt to reconstitute in the modern setting the kind of gender balance that prevailed among your ancestors? Surely this makes as much sense as attempting to fabricate a whole new set of relations. And, quite possibly, it would enable you to explain your intentions in this regard to a range of people who are frankly skeptical right now, in a manner which would attract them rather than repelling them. Again, you are primarily an urban-based movement in which squatting plays a very prominent role. Point 67. Why not frame this in terms of liberating your space in very much the same way we approach the liberation of our land? The particulars are very different, but the principle involved seems to me to be quite similar. And it's likely that thinking of squatting in this way would lead you right back toward your traditional relationship to land/space. This seems even more probable when squatting is considered in combination with the experiments in collectivism and communalism which are its integral aspects. A lot of translation is required to make these connections, but that too is exactly the point. Translation between the concrete and the theoretical is always necessary in the formation of praxis. What I'm recommending is no different from any other approach in this respect. The question is whether these translations will serve to link political activity to reassertion of indigenous traditions, or to force an even further disjuncture in that regard. That's true in any setting, whether it's yours or ours. As I said, there are choices to be made. These are merely a few preliminary possibilities I've been able to observe during the short time I've been here, I concluded. I'm sure there are many others. What's important, however, is that we can and must all begin wherever we find ourselves. Start with what already exists in terms of resistance, link this resistance directly to your own native traditions, and build from there. The sequence is a bit different, but that's basically what we in the American Indian movement have had to do. And we can testify that the process works. You end up with a truly organic and internally sustainable framework within which to engage in liberatory struggle. Plainly, this is something very different from Adolf Hitler's conducting of blood rituals on the playing fields of Nuremberg 68 or Heinrich Himmler's convening of some kind of mystic order of the SS in a castle at Wolfsburg 69, just as it's something very different from tripped-out hippies prancing about in the grass every spring pretending they are rediscovering the literal ceremonial forms of the ancient Celts, or a bunch of yuppies spending their off hours playing at being American Indians. All of these are facets of the negative polarity you so rightly reject. I am arguing, not that you should drop your rejection of the negative, but that you should intensify your pursuit of its positive alternative. Let's not confuse the two. And let's not throw the baby out with the bath water. Okay. Applications to North America. It is not necessary for crows to become eagles. Sitting Bull, 1888. Much of what has been said with regard to Germany can be transposed for application in North America, albeit there can be no suggestion that Euro-Americans are in any way indigenous to this land. What is meant is that the imperative of reconnecting to their own traditional roots pertains as much, and in some ways more, to this dislocated segment of the European population as it does to their cousins who have remained in the Old World. By extension, the same point can be made with regard to the descendants of those groups of European invaders who washed up on the beach in other quarters of the planet over these past 500 years, in various locales of South and Central America, for instance, and in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and much of Polynesia and Micronesia. In effect, the rule would apply wherever settler state colonialism has come into existence. 70. Likely, it will be much more difficult for those caught up in Europe's far-flung diaspora to accomplish this than it may be for those still within the confines of their native geography. The latter plainly enjoy a much greater proximity to the sources of their indigenous traditions, while the former have undergone several generations of continuous indoctrination to see themselves as new peoples forging entirely new cultures. 71. The sheer impossibility of this last has inflicted upon the Euro-diaspora an additional dimension of identity confusion largely absent among even the most conspicuously deculturated elements of the subcontinent itself. Rather than serving as a deterrent, however, this circumstance should be understood as heightening the urgency assigned the reconstructive task facing Euro-Americans and others, elsewhere, who find themselves in similar situations. By and large, the Germans have at least come to understand, and to accept, what Nazism was and is. This has allowed the best among them to seek to distance themselves from it by undertaking whatever political action is required to destroy it once and for all. 72. Their posture in this respect provides them a necessary foundation for resumption of cultural/spiritual traditions among themselves which constitute a direct and fully internalized antidote to the Nazi impulse. In effecting this reconnection to their own indigenous heritage, the German dissidents will at last be able to see Nazism, that logical culmination of so much of the predatory synthesis which is Europe, as being not something born of their own traditions, but something as alien and antithetical to those traditions as it was/is to the traditions of any other people in the world. In this way, by reintegrating themselves with their indigenous selves, they simultaneously reintegrate themselves with the rest of humanity. In North America, by contrast, no such cognition can be said to have taken hold, even among the most politically developed sectors of the Euro-American population. Instead, denial remains the norm. Otherwise, progressive whites still seek at all costs to evade even the most obvious correlations between their own history in the New World and that of the Nazis in the Old. A favorite intellectual parlor game remains the debate over whether genocide is really an appropriate term to describe the physical eradication of some 98% of the continent's native population between 1500 and 1900. 73. Concern is usually expressed that comparisons between the U.S. government's assertion of its manifest destiny to expropriate through armed force about 97.5% of all native land, and the Nazis' subsequent effort to implement what they called Lebensraumpolitik. The expropriation through conquest of territory belonging to the Slavs, and other inferior peoples only a couple of generations later might be misleading or oversimplified. 74. The logical contortions through which Euro-Americans persist in putting themselves in order to avoid reality are sometimes truly amazing. A salient example is that of James Axtell, a white revisionist historian prone to announcing his sympathies with Indians, who has repeatedly gone on record arguing in the most vociferous fashion that it is both unfair and contrary to sound historiography to compare European invaders and settlers in the Americas to Nazis. His reasoning? Because, he says, the former were, after all, human beings. They were husbands, fathers, brothers, uncles, sons, and lovers. And we must try to reach back in time to understand them as such. 75 Exactly what he thinks the Nazis were, if not human beings fulfilling identical roles in their society, is left unstated. For that matter, Axtell fails to address how he ever arrived at the novel conclusion that either the Nazis or European invaders and Euro-American settlers in the New World consisted only of men. A more sophisticated ploy is the ready concession on the part of white activists/theorists that what was done to America's indigenous peoples was tragic, even while raising carefully loaded questions suggesting that things are working out for the best in any event. 76 Didn't Indians fight wars with one another, the question goes, implying that the native practice of engaging in rough intergroup skirmishing, a matter more akin to full contact sports like football, hockey, and rugby than anything else, somehow equates to Europe's wars of conquest and annihilation, and that traditional indigenous societies therefore stand to gain as much from Euro-American conceptions of pacifism as anyone else. 77 Marxist organizations like the Revolutionary Communist Party USA express deep concern that native peoples' economies might have been so unrefined that we were commonly forced to eat our own excrement to survive, a premise clearly implying that Euro-America's industrial devastation of our homelands has ultimately worked to our advantage, ensuring our material security whether we're gracious enough to admit it or not. 78 The cutting-edge ecologists of Earth First have conjured up queries as to whether Indians weren't the continent's first environmental pillagers. They claim we beat all the woolly mammoths to death with sticks, among other things, meaning we were always sorely in need of Euro-America's much more advanced views on preserving the natural order. 80 White male anarchists fret over possible authoritarian aspects of our societies. You had leaders, didn't you? That's hierarchy. 81 While their feminist sisters worry that our societies may have been sexist in their functioning. 82 Even the animal rights movement chimes in from time to time, discomfited that we were traditionally so unkind to non-human members of our sacred natural order as to eat their flesh. 84 Not until such apologist and ultimately white supremacist attitudes begin to be dispelled within at least that sector of Euro-American society which claims to represent an alternative to U.S./Canadian business as usual can there be hope of any genuinely positive social transformation in North America. And only in acknowledging the real rather than invented nature of their history, as the German opposition has done long since, can they begin to come to grips with such things. 85 From there, they too will be able to position themselves psychologically, intellectually, and eventually in practical terms to step outside that history, not in a manner which continues it by presuming to appropriate the histories and cultural identities of its victims, but in ways allowing them to recapture its antecedent meanings and values. Restated, Euro-Americans, like their European counterparts, will then be able to start reconnecting themselves to their indigenous traditions and identities in ways which instill pride rather than guilt, empowering themselves to join in the negation of the construct of Europe which has temporarily suppressed their cultures as well as ours. At base, the same principle applies here that pertains over there. As our delegation put it repeatedly to the Germans in our closing remarks, the indigenous peoples of the Americas can, have, and will continue to join hands with the indigenous peoples of this land, just as we do with those of any other. We are reaching out to you by our very act of being here, and of saying what we are saying to you. We have faith in you, a faith that you will be able to rejoin the family of humanity as peoples interacting respectfully and harmoniously on the basis of your own ancestral ways with the traditions of all other peoples. We are at this time expressing a faith in you that you perhaps lack in yourselves. But, and make no mistake about this, we cannot and will not join hands with those who default on this responsibility, who instead insist upon wielding an imagined right to stand as part of Europe's synthetic and predatory tradition, the tradition of colonization, genocide, racism, and ecocide. The choice, as we've said over and over again, is yours to make. It cannot be made for you. You alone must make your choice and act on it, just as we have had to make and act upon ours. In North America, there will be an indication that affirmative choices along these lines have begun to emerge among self-proclaimed progressives, not when figures like Robert Bly are simply dismissed as being ridiculous kooks, or condoned as harmless irrelevancies 86, but when they come to be treated by their own as signifying the kind of menace they actually entail. Only when white males themselves start to display the sort of profound outrage at the activities of groups like the men's movement as is manifested by its victims, when they rather than we begin to shut down the movement's meetings, burn its sweat lodges, impound and return the sacred objects it desecrates, and otherwise make its functioning impossible, will we be able to say with confidence that Euro-America has finally accepted that Indians are Indians, not toys to be played with by whoever can afford the price of the game. Only then will we be able to say that the Indians are us brand of cultural appropriation and genocide has passed, or at least is passing, and that Euro-Americans are finally coming to terms with who they've been and, much more important, who and what it is they can become. Then, finally, these immigrants can at last be accepted among us upon our shores, fulfilling the speculation of the Duwamish leader Seattle in 1854, we may be brothers after all. As he said then, we shall see. 87. Part 4. The Indigenist Alternative. Philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point is to change it. Karl Marx. Theses on Feuerbach, 1845. 11. False Promises. An Indigenist Examination of Marxist Theory and Practice. Sure, I'm a Marxist. But I've never been able to decide which one of them I like best, Groucho, Harpo, Chico, or Carl. American Indian Movement Joke, circa 1975. How, Metakaya Yasi. The greeting I have just given is a Lakota phrase meaning, hello, my relatives. Now, I'm not a Lakota, and I'm not particularly fluent in the Lakota language, but I ask those of you who are to bear with me for a moment while I explore the meaning of the greeting, because I think it is an important point of departure for our topic, the relationship, real and potential, existing between the Marxist tradition on the one hand, and that of indigenous peoples such as American Indians on the other. Dialectics. The operant words here are relatives, relationship, and, by minor extension, relations. I have come to understand that when Lakota people use the word Metakaya Yasi, they are not simply referring to their mothers and fathers, grandparents, aunts and uncles, ancestors, nieces and nephews, children, grandchildren, cousins, future generations, and all the rest of humankind. Oh, these relatives are certainly included, but things don't stop there. Also involved is reference to the ground we stand on, the sky above us, the light from the sun and water in the oceans, lakes, rivers, and streams. The plants who populate our environment are included, as are the four-legged creatures around us, those who hop and crawl, the birds who fly, the fish who swim, the insects, the worms. Everything. These are all understood in the Lakota way as being relatives. What is conveyed in this Lakota concept is the notion of the universe as a relational whole, a single interactive organism in which all things, all beings, are active and essential parts. The whole can never be understood without a knowledge of the function and meaning of each of the parts, while the parts cannot be understood other than in the context of the whole. Point 1. This essay began its evolution as a Phyllis Berger Memorial Lecture at Montana State University in March 1988. The formation of knowledge is, in such a construct, entirely dependent upon the active maintenance of a fully symbiotic, relational or, more appropriately, interrelational approach to understanding. This fundamental appreciation of things, the predicate upon which worldview is established, is, I would argue, common not only to the Lakota but to all American Indian cultural systems. Point 2. Further, It seems inherent to indigenous cultures the world over. At least I can say with certainty that I've looked in vain for a single concrete example to the contrary. The ancient Greeks had a term, dialectikos, the idea for which was borrowed from an Egyptian concept, and which, I'm told, the civilization of the Nile had itself appropriated from the people of what is now called Ethiopia, describing such a way of viewing things. 3 The Greeks held this to be the superior mode of thinking. In modern parlance, the word at issue has become dialectics, popularized in this form by the German post-theological philosopher Friedrich Hegel. 4 As has so often happened in the history of European intellectuality, Hegel's notable career spawned a bevy of philosophical groupies. Among the more illustrious, or at least more industrious, of these young Hegelians was a doctoral student named Karl Marx. 5 Indeed, Marx was always clear in his student work, much of which can now be read in a volume titled The Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, and forever after that it was the structure of dialectical reasoning he'd absorbed from Hegel that formed the fundament of his entire theoretical enterprise. 6 He insisted to his dying day that this remained true despite his famous inversion of Hegel, that is, the reversal of Hegel's emphasis upon such mystical categories as the spirit in favor of more pragmatic categories like substance and material. 7 Let us be clear at this point. The dialectical theoretical method adopted by Marx stands at least in principle in as stark an oppositional contrast, and for all the same reasons, to the predominant and predominating tradition of linear and non-relational European logic exemplified by Bacon, Locke, Descartes, Feuerbach, and Newton, as do indigenous systems of knowledge. 8 It follows from this that there should be a solid conceptual intersection between Marxism, and indigenous peoples. Indeed, I myself have suggested such a possibility in an essay collected in my book, From a Native Son. 9 At an entirely abstract level, I remain convinced that this is in fact the case. There is, however, a decisive defect in such a thesis in any less rarefied sense. The most lucid articulation of the problem was perhaps offered by Michael Albert and Robin Hahnel in their Unorthodox Marxism. Dialecticians have never been able to indicate exactly how they see dialectical relations as different from any of the more complicated combinations of simple cause/effect relations such as co-causation, cumulative causation, or simultaneous determination of a many-variable system where no variables are identified as dependent or independent in advance. For orthodox practitioners there is only the word and a lot of hand-waving about its importance. 10 A substantial case can be made that this confusion within Marxism began with Marx himself. Having philosophically accepted and described a conceptual framework which allowed for a holistic and fully relational apprehension of the universe, Marx promptly abandoned it at the level of his applied intellectual practice. His impetus in this regard appears to have been his desire to see his theoretical endeavors used, not simply as a tool of understanding, but as a proactive agent for societal transformation, a matter bound up in his famous dictum that the purpose of philosophy is not merely to understand history, but to change it. 11 Thus Marx, a priori and without apparent qualms, proceeded to anchor the totality of his elaboration in the presumed primacy of a given relation, that sole entity which can be said to hold the capability of active and conscious pursuit of change, i.e., humanity, over any and all other relations. 12 The Marxian dialectic was thus unbalanced from the outset, skewed as a matter of faith in favor of humans. Such a disequilibrium is, of course, not dialectical at all. It is, however, quite specifically Eurocentric in its attributes, springing as it does from the late Roman interpretation of the Judeo-Christian assertion of man's supposed responsibility to exercise dominion over nature. 13 A tradition which Marx claimed oft, loudly and rather paradoxically, to have voided in his rush to materialism. 14 All of this must be contrasted to the typical indigenous practice of dialectics, a worldview recognizing the human entity as being merely one relation among the myriad, each of which is entirely dependent upon all others for its continued existence. Far from engendering some sense of natural human dominion over other relations, the indigenous view virtually requires a human behavior geared to keeping humanity within nature, maintaining relational balance and integrity, a condition often referred to as harmony rather than attempting to harness and subordinate the universe. 15. The crux of this distinction may be discovered in the Judeo-Christian assertion that man was created in God's image, a notion which leads to the elevation of humans as a sort of surrogate deity, empowered to transform the universe at whim. 16. Indigenous tradition, on the other hand, in keeping with its truly dialectical understandings, attributes the inherent ordering of things, not to any given relation, but to another force often described as constituting a great mystery, far beyond the realm of mere human comprehension. 17. We may take this differentiation to a somewhat more tangible level for purposes of clarity. The culmination of European tradition has been a honing in on rationality, the innate characteristic of the human mind lending humanity the capacity to disrupt the order and composition of the universe. Rationality is held by those of European intellectual inclination, Marxist and anti-Marxist alike, to be the most important relation of all. Humans, being the only entity possessing it, are thus held ipso facto to be the superior beings of the universe. Manifestations of rationality, whether cerebral or physical, are therefore held to be the cardinal signifiers of virtue. 18. Within indigenous traditions, meanwhile, rationality is more often viewed as being something of a curse, a facet of humanity which must be consistently leashed and controlled in order for it not to generate precisely this disruption. 19. The dichotomy between outlooks could not be more pronounced. All of this is emphatically not to suggest that indigenous cultures are, to employ a pet epithet hurled against challengers by the Euro-supremacists of American academia, somehow irrational in our makeup. 20. Rather, it is to observe that, as consummate dialecticians, we have long since developed functional and functioning methods of keeping our own rationality meshed with the rest of the natural order. And this, in my view, is the most rational exercise of all. Dialectical materialism. In any event, having wholeheartedly accepted the European mainstream's anti-dialectical premise that the human relation is paramount over all others in what are termed external relations, Marx inevitably set out to discover that which occupied the same preeminence among internal relations. 21. With perhaps equal inevitability, his inverted Hegelianism, which he dubbed dialectical materialism. 22. Led him to locate this in the need of humans to consciously transform one aspect of nature into another, a process he designated by the term production. 23. It is important to note in this regard that Marx focused upon what is arguably the most rationalized, and therefore most unique, characteristic of human behavior, thus establishing a mutually reinforcing interlock between the relation which he advanced as being most important externally, and that to which he assigned the same position internally. 24. So interwoven have these two relations become in the Marxian mind that today we find Marxists utilizing the terms rationality and productivity almost interchangeably, and with a virtually biblical circularity of reasoning. 25. It goes like this: the ability to produce demonstrates human rationality, thereby distinguishing humans as superior to all other external relations, while rationality leads unerringly to proliferate productivity, thereby establishing the latter as more important than any other activity among humans. The record, of course, can be played in reverse with equally satisfying results. From here, Marx was in a position to launch his general theory, laid out in the thousands of pages of his major published works Introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, and the 3 volumes of Capital, in which he attempted to explain the full range of implications attendant to what he described as the relations of production. Initially, he was preoccupied with applying his concepts temporally, a project he tagged as historical materialism, in order to assess and articulate the nature of the development of society through time. 26. Here, he theorized that the various relations of society, ways of holding land, kinship structures, systems of governance, spiritual beliefs, and so on represented, not a unified whole, but a complex of contradictions to the central, productive relation. 27. All history, for Marx, became a stream of conflict within which these contradictions were increasingly reconciled with, that is, subordinated to production. As such reconciliation occurred over time, he argued, various transformations in socio-cultural relations correspondingly took place. Hence, he sketched history as a grand progression, beginning with the prehistory of the Stone Age and advancing to the emergent capitalism of his own day. 28 Productive relations, in such a schema, determine all and everything. One of Marx's theoretical heirs, the late 20th century French structuralist Louis Althusser, summed up historical materialism quite succinctly when he defined production as the overdetermined contradiction of all human history, and observed that from a Marxian standpoint society would not, in fact could not exist as a unified whole until the process had worked its way through to culmination, a point at which all other social relations stood properly reconciled to the productive mission of humanity. 29 In a more critical vein, we might note another summation offered by Albert and Hahnel. Orthodox doesn't stop at downgrading the importance of the creative aspect of human consciousness and the role it plays in historical development. According to the orthodox materialists, of all the different objective material conditions, those having to do with production are always the most critical. Production is the prerequisite to human existence. Productive activity is the basis for all other activity. Therefore, consciousness rests primarily on the nature of objective production relations. Cut to the bone, this is the essence of the orthodox materialist argument. 30. It is difficult to conceive of a more economistic or deterministic ideological construction than this. Indeed, as then post-structuralist / now postmodernist French theoretician Jean Baudrillard pointed out in his book, The Mirror of Production, Marx never so much offered a critique or alternative to the capitalist mode of political economy he claimed to oppose as he completed it, plugging its theoretical loopholes. 31 This, in turn, has caused indigenous liberationists such as Russell Means to view Marxism not as a potential revolutionary transformation of world capitalism but as a continuation of all of capitalism's worst vices in a more efficient form. 32. There are numerous aspects of Marxian general theory concepts such as surplus value, alienation, and domination among them that might be useful to explore at this juncture. It seems to me, however, the most fruitful avenue of pursuit lies in what Marx termed the labor theory of value. 33 By this, he meant that value can be assigned to anything only by virtue of the quantity and quality of human labor, i.e., productive, transformative effort put into it. This idea carries with it several interesting sub-properties, most strikingly that the natural world holds no intrinsic value of its own. A mountain is worth nothing as a mountain, it only accrues value by being developed into its raw productive materials such as ores, or even gravel. It can hold a certain speculative value, and thus be bought and sold, but only with such developmental ends in view. Similarly, a forest holds value only in the sense that it can be converted into a product known as lumber, otherwise, it is merely an obstacle to valuable, productive use of land through agriculture or stock raising, etc. Again, other species hold value only in terms of their utility to productive processes, otherwise they may, indeed must be preempted and supplanted by the more productive use of the habitat by humans. 34. The preceding is no doubt an extreme formulation. There have been a number of mediations of this particular trajectory by 20th century Marxian theorists. Still, at base, the difference they offer lies more in the degree of virulence with which they express the thesis than in any essential break with it. All self-professing Marxists, in order to be Marxists at all, must share in the fundamental premise involved, and this goes for sophisticated phenomenological Marxists like Merleau-Ponty. 35 Existential Marxists such as Sartre. 36 Critical theorists of the Frankfurt School like Adorno and Marcuse. 37 As well as Habermas. 38 Right along with mechanistic vulgarians of the Leninist persuasion. 39 To put a cap on this particular point, I would offer the observation that the labor theory of value is the underpinning of a perspective which is about as contrary to the indigenous worldview as it is possible to define. 40. It goes without saying that there are other implications in this connection, as concerns indigenous cultures and people. Marx's concept of value ties directly to his notion of history, wherein progress is defined in terms of the evolution of production. From this juxtaposition we may discern that agricultural society is viewed as an advance over hunting and gathering society, feudalism is an advance over simple agriculture, mercantilism is seen as an advance over feudalism, and capitalism over mercantilism. 41 Marx's supposed revolutionary content comes from his projection that socialism will inevitably be the next advance over capitalism and that it, in turn, will give way to communism. 42 The first key is that each advance represents not only a quantitative/qualitative step forward in terms of productivity, but also a corresponding rearrangement of other social relations, with both factors assigned a greater degree of value than their predecessors. In other words, agricultural society is seen by Marxists as being more valuable than hunting and gathering society, feudalism as more valuable than mere agriculture, and so on. 43 The picture should be becoming clear. Now, there is a second facet. Marx was very straightforward in acknowledging that the sole cultural model upon which he was basing his theses on history and value was his own, that is to say, European context. He even committed to paper several provisos stipulating that it would be inappropriate and misleading to attempt to apply the principles deriving from his examination of the dominant matrix in Europe to other, non-European contexts, each of which he correctly pointed out would have to be understood on its own terms before it could be properly understood in comparison to Europe. 44 This said, however, he promptly violated his own professed method in this regard, offering a number of non-European examples of which he admittedly knew little to illustrate various points he wished to make in his elaboration on the historical development of Europe. Chinese society, to offer a prominent example, was really miscast by Marx as Oriental despotism and/or Asiatic feudalism, thus supposedly shedding a certain light on the feudal stage of European history. 45 Red Indian cultures, about which Marx knew even less than he did about China, became examples of primitive society, illustrating what he wanted to say about Europe's Stone Age. 46 In this fashion, he universalized what he claimed were the primary ingredients of Germanic history. Extending the de facto contention that all cultures are subject to the same essential dynamics and, therefore, follow essentially the same historical progression. 47. Insofar as all cultures were identified as corresponding materially to one or another moment in European history, and given that only Europe exhibited a capitalist mode of production and social organization which Marx held to be the highest form of social advancement as of the point he was writing, 48 it follows that all non-European cultures could be seen as objectively lagging behind Europe. We are presented here with a sort of universal Euro yardstick by which we can measure with considerable precision the relative degree of retardation shown by each and every culture on the planet, vis-a-vis Europe. 49 Simultaneously, we are able to assign, again with reasonable precision, a relatively lesser value to each of these cultures as compared to that of Europe. We are dealing here with the internal relations of humanity, but in order to understand the import of such thinking we must bear in mind the fate assigned inferior external relations: mountains, trees, deer within the Marxian vision. In plainest terms, Marxism holds as an immutable law of history that all non-European cultures must be subsumed in what is now called Europeanization. 50 It is our inevitable destiny, a matter to be accomplished in the name of progress and for our own good. Again, one detects echoes of the Jesuits within Marx's anti-spiritualist construct. 51. Those who would reject such an assessment should consider the matter more carefully. Do not such terms as pre-industrial and pre-capitalist infest the Marxian vernacular whenever analysis of non-European, that is, undeveloped, backward, or primitive societies is at hand? 52 What possible purpose does the qualifier pre as opposed to, say, non serve in this connection other than to argue that such societies are in the process of becoming capitalist? And is this not simply another way of stating that we are lagging behind those societies which have already become industrialized? 53 Or, to take another example, to what end do Marxists habitually refer to those societies which have failed to enter a productive progression as being ahistorical or outside of history? Is this to suggest that such cultures have no history, or is it to say that they have the wrong kind of history, that only a certain sort of history can be real? 54. Again, Do Marxists not hold that achieving communism will embody an historical culmination for all humanity? 55. Is there another sense in which we can understand the term world revolution? 56. Did Marx himself not proclaim in no uncertain terms that the attainment of the capitalist stage of development is an absolute prerequisite for the social transformation he envisioned when he spoke of revolution? 57. I suggest that, given the only honest answers to these questions, there really are no other conclusions to be drawn from the corpus of Marxist theory than those I'm drawing. The punchline is that Marxism as a worldview is not only diametrically opposed to that held by indigenous peoples, it quite literally precludes our right to a continued existence as functioning socio-cultural entities. This, I submit, will remain true despite the fact that we may legitimately disagree on the nuance and detail of precisely how it happens to be true. The national question. Up to this point, our discussion has been restricted to the consideration of Marxist theory. It is one thing to say that there are problems with a set of ideas, and that those ideas carry unacceptable implications if they were to be put into practice. The proof, however, is in the practice, or praxis if you follow the Marxian conception that theory and practice are a unified whole and must consequently be maintained in a dialectically reciprocal and interactive state at all times. 58 Hence, it is quite another matter to assert that the negative implications of doctrine and ideology have in fact been actualized in the real world and are thereby subject to concrete examination. Yet Marxism offers us exactly this means of substantiating our theoretical conclusions. To be fair, when we move into this area we are no longer concerned with the totality of Marxism. Rather, we must focus upon that stream which owes a special allegiance to the legacy of Lenin. The reason for this is that all Marxist revolutions, beginning with the one in the Soviet Union, have been carried out under the mantle of Lenin's interpretation, expansion, and revision of Marx. This has been true of the revolutionary processes in China, Vietnam, Cuba, Algeria, Cambodia, Laos, Mozambique, Angola, and Nicaragua. 59 Arguably, it is also true for Zimbabwe 60, and it is certainly true for those countries brought into a Marxian orbit through great power negotiations and or exertions of main force: Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Albania, Bulgaria, North Korea, Tibet, and Afghanistan, among them. 61. Yugoslavia represents a special case 62, as did Chile during the Allende period 63, but the deviations involved seem largely due to capitalist influences rather than to some discernibly Marxian subtext. One might go on to say that those self-proclaimed revolutionary Marxist formations worldwide which seem capable of effecting a seizure of state power at any point in the foreseeable future, that in Namibia, for example 64, and perhaps those in Colombia and Peru 65, are all decisively Leninist in orientation. They certainly have disagreements among themselves, but this does not change the nature of their foundations. There have been no non-Leninist Marxian revolutions to date, nor does it seem likely there will be in the coming decades. Be this as it may, there are again a number of aspects of Marxist-Leninist post-revolutionary practice which we might consider. Example: the application of Lenin's concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, centralized state economic planning, and the issue of forced labor, the imposition of rigid state parameters upon political discourse of all types, and so forth. 66 Each of these holds obvious and direct consequences for the populations involved, including whatever indigenous peoples happen to become encapsulated within one or another revolutionary state. It seems appropriate, nonetheless, that we follow the lead of Albert and Hahnel in cutting to the bone. We will therefore take up that aspect of Marxist-Leninist praxis which has led to indigenous peoples being encompassed by revolutionary states at all. This centers upon what is called the national question. 67. At issue is the right to self-determination of all peoples, a concept codified in international law by the United Nations from 1945 onward. 68 But originally espoused by Marx and his colleague, Friedrich Engels, during the London Conference of the First International in 1865. 69 In essence, the right to self-determination has come to mean that each people, identifiable as such through the sharing of a common language and cultural understandings, system of governance and social regulation, and a definable territoriality within which to maintain a viable economy, is inherently entitled to decide for itself whether or not and to what extent it wishes to merge itself culturally, politically, territorially, and economically with any other group. 70. The right to self-determination thus accords to each people on the planet a bedrock entitlement to establish and/or continue itself as a culturally distinct, territorially and economically autonomous, and politically sovereign entity, as a nation. In other words. 71. Correspondingly, no nation holds a legitimate prerogative to preempt the exercise of such rights by another. For these reasons, the right of self-determination has been linked closely with the movement toward global decolonization, and the resultant body of international law. 72. All this, to be sure, is very much in line with the stated aspirations of American Indians and other indigenous peoples around the world. 73. But Marxism's handling of the right to self-determination has not followed the general development of the concept. Having opened the door, Marx and Engels quickly adopted what superficially, at least, seems to be a very curious posture, arguing that self-determining rights pertained only to some peoples. They were quite strong, for instance, in asserting that the Irish, who were even then waging a serious struggle to rid themselves of their British colonizers, should be supported. 74. Similarly, Marx came out in favor of the right of the Poles to break free from the yoke of both Russian and German colonialism. 75. On the other hand, Engels argued vociferously that questions as to the right of independent national existence of those small relics of peoples such as the Highland Scots, Welsh, Manxmen, Serbs, Croats, Ruthenes, Slovaks, and Czechs constitute an absurdity. 76. Marx concurred, and proceeded to openly advocate the imposition of European colonialism upon the backward peoples of Africa, Asia, and elsewhere. 77. Such positioning may initially seem confusing, even contradictory. Upon closer examination, however, an underlying consistency with Marx's broader and more philosophical pronouncements is revealed. The Irish and Poles had been, over the course of several centuries of English and Russo-German colonization, sufficiently advanced by the experience to be ready in Marx's mind to assume control over their own future in conformity to the iron laws of historical materialism. 78. The other peoples in question, especially the tribal peoples of Africa and Asia, and one may safely assume that American Indians fell into the same category, had not yet been comparably developed. A continuing dose of colonization subjugation by superior beings, from superior cultures, was thus prescribed to help us overcome our problem. 79. A second level of consideration also entered into Marx's and Engels' calculations in such matters. This concerns the notion of economies of scale. Marx held that the larger an economic unit became, the more rational and efficient it could be rendered. Conversely, smaller economic units were deemed inefficient by virtue of being irrationally duplicative. 80. The Irish and Poles were not only populous enough to be considered among Engels' great peoples, but viewed as economic units large enough to be worthy of support in their own right, at least during a transitional phase en route to the ultimate achievement of world communism. Conversely, indigenous peoples were seen as being not only too backward, but too small to warrant the least solidarity in our quest to survive, much less to assert our independence. 81. Our only real destiny, from a Marxist perspective, was to be consigned to what Leon Trotsky would later call the dustbin of history, totally and irrevocably subsumed by larger and more efficient economic units. 82. The national question thus emerged for Marxists as a problem in determining precisely which peoples were entitled to even a transient national existence along the way to the true internationalism of global communism, and which should have such rights foreclosed out of hand as a means of expediting the process. This in itself became quite a controversial discussion when Marxists faced the issue of adopting tactics with which to wage their own revolutionary struggles, rather than simply tendering or denying endorsement to the struggles of others. 83. At that point, things become truly cynical and mercenary. While Marxism has all along been conceptually opposed to the nationalistic aspirations of marginal peoples, it has been perceived by many Marxists that a certain advantage might accrue to Marxian revolutionaries if they were to pretend that things were otherwise. The struggles of even the smallest and least developed nationalities might be counted upon to sap the strength of the capitalist status quo, while Marxist codders went about the real business of overthrowing it. 84 In certain instances, national minorities might even be counted upon to absorb the brunt of the fighting, thus sparing Marxism an unnecessary loss of highly trained personnel. 85. After the revolution, it was reasoned, the Marxist leadership could simply utilize their political acumen to consolidate state power in their own hands and revoke as unrealistic, even counter-revolutionary, the aspirations to national integrity for which those of the minority nationalities had fought and died. 86 Once in power, they could also accomplish the desired abrogation of independent national minority existence either rapidly or more gradually, depending upon the vagaries of what are usually called objective conditions. As Walker Connor put it in his magisterial study, The National Question in Marxist-Leninist Theory and Strategy, Grand's strategy was, to take precedence over ideological purity and consistency where the right to self-determination was concerned. 87. It is not that all this was agreed upon in anything resembling a harmonious or unanimous fashion. To the contrary, during the period leading up to the Russian Revolution, the national question was the topic of an extremely contentious debate within the Second International. On one side was Rosa Luxemburg and the bulk of all delegates, arguing a purist line that the right to self-determination does not exist in and of itself and should thus be renounced by Marxism. 88 On the other side was a rather smaller group clustered around Lenin. They insisted not only that Marxism should view with favor any struggle against the status quo prior to the revolution, but that the International should extend guarantees which might serve to stir national minorities into action. 89. Towards this end, Lenin wrote that from the Bolshevik perspective all nations have an absolute right to self-determination, including the right to total secession and independence from any Marxist revolutionary state. 90 He also endorsed, as the official party position on the national question, a formulation put forth by Joseph Stalin. The right to self-determination means that a nation can arrange its life according to its own will. It has the right to arrange its life on the basis of autonomy. It has the right to enter into federal relations with other nations. It has the right to complete secession. Nations are sovereign and all nations are equal. 91. Of course, as Connor points out, Lenin made a distinction between the abstract right of self-determination, which is enjoyed by all nations, and the right to exercise that right, which evidently is not. 92 Thus, shortly after the Bolshevik attainment of power came the pronouncement that, the principle of self-determination must be subordinated to the principles of socialism. 93 The result, predictably, was that of the more than 300 distinct nationalities readily observable in what had been the Tsarist Russian Empire, only 28 consisting primarily of substantial and relatively Europeanized population blocks such as the Ukrainians, Armenians, Moldavians, Belarusians, and so on were accorded even the gesture of being designated as republics, and this only after the matter of secession had been foreclosed. 94. The supposed right to enter into federal relations with other nations was also immediately circumscribed to mean only with each other and with the central government which, of course, was seated in the former Tsarist citadel at Moscow. Those, such as the Ukrainians, who persisted in pursuing a broader definition of self-determination were first branded as counter-revolutionary, and then radically undercut through liquidation of their socio-cultural and political leadership during the Stalinist purges of the 1920s and 30s. 95 There is simply no other way in which to describe the Soviet Marxist process of state consolidation other than as the ruthlessly forcible incorporation of all the various peoples conquered by the Tsars into a single, seamless economic polity. As Marx once completed the capitalist model of political economy, so too did the Bolsheviks complete the unification of the great Russian Empire. 96. In China, the practical reality was much the same. During the so-called Long March of the mid-1950s, Mao Zedong's army of Marxist insurgents traversed nearly the whole of the country. In the midst of this undertaking, they successfully communicated the party's public position self-determination to the minorities they encountered, virtually all of whom were well known to be yearning for freedom from the domination of the Han Empire. 97 The Marxists gained considerable, perhaps decisive, support as a result of this tactic, but, to quote Connor, while thus engaged in parlaying its intermittent offers of national independence into necessary support for its cause, the party never fell prey to its own rhetoric but continued to differentiate between its propaganda and its more privately held commitment to maintaining the territorial integrity of the Chinese state. 98. As had been the case in the USSR, the immediate wake of the Chinese Revolution in 1949 saw Marxist language suddenly shift, abandoning terms such as secession and self-determination altogether. Instead, the new Chinese constitution was written to decry nationalism and national chauvinism, and the peoples who, during the revolution, were promised the right of political independence were subsequently reincorporated by force and offered the diminished prospect of regional autonomy. 99 Only Outer Mongolia was accorded the status of existing even in the truncated Soviet sense of being a republic. In Vietnam and Laos, leaving aside the lowland ethnic Nungs, the only peoples holding the requisites of national identity apart from the Vietnamese and Lao themselves are the tribal cultures of the Annamese Cordillera, often referred to as montagnards, such as the Raid, Krak, Sedant, Hre, Bru, Bonner, Je, Ma, and Mong. 100 Insofar as they are neither populous nor advanced enough to comprise promising Marxian-style economic units, they were never offered so much as the courtesy of being lied to. Before the revolution, national self-determination for the mountain people was never mentioned in Ho Chi Minh's Agenda. 101 Consequently, the Yards, as they were dubbed by U.S. military personnel, formed their own political independence organization called the Front Univ pour la Libération des Races Opprises, or, acronymically, FULRO, during the early 1960s. 102. The purpose of FULRO was/is to resist Vietnamese encroachments upon Montagnard national rights. Consequently, U.S. Special Forces troopers were able to utilize the FULRO consortium to good advantage as a Highland mobile force, interdicting the supply routes and attacking the staging areas of both the National Liberation Front's main force guerrilla units and units of the Regular People's Army of Vietnam, both of which were viewed by the Montagnards as threats to their sovereign way of life. 103 Much to the surprise of U.S. military advisors, however, beginning in 1964, FULRO also began to use its military training and equipment to fight the troops of the American-backed Saigon regime, whenever they entered the mountains. 104. The message was plain enough: the mountain people rejected incorporation into any Vietnamese state, whether capitalist or communist. In post-revolutionary Vietnam, FULRO continued to exist until at least the late 1980s, and to conduct armed resistance against the imposition of Vietnamese suzerainty within the Montagnards' traditional homelands. For its part, the Hanoi government has refused to acknowledge either the fact of such resistance or its basis. 105 The rather better known example of the Hmong in Laos follows very much the same contours as the struggles of their cousins to the southeast, albeit on a larger scale. 106. One would of course like to report that there is at least one exception to the rule, if for no better reason than to establish a model for potential emulation. Right through the 1990s, however, an undeviating consistency has been exhibited by Marxist-Leninist regimes in every locale where they've taken root. Nowhere was this more apparent than in Nicaragua during the 1980s. There, three native peoples, the Mosquitos, Sumas, and Ramas, were forced into a protracted armed resistance to being forcibly incorporated into a revolutionary state proclaimed in 1979 after the victory of the country's Sandinista insurgents over a right-wing dictatorship headed by Anastasio Somoza. 107. It is important to note that the indigenous nations in question had each and mutually maintained a high degree of insularity and autonomy vis-a-vis Nicaragua's dominant Latino society, and that they had remained economically self-sufficient within their own territories on the Atlantic coast. Their sole requirement of the Sandinista revolution was that it allow them to continue to do so within their traditional territory, known as Yaptai Tasba, which they wished to have declared an autonomous zone. 108 The response of the regime in Managua was that this would be impossible because allowing the Indians to retain such self-determining prerogatives would create a veritable state within a state. As Interior Minister Tomás Borja Martínez put it in 1985, the Sandinistas were unswervingly dedicated to the principle that, there are no whites, blacks, mosquitoes, or Creoles. Here there are only revolutionary and counter-revolutionary Nicaraguans, regardless of the color of their skin. The only thing that differentiates us is the attitude we assume towards the state. 109. In substance, it was thereby demanded that the mosquitoes, sumas, and ramas as such simply cease to exist. To punctuate his point, Borja sent substantial numbers of troops into Indian territory, ordered the relocation of much of the native population into what in a comparable maneuver in Vietnam the United States had called strategic hamlets, imposed blatantly assimilative education upon indigenous children, and set about integrating the resources of the Atlantic Coast region into the overall Nicaraguan economy. 110 Ironically, it was their own Euro-supremacist arrogance in this regard that led to the Sandinistas' eventual demise. So committed were they to exercising their presumed right to usurp and expunge indigenous peoples that even when it became obvious that the resulting conflict was undermining their ability to defend themselves against U.S. aggression, they persisted in trying to enforce their anti-Indian policies. 111. The bottom line is that in no Marxist-Leninist setting have the national rights of any small nations been respected, most especially those of land-based, indigenous peoples. 112 Our very right to exist in a national sense, and usually as distinct cultures as well, has instead been denied as such. Always and everywhere, Marxism-Leninism has assigned itself a practical priority leading directly to the incorporation, subordination, and dissolution of native societies as such. This is quite revealing, considering that the term genocide was coined to describe not only policies leading to the outright physical liquidation of ethnical, racial, religious, or national aggregates, but also policies designed to bring about the dissolution, destruction, and disappearance of these identified human groups. As such, by other means. 113 Viewed in this way, it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that Marxism-Leninism is and has always been a genocidal doctrine, wherever indigenous nationalities/cultures are concerned. 114. Conclusion. None of what has been said herein should be taken as an apology or defense, direct or implied, of U.S. state policies. American Indians, first and foremost, know what the U.S. has done and what it's about. We experienced the meaning of the United States since long before there were Marxists around to explain it to us. And we've continued to experience it in ways which leave little room for confusion on the matter. That's why we seek change. That's why we demand sovereignty and self-determination. That's why we cast about for allies and alternatives of the sort Marxists have often claimed to be. In considering any alliance, however, it is necessary indeed, essential that we first interrogate it in terms of our own best interests. This is no less true of Marxism than of anything else. Thus, we must ask only fools would not whether Marxism offers the vision of a bona fide alternative to that which capitalism has already imposed upon us. From the answer to this query we can discern whether Marxists can really be the sort of allies who would, or even could, actually guarantee us a positive change come the revolution. Here, we need to know exactly what is meant when Marxist friends like Bob Avakian and David Muga assures us, as they have, that the solutions to our present problems lie in the models offered by the USSR, China, Vietnam, and revolutionary Nicaragua. 115 And this, it seems to me, is rather painfully evident in what has been discussed above. Marxism, in its present form at least, offers us far worse than nothing. With friends such as these, we will be truly doomed. So it is. But must it be? I think not. An increasing number of thoughtful Marxists have broken with at least the worst of Marxian economism, determinism, and human chauvinism. Salient examples such as Albert, Hahnel, and the early Baudrillard have been mentioned or quoted herein. The German Green Movement, involving a number of Marxists or former Marxists like Rudi Dutschke and Rudolf Barrow, has been in some ways a hopeful phenomenon. 116 All in all, there is sufficient basis to suggest that at least some elements of the Marxian tradition are capable of transcending dogma to the extent that they may possess the potential to forge mutually fruitful alliances with American Indians and other indigenous peoples. 117. The key for us, as Indians, is, I think, to remain both clear and firm in the values and insights of our own traditions. We must hold true to the dialectical understanding embodied in the word metakayayasi and reject anything less as an unbalanced and imperfect view, even a mutilation of reality. We must continue to pursue our traditional vision of a humanity within rather than apart from and above the natural order. We must continue to insist, as a fundamental principle, upon the right of all peoples, each and every one, no matter how small and primitive, to freely select the fact and form of their ongoing national existence. Concomitantly, we must reject all contentions by any state that it holds license for any reason to dissolve the inherent rights of any other nation. 118. Perhaps most important of all, we must choose our friends and allies accordingly. I submit that there's nothing in this game plan which contradicts any aspect of what we've come to describe as the Indian way. 119. In conclusion, I must say that I believe such an agenda, which I call indigenist, can and will attract real friends, real allies, and offer real alternatives to both Marxism and capitalism. What will result, in my view, is the emergence of a movement predicated on the principles of what are termed deep ecology, 120 soft path technology, 121 green anarchism, 122 and global balkanization. 123. But we are now entering into the topic of a whole different discussion. So, with that, allow me to close. 12. The new face of liberation. Indigenous rebellion, state repression, and the reality of the Fourth World. The Fourth World is the name given to indigenous peoples descended from a country's aboriginal population and who today are completely or partly deprived of their own territory and its riches. The peoples to whom we refer are the Indians of North and South America, the Inuit, the Sami people, the Australian Aborigines, as well as the various indigenous populations of Africa, Asia, and Oceania. George Manuel, 1974. There has been considerable discussion at this conference and I think appropriately so, of the modes of state repression which have been created within or directed against the Third World. The latter term has been employed, appropriately enough, in conformity with Mao Zedong's famous observation that the planet has been divided essentially into three spheres: the industrialized, capitalist First World, the industrialized, socialist Second World, and a colonially underdeveloped Third World which may be either socialist or capitalist in its orientation, but which is in either event industrializing. 1. Afro-America and other peoples or communities of color in this country have by and large been classified by conference presenters as Third Worlders, a matter I again find to be generally accurate and therefore appropriate. The black population of the United States to my mind constitutes an internal colony, as does the Latino population, most especially its Chicano and Puerto Rican segments. The Asian American population, or at least appreciable portions of it, also fall into this category and, I would argue, so do certain sectors of the Euro-American population itself, perhaps most notably the Scotch-Irish transplants who are now referred to as Appalachian whites too. I am here, however, as may have been gleaned from my opening quotation of George Manuel, to discuss a reality left unmentioned not only by Mao, but by analysts of almost every ideological persuasion. This is the existence of yet another world, a world composed of a plethora of indigenous peoples, several thousand of us, each of whom constitutes a nation in our own right. 3 Taken together, these nations comprise a non-industrial Fourth World, a host world upon whose territories and with whose natural resources each of the other three, the worlds of modern status, socio-political and economic organization, have been constructed. 4. In substance, the very existence of any state, and it doesn't matter a bit whether it is fascist, liberal democratic, or Marxist in orientation, is absolutely contingent upon usurpation of the material and political rights of every indigenous nation within its boundaries. To put it another way, the denial of indigenous rights, both national and individual, is integral to the creation and functioning of the world order which has evolved over the past 1,000 years or so, and which is even now projecting itself in an ever more totalizing manner into our collective future. Point 5. We say, and I believe this includes all of us here, that we oppose this prospect, that we oppose what was once pronounced by the papacy to be the divine order of things, what England's Queen Victoria asserted was the world's natural order, what George Bush, following Adolf Hitler, described as a new world order, what Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich have sought to consummate behind alphabet soup banalities like GATT and NAFTA and the MI. In other words, we are opposed to the entire system presently coordinated by bodies like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the Trilateral Commission. Point 6. We say we oppose all of this, and, with at least equal vehemence, we announce our opposition to more particularized byproducts of the trajectory of increasingly consolidated corporate statism, or statist corporatism, or whatever else it might be more properly called, that we as a species are presently locked into. The litany is all too familiar: an increasingly rampant homogenization and commodification of our cultures and communities, the ever more wanton devastation and toxification of our environment, an already overburdening, highly militarized, and steadily expanding police apparatus, both public and private, attended by an historically unparalleled degree of social regimentation and an astonishingly rapid growth in the prison-industrial complex, conversion of our academic institutions into veritable vortex churning out little more than military/corporate fodder, unprecedented concentration of wealth and power. We say we oppose it all, root and branch, and of course we are, each of us in our own way, entirely sincere in the statement of our opposition. But, with that said, and in many cases even acted upon, what do we mean? Most of us here identify ourselves as progressives, so let's start with the term progressivism itself. We don't really have time available to go into this very deeply, but I'll just observe that it comes from the word progress, and that the progression involved is basically to start with what's already here and carry it forward. The underlying premise is that the social order we were born into results from the working of iron laws of evolution and, however unpalatable, is therefore both necessary and inevitable. By the same token, these same deterministic forces make it equally unavoidable that what we've inherited can and will be improved upon. Point 7. The task of progressives, having apprehended the nature of the progression, is to use their insights to hurry things along. This isn't a liberal articulation. It's what's been passing itself off as a radical left alternative to the status quo for well over a century. It forms the very core of Marx's notion of historical materialism, as when he observes that feudalism was the social precondition for the emergence of capitalism and that capitalism is itself the essential precondition for what he conceives as socialism. Each historical phase creates the conditions for the next. That's the crux of the progressive proposition. Point 8. Now you tell me, how is that fundamentally different from what Bush and Clinton have been advocating? Oh, I see. You want to move forward in pursuance of another set of goals and objectives than those espoused by these self-styled centrists. All right. I'll accept that that's true. Let me also state that I tend to find the goals and objectives advanced by progressives immensely preferable to anything advocated by Bush or Clinton. Fair enough. However, I must go on to observe that the differences at issue are not fundamental. They are not, as Marx would have put it, of the base. Instead, they are superstructural. They represent remedies to symptoms rather than causes. In other words, they do not derive from a genuinely radical critique of our situation. Remember, radical means to go to the root of any phenomenon in order to understand it, and thus cannot offer a genuinely radical solution. This will remain true regardless of the fervor with which progressive goals and objectives are embraced, or the extremity with which they are pursued. Radicalism and extremism are, after all, not really synonyms. Maybe I can explain what I'm getting at here by way of indulging in a sort of grand fantasy. Close your eyes for a moment and dream along with me that the current progressive agenda has been realized. Never mind how, let's just dream that it's been fulfilled. Things like racism, sexism, ageism, militarism, classism, and the sorts of corporatism with which we are now afflicted have been abolished. The police have been leashed and the prison industrial complex dismantled. Income disparities have been eliminated across the board, decent housing and healthcare are available to all, an amply endowed educational system is actually devoted to teaching rather than indoctrinating our children. The whole 9 yards. Sound good? You bet. Nonetheless, there's still a very basic and I dare say uncomfortable question which must be posed. In this seemingly rosy scenario, what, exactly, happens to the rights of native peoples? Face it, to envision the progressive transformation of American society is to presuppose that America, that is, the United States, will continue to exist. And, self-evidently, the existence of the United States is, as it has always been and must always be, predicated first and foremost on denial of the right of self-determining existence to every indigenous nation within its purported borders. Absent this denial, the very society progressives seek to transform would never have had a land base upon which to constitute itself in any form at all. So, it would have had no resources with which to actualize a mode of production, and there would be no basis for arranging or rearranging the relations of production. All the dominoes fall from there, don't they? In effect, the progressive agenda is no less contingent upon the continuing internal colonial domination of indigenous nations than that advanced by Bill Clinton. Point 10. Perhaps we can agree to a truism on this score, insofar as progressivism shares with the status quo a need to maintain the structure of colonial dominance over native peoples. It is at base no more than a variation on a common theme, intrinsically a part of the very order it claims to oppose. As Vine Deloria once observed in a related connection, these guys just keep right on circling the same old rock while calling it by different names. 11. Since, for all its liberatory rhetoric and sentiment, even the self-sacrifice of its proponents, progressivism replicates the bedrock relations with indigenous nations marking the present status quo, its agenda can be seen as serving mainly to increase the degree of comfort experienced by those who benefit from such relations. Any such outcome represents a continuation and reinforcement of the existing order, not its repeal. Progressivism is thus one possible means of consummating that which is, not its negation. Point 12. It's time to stop fantasizing and confront what this consummation might look like. To put it bluntly, colonialism is colonialism, no matter what its trappings. You can't end classism in a colonial system, since the colonized by definition comprise a class lower than that of their colonizers. Point 13. You can't end racism in a colonial system because the imposed inferiority of the colonized must inevitably be explained by their colonizers through contrived classifications of racial hierarchy. Point 14. You can't end sexism in a colonial system, since it functions again by definition on the basis of one party imposing itself upon the other in the most intimate of dimensions for purposes of obtaining gratification. Point 15. If rape is violence, as feminists correctly insist. 16. Then so too is the interculture analog of rape, colonial domination. As a consequence, it is impossible to end social violence in a colonialist system. Read Fanon and Memmi. They long ago analyzed that fact rather thoroughly and exceedingly well. Point 17. Better yet, read Sartre, who flatly equated colonialism with genocide. Point 18. Then ask yourself how you maintain a system incorporating domination and genocidal violence as integral aspects of itself without military, police, and penal establishments. The answer is that you can't. Go right down the list of progressive aspirations and what you'll discover, if you're honest with yourself, is that none of them can really be achieved outside the context of Fourth World liberation. So long as indigenous nations are subsumed against our will within broader statist entities, and this applies as much to Canada as to the United States, as much to China as to Canada, as much to Mexico and Brazil as to China, as much to Ghana as to any of the rest, the problem is truly global colonialism will be alive and well. Point 19. So long as this is the case, all efforts at positive social transformation, no matter how revolutionary the terms in which they are couched, will be self-nullifying, simply leading us right back into the groove we're in today. Actually, will probably be worse off after each iteration, since such outcomes generate a steadily growing popular disenchantment with the idea that meaningful change can ever be possible. This isn't a zero-sum game we're involved in. As Gramsci pointed out, every failure of supposed alternatives to the status quo serves to significantly reinforce its hegemony. Point 20. When a strategy or, more important, a way of looking at things, proves itself bankrupt or counterproductive, it must be replaced with something more viable. Such is the situation with progressivism, both as a method and as an outlook. After a full century of failed revolutions and derailed social movements, it has long since reached the point where, as Sartre once commented, it no longer knows anything. 21. The question, then, comes down to where to look for a replacement. There are a lot of ways I could try and answer that one. Given the emphasis I've already placed on the fourth world, I suppose I could take a New Age approach and say you should all go sit at the feet of the tribal elders and learn all about the native worldview. But, I'll tell you instead that the last thing the old people need is to be inundated beneath a wave of wannabe tribalists seeking spiritual insights. 22. This is not to deny there's a lot in the indigenous way of seeing the world that could be usefully learned by others and put to work in the forging of new sets of relationships between humans, both as individuals and as societies, as well as between humans and the rest of nature. Such information is plainly essential. There are, however, serious considerations as to when and how it is to be shared. As things stand, we lack the intellectual context which, alone, might allow a constructive transfer of knowledge to take place. For the people here, or your counterparts throughout the progressive milieu, to run right out and try to pick up on what the Naropa Institute likes to market under the heading of indigenous wisdom would be an act of appropriation just as surely as if you were to go after Indian land. There is such a thing as intellectual property, and, therefore, intellectual imperialism. Point 23. The point is that the right of the fourth world to decolonize itself exists independently of any direct benefit this might impart to colonizing societies or any of their subparts, progressivism included. More strongly, the right of the fourth world to decolonization exists undiminished even if it can be shown that this is tangibly disadvantageous to our colonizers. The principle is not especially mysterious, having been brought to bear in third world liberation struggles for the past half-century and more. Point 24. Yet, where indigenous nations are concerned, nearly everyone third world liberationists, not least professes confusion concerning its applicability. Point 25. To connect this point to that on New Age dynamics I was making a few moments ago, it's as if Simone de Beauvoir had demanded she be made privy to the folk wisdom of the Berber elders as a quid pro quo for supporting the Algerian liberation struggle against France. But of course she didn't. De Beauvoir, her colleague Sartre, and a relative handful of others broke ranks with the mainstream of French progressivism. It's worth noting that the French Communist Party actually opposed the decolonization of Algeria by embracing Algerian independence unequivocally, unconditionally, and in its own right. Point 26. Let's be clear on this. De Beauvoir and Sartre did not take the position they did on the basis of altruism. Although they gained no direct personal benefit from their stance, they did perceive an indirect advantage accruing from any success attained by the Algerian liberationists. This came in the form of a material weakening of the French state to which they, apparently unlike French progressivism more generally, were genuinely and seriously opposed. Converting such an externally generated weakness into something more directly beneficial to the liberation of French domestic polity was seen as being their own task. Point 27. De Beauvoir and Sartre displayed an exemplary posture, one worthy of emulation by those members of colonizing societies who reject not just colonialism but the statist forms of socio-political and economic organization that beget colonialism. The transition from taking this position vis-a-vis the third world to taking it with respect to the fourth seems straightforward enough. The trick is for members of colonizing societies who wish to support fourth world liberation struggles to figure out how to convert the indirect advantages gained thereby into something more direct and concrete. This, they must obviously draw from their own tradition, it cannot simply be lifted from another culture. And here is precisely where progressivism, most especially historical materialism, which by its very nature consigns all things primitive to Trotsky's dustbin of history, proves itself worse than useless. Point 28. Fortunately, an alternative is conveniently at hand. It will be found in what is usually referred to as the Foucauldian method, actually an approach to historical interpretation and resulting praxis developed by Nietzsche during the 1870s and adapted by Michel Foucault a century later. Point 29. Without getting bogged down in a lot of theory, let's just say the method stands historical materialism squarely on its head. Rather than interrogating institutions and other phenomena in such a way as to explain how they can/must carry us forward into the future, the Nietzschean cum Foucauldian approach is to define what is objectionable in a given institution and then trace its lineage backwards in time to discover how it went wrong and, thus, how it can be fixed. 30. In effect, where Lenin asked, "What is to be done?" Foucault asks, "What is to be undone?" 31. I can hear mental gears grinding out there. This guy can't possibly mean we should all go back to the past. Well, yes and no. The method I've suggested is not to try and effect a kind of across-the-board rollback. It's to determine with some exactitude which historical factors have led to objectionable contemporary outcomes and undo them. You might say that Foucault provided a kind of analytical filter which allows you to pick, choose, and prioritize what needs working on. What I've called for are lines of action that materially erode the power concentrated in centralized entities like the state, major corporations, and financial institutions, things like that. The ways of going at this, at least initially, really aren't so alien. Consumer boycotts are a useful tool, especially when combined with the creation of co-ops and collectives producing wares to offset reliance upon corporate manufacturers in the future. Barter systems, labor exchanges, a whole infrastructure allowing people to opt out of the existing system in varying degrees can be created. Something of the sort was beginning to emerge in the US during the late 1960s, as it had in the 30s. Most of all, it's imperative to remember that the first element of oppositional power projection lies in refusal. That means, in the context at hand, that we must rid ourselves of the progressive notion that we can get laws passed to fix things. You can hardly set out to undermine the authority of the state while endeavoring to put still more legislation, any kind of legislation, on the books. The only legitimate form of activity in the legislative arena is to pursue repeal of the tremendous weight of laws, ordinances, rules, and regulations that already exist. Meanwhile, at least some of them can be nullified by our conscious and deliberate refusal to comply with them. You've got to break the law whose law, to get anywhere at all. To cop a line from Bob Dylan back in the days when he still had something to say, to live outside the law, you must be honest. The flip side of the coin is that if you choose to live inside the law you must be dishonest. Worse, you end up being the moral equivalent of a good German. Not a very lofty stature, that. Let me put it to you this way. If I were to say that our mutual goal is ultimately to achieve freedom, everyone here would immediately agree. But then we'd become mired in some long philosophical debate about what we mean by that, because freedom is typically presented as a sort of abstract concept. Well, it's not really so abstract, and most assuredly not intangible. In fact, I think it can be quantified and measured. Try this: freedom may be defined as absence of regulation. The more regulated you are, the less free, and vice versa. I'm not sure at this point that it matters much which laws you defy, there's such a vast proliferation to choose from, and in some ways any of them will do for purposes of initiating a process of transforming the prevailing individual and mass psychologies from that of going along to that of refusal. Use your imagination, pick a point of departure, it doesn't matter how small or in what connection, and get on with it. Once a particular bit of unruliness takes hold, it can be used as the fulcrum for prying open the next level, and so on. This is what Marcuse meant when he said that false consciousness is always breached at some infinitesimally small spot, but that any such breach might serve as an Archimedean point for a broader emancipation. 33. Can application of this principle actually produce results at higher levels? You bet. Look at prohibition, the 18th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, to find an example. It was rescinded for one reason and one reason only: people refused to obey. It didn't matter what penalties the state assigned to violating it, or what quantity of resources were pumped into the apparatus of enforcement. Prohibition was met with a curiously ubiquitous culture of resistance in all quarters of American society. Eventually, it was determined by those who make such decisions that attempts to enforce it were becoming so socially disruptive as to destabilize the state itself, and so the law was withdrawn. 34. The so-called war on drugs currently being waged by the state offers the prospect of a similar outcome over the long run, albeit at a statutory rather than constitutional level, particularly if we were astute enough to try and translate the rather substantial resistance to it into a coherent opposition politics. 35 The Black Panther Party's strategy of focusing its recruitment on lumpen proletarians, street gang members, in plain English, made a lot of sense and is another idea that might be usefully resuscitated. 36 The primary purpose of everything we do must be to make this society increasingly unmanageable. That's key. The more unmanageable the society becomes, the more of its resources the state must expend in efforts to maintain order at home. The more this is true, the less the state's capacity to project itself outwardly, both geographically and temporally. Eventually, a point of stasis will be reached, and, in a system such as this one, anchored as it is in the notion of perpetual growth, this amounts to a sort of doomsday scenario because, from there, things start moving in the other direction, falling apart, as it were, and that creates the conditions of flux in which alternative social forms can really begin to take root and flourish. This is kind of a crude sketch, but it's easy enough to follow. And, you know what? The rewards of following it don't have to be deferred until the aftermath of a cataclysmic revolutionary moment or, worse, the progressive actualization of some far distant Bernsteinian utopia. 37 No, in the sense that every rule and regulation rejected represents a tangibly liberating experience, the rewards begin immediately and just keep on getting better. You will in effect feel freer right from the get-go. Alright, let's follow things out a bit further. The more disrupted, disorganized, and destabilized the system becomes, the less its ability to expand, extend, or even maintain itself. The greater the degree to which this is so, the greater the likelihood that fourth world nations struggling to free ourselves from systemic domination will succeed. And the more frequently we of the fourth world succeed, the less the ability of the system to utilize our resources in the process of dominating you. At this point, we've arrived at an understanding of a confluence of interest that utterly transcends the old three worlds paradigm, hearkening an entirely different praxical symbiosis, one which is not so much revolutionary as it is devolutionary. We don't want China out of Tibet so much as we want China out of China. We don't just want the US out of Southeast Asia or Southern Africa or Central America, we want it out of North America, off the planet, out of existence altogether. This is to say that we want the US out of our own lives and thereby everyone else's. The pieces dovetail rather well, don't they? Indeed, they can't really be separated, and only a false analysis might ever have concluded that they could. Hence, we must seek nothing less than the dismemberment and dissolution of every statist/corporate entity in the world. All of them. No exceptions. In their stead, we seek reconstitution of that entire galaxy of nations upon which the states have imposed themselves. All of them, and, again, no exceptions. We are in effect the staunchest and most prideful of all irredentists. Here, a certain structure of priorities presents itself, and it does so in two ways. First, methodologically, any process of undoing such as I've recommended must commence with the fixing of that which is most proximate or recent. Unquestionably, the colonization of those peoples who are still indigenous is the most recent aspect or dimension of the phenomenon we've been considering. It follows that decolonization of what I've been calling the Fourth World must assume a clear primacy of importance within everybody's liberatory agenda. This is not to say that it is of exclusive importance. I've been trying to show how a very wide range of struggles can be made to interact constructively when properly framed, but that, to reiterate, no other liberatory objective can ever be truly fulfilled until this one is. The second aspect of prioritization is closely related to the first and concerns the fact that fourth worlders still retain the codes of knowledge which allow us to practice our traditional forms of ecologically balanced socio-economic and political organization. Our expedient decolonization therefore serves to establish working models for adaptation by others. Doubling back for a moment to what I said earlier about New Agers and cultural imperialism, it seems important to observe that what was just mentioned is precisely the sort of intercultural dialogue I was calling for instead. Note that it represents a sharing of information born in the crucible of mutual struggle and resultant political consciousness, not from the structure of domination prevailing today. Note also that it consists of an informational sharing dedicated to the furtherance of the struggle, not to the self-indulgent collector's desire to acquire the inside scoop on ritual forms and the like. Learning the size, number, and placement of rocks used in a sweat lodge is about as relevant to the process of liberation as finding out the particular type of wine used when the IRA takes communion. If your preoccupation is with the teachings of hucksters like Carlos Castaneda, Ed McGatt, Brooke Medicine Ego, Sun Bear, Mary Summer Rain, Thiani Iwahu, or all of the above, you're engaged in something that is at best a form of dilettantism. 38 Unless your aspiration is to be a dilettante, to enjoy quality time masturbating in the woods along with the rest of Robert Bly's men's movement, or making perpetual tithes to Lynn Andrews' women's equivalent, it would behoove you to hook into something else. 39. That something else is of course what I've been advocating here tonight, and it's time we put a name to it. Anarchism might be a good one, since quite a lot of what I've had to say overlaps with anarchist thinking. I see a lot of commonality between anarchist ideas of social organization and political economy on the one hand, and indigenous ways of seeing and doing on the other, and so I push people to explore anarchism as their first and most immediate alternative to progressivism. Check me out on this. Do your homework. Cruise through some classical anarchist material, Lassalle, Proudhon, Bakunin, Kropotkin, Rudolf Rocker. Take a gander at Goldman and Berkman and some of the newer stuff. 40 I recommend Kirkpatrick Sale's Dwellers in the Land and John Zerzan's Future Primitive, even though Zerzan eventually goes off the deep end and starts demanding the decolonization of carrots. 41. What's left hanging in such readings, however, is both the emphasis I've placed on fourth world liberation and the exemplary value I've claimed in behalf of self-determining indigenous societies. Anarchism as it is presently configured does not encompass, nor necessarily even accommodate, such a stance. The position I've been outlining is thus readily distinguishable from anarchism, per se, and, to that extent at least, requires another descriptor. The term I use is indigenism. 42. You'll recall that I opened with a quote from George Manuel. His book, The Fourth World, would be worthwhile reading for anyone interested in pursuing the idea of indigenism in more depth. 43 Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz offers a pretty good survey of indigenous literature in her Indians of the Americas, although it's not been updated since 1984 and omitted a few things like John Mohawk's A Basic Call to Consciousness. Even then. 44 Other titles you may find useful are Hananike Trasks from a Native Daughter and Jimmy Daum's A Certain Lack of Coherence. 45 Oh. Yeah, and My Own Struggle for the Land. 46. Now, by way of closing, I'd like to take up the question of whether the indigenist vision is unrealistic. All I have to say on the matter is that if you are colonized or otherwise oppressed, you must never allow your oppressor to define what's realistic for you. If you do, you'll just end up reinforcing the terms of your own colonization. That's because your oppression is reality to your colonizer. Anything else will always and inevitably be dismissed as unrealistic or impossible, to put it less politely, by those who benefit from the oppressive relationship. The best reply to this I've ever heard came from the 1968 student/worker revolt in France. To be realistic, the insurgents announced, it was essential that they demand the impossible. 47. One thing that confirms my conviction that indigenism is the correct recipe for the contemporary setting will be found in the sheer virulence of state efforts to repress it. A decade ago, Bernard Nietzschmann did a global survey of armed conflicts then occurring. The results were remarkable. Of the more than 100 wars he catalogued, fully 85% were between indigenous nations and one or more states presuming an authority to subordinate them. 48 The situation has not abated in the 1990s. If anything, it's intensified. Chiapas is sufficient evidence of that. 49. Right here in the US, a low-intensity war was waged during the mid-1970s against the American Indian Movement, an unabashedly indigenous organization. Put simply, a counterinsurgency campaign was conducted to quell AIM's efforts to decolonize the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. At least 69 AIM members and supporters were killed on Pine Ridge between March 1973 and March 1976, while another 350-odd people suffered severe physical assaults during the same period. Another casualty was Leonard Peltier, the details and implications of whose case have been dealt with elsewhere in this conference. 50. Let's pause for a moment to consider the number of dead I just mentioned. It may not seem great when compared to the body counts racked up elsewhere. But you have to realize that there were never more than a few hundred AIM members and that the population of Pine Ridge was only about 10,000 in 1975. Proportionately, the rate of AIM fatalities was identical to that incurred by the Chilean left during the 3 years following Pinochet's overthrow of the Allende government. 51 Nobody questions the severity of what happened in Chile. I can't say for sure what happened to the Chilean left as a result of its repression. I suspect it dissipated, because I've not heard much of it for a long time now, but I do know what's happened with AIM. We've absorbed the body blows, evolved, decentralized, and reappeared all over the continent in different guises. During the armed confrontation at Oka, near Montreal, in 1990, AIM was called the Mohawk Warrior Society. 52 At the armed confrontation at Gustafson Lake, British Columbia, a couple of years later, AIM was called something else. 53 Whatever the name, whatever the location, James Bay, Big Mountain, Lubicon Lake, Western Shoshone, it doesn't matter, it's all the same thing and it's all indigenous to the core. 54. The same can be said of the native sovereignty movements in Hawaii and elsewhere across the Pacific, of the struggles for a Karen Free State in Burma and for the independence of Nagaland in India, of the Kurdish secessionist movement in the Middle East, the Polisario in the Western Sahara, the Basques and Catalans in Spain, the Irish in Ulster, even the Scots and Welsh on the main British Isle. 55 Anywhere you look, on every continent save Antarctica, you'll find Fourth World liberation struggles. Indigenism, not communism, is the specter haunting Europe and the rest of the world these days. 56. It seems obvious than anything considered threatening enough by the world's ruling elites that they'd wage 90 simultaneous wars to suppress it is something to be taken seriously. Assessing what he'd discovered, Nietzschmann described it as amounting to a third world war, and in many ways he was right. 57 World War III, the war for the most fundamental forms of human liberation and against what Noam Chomsky has called world orders, old and new, is going on right now, as one speak. 58. Because of it, the world as we all know it is changing rapidly and irrevocably for the better. The only choice to be made in seeking to come to grips with this new phase of liberation is whether, like Sartre and Simone, you wish to stand on the right side of history. If so, the possibilities which present themselves are limitless. An earlier version of this essay was presented at the Unfinished Liberation Conference at the University of Colorado/Boulder, March 14, 1998. 13. I am indigenist. Notes on the ideology of the Fourth World. The growth of ethnic consciousness and the consequent mobilization of Indian communities in the Western Hemisphere since the early 1960s have been welcomed neither by government forces nor by opposition parties and revolutionary movements. The Indian question has been an almost forbidden subject of debate throughout the entire political spectrum, although racism, discrimination, and exploitation are roundly denounced on all sides. Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. Indians of the Americas. Very often in my writings and lectures, I have identified myself as being indigenist in outlook. By this, I mean that I am one who not only takes the rights of indigenous peoples as the highest priority of my political life, but who draws upon the traditions, the bodies of knowledge and corresponding codes of value evolved over many thousands of years by native peoples the world over. This is the basis upon which I not only advance critiques of, but conceptualize alternatives to the present social, political, economic, and philosophical status quo. In turn, this gives shape not only to the sorts of goals and objectives I pursue, but the kinds of strategy and tactics I advocate, the variety of struggles I tend to support, the nature of the alliances I'm inclined to enter into, and so on. Let me say, before I go any further, that I am hardly unique or alone in adopting this perspective. It is a complex of ideas, sentiments, and understandings which motivate the whole of the American Indian movement, broadly defined, here in North America. This is true whether you call it AIM, or Indians of all tribes, the Warriors Society, women of all red nations, or whatever one it is. The spirit of resistance which shapes the struggles of traditional Indian people on the land, whether the struggle is down at Big Mountain, in the Black Hills, or up at James Bay, in the Nevada desert, or out along the Columbia River in what is now called Washington State. Point 2. In the sense that I use the term, indigenism is also, I think, the outlook which guided our great leaders of the past, King Philip and Pontiac, Tecumseh and Creek Mary and Osceola, Black Hawk and Big Bear, Nancy Ward and Satanta, Little Wolf and Red Cloud, Satank and Quanah Parker, Left Hand and Crazy Horse, Dull Knife and Chief Joseph, Sitting Bull, Roman Nose, and Captain Jack, Louis Riel and Poundmaker and Geronimo, Cochise and Mangus, Victorio, Chief Seattle, and on and on. Point 3. In my view, those Indian and non-Indian alike who do not recognize these names and what they represent have no sense of the true history, the reality, of North America. They have no sense of where they've come from or where they are, and thus can have no genuine sense of who or what they are. By not looking at where they've come from, they cannot know where they're going, or where it is they should go. It follows that they cannot understand what it is they are to do, how to do it, or why. Point 4. In their confusion, they identify with the wrong people, the wrong things, the wrong traditions. They therefore inevitably pursue the wrong goals and objectives, putting last things first and often forgetting the first things altogether, perpetuating the very structures of oppression and degradation they think they oppose. Point 5. Obviously, if things are to be changed for the better in this world, then this particular problem must itself be changed as a matter of first priority. In any event, all this is not to say that I think I'm one of the people I have named, or the host of others, equally worthy, who've gone unnamed. I have no New Age conception of myself as the reincarnation of someone who has come before. But it is to say that I take these ancestors as my inspiration, as the only historical examples of proper attitude and comportment on this continent, this place, this land on which I live and of which I am a part. I embrace them as my heritage, my role models, the standard by which I must measure myself. I try always to be worthy of the battles they fought, the sacrifices they made. For the record, I've always found myself wanting in this regard, but I subscribe to the notion that one is obligated to speak the truth, even if one cannot live up to or fully practice it. As Chief Dan George once put it, I endeavor to persevere. 6. And I suppose this is a circumstance which is shared more or less equally by everyone presently involved in what I refer to as indigenism. Others whose writings and speeches and actions may be familiar, and who fit the definition of indigenist or fourth worlder, as we are sometimes called. 7. Include Winona LaDuke and John Trudell, Simon Ortiz, Russell Means and Dennis Banks and Leonard Peltier, and Glenn Morris and Leslie Silko, Jimmy Durham, John Mohawk and Orrin Lyons, Bob Robideau and Dino Butler, Vine Deloria, Ingrid Washenawatoke and Dagmar Thorpe. There are scholars and attorneys like Don Grind, Pam Colorado, Sharon Venn, George Tinker, Bob Thomas, Jack Forbes, Rob Williams, and Hank Adams. There are poets like Wendy Rose, Adrian Lewis, Dion Million, Christos, Elizabeth Woody, and Barna Bush. There are grassroots contemporary warriors, people like Bobby Castillo, Rob Chanat, and Regina Brave, Chief Bernard Almanac, Art Montour, and Buddy Lamont, Madonna Thunderhawk, Anna Mae Aquash, Kenny Kane, and Joe Stunts, Minnie Garrow and Bobby Garcia, Dallas Thunder Shield, Phyllis Young, Andrea Smith, and Richard Oakes, Margot Thunderbird, Tina Trudel, and Roque Duenas. And, of course, there are the elders, those who have given, and continue to give, continuity and direction to indigenous expression. I'm referring to people like Chief Fools Crow and Matthew King, Henry Crow Dog and Grandpa David Sahapa, David Monongai and Janet McLeod and Thomas Banyasaya, Roberta Blackgoat and Catherine Smith and Pauline Weitzinger, Marie Lego and Philip Deere and Ellen Moves Camp, Raymond Yowell and Nellie Red Owl. 8. Like the historical figures I mentioned earlier, these are names representing positions, struggles and aspirations which should be well known to every socially conscious person in North America. They embody the absolute antithesis of the order represented by the four Georges: George Washington, George Custer, George Patton, and George Bush, emblemizing the sweep of American history as it is conventionally taught in that system of indoctrination the United States passes off as education. They also stand as the negation of a long stream of Vichy Indians spawned and deemed respectable by the process of predation, colonialism, and genocide. The four Georges signify. 9. The names I've named cannot be associated with the legacy of the hang around the forts, Indians broken, disempowered, and intimidated by their conquerors, the sellouts who undermine the integrity of their own cultures, appointed by the United States to sign away their people's homelands in exchange for trinkets, sugar, and alcohol. 10. They are not the figurative descendants of those who participated in the assassination of men like Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, and who filled the ranks of the colonial police to enforce an illegitimate and alien order against their own. 11. They are not among those who have queued up to roster the regimes installed by the U.S. to administer Indian country from the 1930s onward, the craven puppets who to this day cling to and promote the lawful authority of federal force as a means of protecting their positions of petty privilege, imagined prestige, and often their very identities as native people. 12. No. Indigenists and indigenism have nothing to do with the sorts of quisling impulses driving the Ross Swimmers, Dickie Wilsons, Webster Two Hawks, Peter MacDonalds, and David Bradleys of this world. 13. Instead, indigenism offers an antidote to all that, a vision of how things might be which is based in how things have been since time immemorial, and how things must be once again if the human species, and perhaps the planet itself, is to survive much longer. Predicated in a synthesis of the wisdom attained over thousands of years by indigenous, land-based peoples around the globe, the Fourth World, or, as Winona LaDuke puts it, the host world upon which the first, second, and third worlds all sit at the present time. Indigenism stands in diametrical opposition to the totality of what might be termed Eurocentric business as usual. 14. Indigenism. The manifestation of indigenism in North America has much in common with the articulation of what in Latin America is called indigenismo. One of the major proponents of this, the Mexican anthropologist/activist Guillermo Bonfil Badilla, has framed its precepts this way: in America there exists only one unitary Indian civilization. All the Indian peoples participate in this civilization. The diversity of cultures and languages is not an obstacle to affirmation of the unity of the civilization. It is a fact that all civilizations, including Western civilization, have these sorts of internal differences. But the level of unity the civilization is more profound than the level of specificity. The civilizing dimension transcends the concrete diversity. 15. The differences between the diverse peoples have been accentuated by the colonizers as part of the strategy of domination. There have been attempts by some to fragment the Indian peoples, by establishing frontiers, deepening differences, and provoking rivalries. This strategy follows a principal objective, domination, to which end it is attempted ideologically to demonstrate that in America, Western civilization is confronted by a magnitude of atomized peoples, differing from one another. Thus, in consequence, such peoples are believed incapable of forging a future of their own. In contrast to this, the Indian thinking affirms the existence of a unique and different Indian civilization, from which extend as particular expressions the cultures of diverse peoples. Thus, the identification and solidarity among Indians. Their Indianness is not a simple tactic postulated, but rather the necessary expression of an historical unity, based in common civilization, which the colonizer has wanted to hide. Their Indianness, furthermore, is reinforced by the common experience of almost 5 centuries of domination. 16. The past is also unifying, Bonfile Badala continues. The achievements of the classic Mayas, for instance, can be reclaimed as part of the Quechua foundation, much the same as the French affirm their Greek past. And even beyond the remote past which is shared, and beyond the colonial experience that makes all Indians similar, Indian peoples also have a common historic project for the future. The legitimacy of that project rests precisely in the existence of an Indian civilization, within which framework it could be realized, once the chapter of colonialism ends. One's own civilization signifies the right and the possibility to create one's own future, a different future, not Western. 17. As has been noted elsewhere, the new indigenous movement Bonfile describes equates colonialism/imperialism with the West, in opposing the West, view themselves as anti-imperialist. Socialism, or Marxism, is viewed as just another Western manifestation. 18. A query is thus posed. What, then, distinguishes Indian from Western civilization? Fundamentally, the difference can be summed up in terms of relationship with the natural world. For the West, the concept of nature is that of an enemy to be overcome, with man as boss on a cosmic scale. Man in the West believes he must dominate everything, including other peoples. The converse is true in Indian civilization, where part of an indivisible cosmos and fully aware of harmonious relationship with the universal order of nature. He neither dominates nor tries to dominate. On the contrary, she exists within nature as a moment of it. Traditionalism thus constitutes a potent weapon in the civilization's struggle for survival against colonial domination. 19. Bonfile contends that the nature of the indigenous impulse is essentially socialist, insofar as socialism, or what Karl Marx described as primitive communism, was and remains the primary mode of indigenous social organization in the Americas. 20. Within this framework, he remarks that there are 6 fundamental demands identified with the Indian movement, all of them associated with socio-political, cultural, and economic autonomy and self-determination. First, there is land. There are demands for occupied ancestral territories, demands for control of the use of the land and subsoil, and struggles against the invasion of commercial interests. Defense of land held and recuperation of land lost are the central demands. Second, the demand for recognition of the ethnic and cultural specificity of the Indian is identified. All organizations reaffirm the right to be distinct in culture, language, and institutions, and to increase the value of their own technological, social, and ideological practices. Third is the demand for political rights in relation to the state. Fourth, there is a call for the end of repression and violence, particularly that against the leaders, activists, and followers of the Indians' new political organizations. Fifth, Indians demand the end of family planning programs which have brought widespread sterilization of Indian women and men. Finally, tourism and folklore are rejected, and there is a demand for true Indian cultural expression to be respected. The commercialization of Indian music and dance are often mentioned, and there is a particular dislike for the exploitation of those that have sacred content and purpose for Indians. An end to the exploitation of Indian culture in general is. 21. In North America, these indigenista demands have been adopted virtually intact, and have been conceived as encompassing basic needs of native peoples wherever they have been subsumed by the sweep of Western expansionism. This is the idea of the Fourth World, explained by Cree author George Manuel, founding president of the World Council of Indigenous Peoples. The Fourth World is the name given to indigenous peoples descended from a country's aboriginal population and who today are completely or partly deprived of their own territory and its riches. The peoples of the Fourth World have only limited influence or none at all in the nation-state. The peoples to whom we refer are the Indians of North and South America, the Inuit, the Sami people, the Australian Aborigines, as well as the various indigenous populations of Africa, Asia, and Oceania. 22. Manuel might well have included segments of the European population itself, as is evidenced by the ongoing struggles of the Irish, Welsh, Basques, and others to free themselves from the yoke of settler state oppression imposed upon them as long as 800 years ago. 23 In such areas of Europe, as well as in the Americas and Africa, the goal is not the creation of a state, but the expulsion of alien rule and the reconstruction of societies. 24. That such efforts are entirely serious is readily evidenced in the fact that, in a global survey conducted by University of California cultural geographer Bernard Nietzschmann, it was discovered that of the more than 100 armed conflicts then underway, some 85% were being waged by indigenous peoples against the state or states which had laid claim to and occupied their territories. 25 As Theo van Boven, former director of the United Nations Division for Human Rights, put it, in 1981, the circumstances precipitating armed struggle may be seen with particular poignancy in relation to the indigenous peoples of the world, who have been described somewhat imaginatively and perhaps not without justification as representing the Fourth World, the world on the margin, on the periphery. 26. The issue of land in North America. What must be understood about the context of the Americas north of the Rio Grande is that neither of the states, the U.S. and Canada, which claim sovereignty over the territoriality involved, has any legitimate basis at all in which to anchor its absorption of huge portions of that territory. I'm going to restrict my remarks in this connection mostly to the U.S., mainly because that's what I know best, but also because both the US and Canada have evolved on the basis of the Anglo-Saxon common law tradition. 27 So, I think much of what can be said about the US bears utility in terms of understanding the situation in Canada. Certain of the principles, of course, also extend to the situation in Latin America, but there you have an evolution of states based in the Spanish legal tradition, so a greater transposition in terms is required. 28 Let's just say that the shape of things down south was summarized eloquently enough by the Quechuan freedom fighter Hugo Blanco with his slogan, "Land or Death." 29. Anyway, during the first 90-odd years of its existence, the United States entered into and ratified some 400 separate treaties with the peoples indigenous to the area now known as the 48 contiguous states. 30 There are a number of important dimensions to this, but two aspects will do for our purposes here. First, by customary international law and provision of the U.S. Constitution itself, each treaty ratification represented a formal recognition by the federal government that the other parties to the treaties, the native people involved, were fully sovereign nations in our own right. 31 Second, the purpose of the treaties, from the U.S. point of view, was to serve as real estate documents through which it acquired legal title to specified portions of North American geography from the indigenous nations it was thereby acknowledging already owned it. From the viewpoint of the indigenous nations, of course, the treaties served other purposes, the securing of permanently guaranteed borders to what remained of our national territories, assurance of the continuation of our ongoing self-governance, trade and military alliances, and so forth. The treaty relationships were invariably reciprocal in nature. Indians ceded certain portions of their land to the U.S., and the U.S. incurred certain obligations in exchange. 32. Even at that, there were seldom any outright sales of land by Indian nations to the U.S. Rather, the federal obligations incurred were usually couched in terms of perpetuity. The arrangements were set up by the Indians so that, as long as the U.S. honored its end of the bargain struck, it would have the right to occupy and use defined portions of Indian land. In this sense, the treaties more resemble rental or leasing agreements than actual deeds. And you know what happens under Anglo-Saxon common law when a tenant violates the provisions of a rental agreement. 33 The point here is that the U.S. has long since defaulted on its responsibilities under every single treaty obligation it ever incurred with regard to Indians. There is really no dispute about this. In fact, There's even a Supreme Court opinion, the 1903 Lone Wolf case, in which the good justices held that the U.S. enjoyed a right to disregard any treaty obligation to Indians it found inconvenient, but that the remaining treaty provisions continued to be binding upon the Indians. This was, the High Court said, because the U.S. was the stronger of the nations involved, and thus wielded plenary power. This simply means full power over the affairs of the weaker indigenous nations. Therefore, the court felt itself free to unilaterally interpret each treaty as being a bill of sale rather than as a rental agreement. 34. Stripped of its fancy legal language, the Supreme Court's position was astonishingly crude. There's an old adage that possession is 9/10 of the law. Well, in this case the court went a bit further, arguing that possession was all of the law. Further, the highest court in the land went on record arguing bold-faced that, where Indian property rights are concerned, might, and might alone, makes right. The U.S. held the power to simply take Indian land, they said, and therefore it had the right to do so. 35 If you think about it, that's precisely what the Nazis argued only 30 years later, while the United States displayed the unmitigated audacity to profess outrage and shock that Germany so blatantly transgressed elementary standards of international law and the most basic requirements of human decency. 36 It's not that the United States was wrong in its attitude towards the Nazis, it's just that it was a clear case of the pot calling the kettle black. An almost identical reasoning, that power equals rights, appears to have been at the heart of Saddam Hussein's decision to take Kuwait in 1990. Actually, Iraq had a far stronger claim to rights over Kuwait than the U.S. has ever had with regard to Indian country, with the result that President George Bush the 41st immediately began babbling about being legally required to wage a just war for purposes of roll back naked aggression wherever it occurs, freeing occupied territory, reinstating legitimate government that have been usurped. If he was in any way sincere about that proposition, of course, he'd have had to call airstrikes in on himself instead of ordering the bombing of Baghdad. 37 Any American Indian could tell you that much, obviously, and the double standard is once again glaring. Be that as it may, there are a couple of other significant problems with the treaty constructions by which the U.S. allegedly assumed title over its land base. On the one hand, a number of the ratified treaties can be shown to be fraudulent or coerced, and thus invalid. The nature of the coercion is fairly well known, so let's just say that perhaps a third of the ratified treaties involve direct coercion and shift over to the matter of fraud. This assumes the form of everything from the deliberate misinterpretation of proposed treaty provisions to Indian representatives during negotiations to the Senate's alteration of treaty language after the fact and without the knowledge of the Indian signatories. On a number of occasions, the U.S. appointed its own preferred Indian leaders to represent their nations in treaty negotiations. 38 In at least one instance, the 1861 Treaty of Fort Wise U.S. negotiators appear to have forged the signatures of various Cheyenne and Arapaho leaders. 39 Additionally, there are about 400 treaties which were never ratified by the Senate, and were therefore never legally binding, but upon which the U.S. now asserts its claims concerning lawful use and occupancy rights. 2. And jurisdiction over, appreciable portions of North America. 40. When all is said and done, however, even these extremely dubious bases for U.S. title are insufficient to cover the gross territoriality at issue. The federal government itself has tacitly admitted as much during the late 1970s, in the findings of the so-called Indian Claims Commission, an entity created in 1946 to quiet title to all illegally taken Indian land within the lower 48.41. What the commission did over the ensuing 35 years was in significant part to research the ostensible documentary basis for U.S. title to literally every square foot of its claimed territory. It found, among other things, that the U.S. had no legal basis whatsoever, no treaty, no agreement, not even an arbitrary act of Congress to fully one-third of the area within its boundaries. 42 At the same time, the data revealed that the reserved area still nominally possessed by Indians had been reduced to about 2.5% of the same area. 43 What this means in plain English is that the United States cannot pretend to even a shred of legitimacy in its occupancy and control of upwards of 30% of its home territory. And, lest such matters be totally lost in the shuffle, I should note that it has even less legal basis for its claims to the land in Alaska and Hawaii. 44 Beyond that, its right to assert dominion over Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, Guam, and the Marshall Islands, tends to speak for itself, don't you think? 45. Indian land recovery in the U.S. Leaving aside questions concerning the validity of various treaties, the beginning point for any indigenous endeavor in the United States centers, logically enough, in efforts to restore direct Indian control over the huge portion of the continental U.S. which was plainly never ceded by native nations. Upon the bedrock of this foundation, a number of other problems integral to the present configuration of power and privilege in North American society can be resolved, not just for Indians, but for everyone else as well. 46 It's probably impossible to solve, or even to begin meaningfully addressing, certain of these problems in any other way. Still, it is, as they say, no easy sell to convince anyone outside the more conscious sectors of the American Indian population itself of the truth of this very simple fact. In part, uncomfortable as it may be to admit, this is because even the most progressive elements of the North American immigrant population share a perceived commonality of interest with the more reactionary segments. 47 This takes the form of a mutual insistence upon an imagined right to possess native property, merely because they are here, and because they desire it. The great fear is, within any settler state, that if indigenous land rights are ever openly acknowledged, and native people therefore begin to recover some significant portion of their land, that the settlers will correspondingly be dispossessed of that, most notably, individually held homes, small farms and ranches, and the like which they've come to consider theirs. 48 Tellingly, every major Indian land recovery initiative in the U.S. during the second half of the 20th century, those in Maine, the Black Hills, the Oneida claims in New York State, and Western Shoshone land claim are prime examples, has been met by a propaganda barrage from right-wing organizations ranging from the Ku Klux Klan to the Republican Party warning individual non-Indian property holders of exactly this peril. 49. I'll debunk some of this nonsense in a moment, but first I want to take up the posture of self-proclaimed left radicals in the same connection. And I'll do so on the basis of principle, because justice is supposed to matter more to progressives than to right-wing hacks. Allow me to observe that the pervasive and near total silence of the left in this respect has been quite illuminating. Non-Indian activists, with only a handful of exceptions, persistently plead that they can't really take a coherent position on the matter of Indian land rights because, unfortunately, they are not really conversant with the issues. Meanwhile, they do virtually nothing, generation after generation, to inform themselves on the topic of who actually owns the ground they're standing on. 50. Listen up folks, the record can be played only so many times before it wears out and becomes just another variation of hear no evil, see no evil. At this point, it doesn't take Einstein to figure out that the left doesn't know much about such things because it's never wanted to know, or that this is so because it has always had its own plans for utilizing land it has no more right to than does the status quo it claims to oppose. 51. The usual technique for explaining this away has always been a sort of pro forma acknowledgement that Indian land rights are of course really important, but that one really doesn't have a lot of time to get into it. Reason? Well, one is just too busy working on other issues. Typically enumerated are sexism, racism, homophobia, class inequities, militarism, the environment, or some combination thereof. It's a pretty good evasion, all in all. Certainly, there's no denying any of these issues their due, they are all important, obviously so. But more important than the question of whose land we're standing on? There are some serious problems of primacy and priority embedded in the orthodox script. 52. To frame things clearly in this regard, let's hypothesize for a moment that all of the various non-Indian movements concentrating on each of the above-mentioned issues were suddenly successful in accomplishing their objectives. Let's imagine that the United States as a whole were somehow transformed into an entity defined by the parity of its race, class, and gender relations, its embrace of unrestricted sexual preference, its rejection of militarism in all forms, and its abiding concern with environmental protection. When all is said and done, the society resulting from this scenario is still, first and foremost, a colonialist society, an imperialist society in the most fundamental possible sense, with all that implies. 53. This is true because the scenario does nothing at all to address the fact that whatever is happening happens on someone else's land, not only without their consent, but through an adamant disregard for their rights to the land. Hence, all it means is that the invader population has rearranged its affairs in such a way as to make itself more comfortable at the continuing expense of indigenous people. The colonial equation remains intact and may even be reinforced by a greater degree of participation and vested interest in maintenance of the colonial order among the settler population at large. 54. The dynamic here is not very different from that evident in the American Revolution of the late 18th century, is it? 55. And we all know very well where that led, don't we? Should we therefore begin to refer to socialist imperialism, feminist imperialism, gay and lesbian imperialism, environmentalist imperialism, Afro-American and La Raza imperialism? I hope not. I hope instead that this is mostly just a matter of confusion, of muddled priorities among people who really do mean well and would like to do better. 56. If so, then all that is necessary to correct the situation is a basic rethinking of what it is that must be done, and in what order. Here, I'll advance the straightforward premise that the land rights of first Americans should serve as a first priority for attainment of everyone seriously committed to accomplishing positive change in North America. 57. But before I suggest everyone jump up and adopt this priority, I suppose it's only fair that I interrogate the converse of the proposition. If making things like class inequity and sexism the preeminent focus of progressive action in North America inevitably perpetuates the internal colonial structure of the U.S., does the reverse hold true? I'll state unequivocally that it does not. There is no indication whatsoever that a restoration of indigenous sovereignty in Indian country would foster class stratification anywhere, least of all in Indian country. In fact, all indications are that when left to our own devices, indigenous peoples have consistently organized our societies in the most class-free manner. 58. Look to the example of the Haudenosaunee. 59. Look to the Muskogee Confederacy. 60. Look to the confederations of the Yaquis and the Lakota. 61. As well as those pursued and nearly perfected by Pontiac and Tecumseh. 62. They represent the very essence of enlightened egalitarianism and democracy. Every imagined example to the contrary brought forth by even the most arcane anthropologist can be readily offset by a couple of dozen other illustrations along the lines of those I just mentioned. 63. Would sexism be perpetuated? Ask one of the Haudenosaunee clan mothers, who continue to assert political leadership in their societies through the present day. 64. Ask Wilma Mankiller, recent head of the Cherokee Nation, a people traditionally led by what were called beloved women. 65. Ask a Lakota woman or man, for that matter, about who it was that owned all real property in traditional society, and what that meant in terms of parity in gender relations. 66. Ask a traditional Navajo grandmother about her social and political role among her people. 67. Women in most traditional Native societies not only enjoyed political, social, and economic parity with men, they often held a preponderance of power in one or more of these spheres. 68. Homophobia. Homosexuals of both genders were deeply revered as special or extraordinary, and therefore spiritually significant, within most indigenous North American cultures. The extent to which these realities do not now pertain in Native societies is exactly the extent to which Indians have been subordinated to the mores of the invading, dominating culture. Insofar as restoration of Indian land rights is tied directly to reconstitution of traditional indigenous social, political, and economic modes, you can see where this leads. The relations of sex and sexuality accord rather well with the aspirations of feminism and gay rights activism. 69. How about a restoration of native land rights precipitating some sort of environmental holocaust? Let's get at least a little bit real here. If you're not addicted to the fabrications of Smithsonian anthropologists about how Indians lived 70 or to George Werthner's You're a supremacist Earth First Fantasies about how we beat all the woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats to death with sticks. 71 Then this question isn't even on the board. I know it's become fashionable among Washington Post editorialists to make snide references to native people strewing refuse in their wake as they wandered nomadically about the prehistoric North American landscape. 72 What is that supposed to imply? That we, who were mostly sedentary agriculturalists in any event, were dropping plastic and aluminum cans as we went? Like I said, let's get real. Read the accounts of early European invaders about what they encountered. North America was invariably described as being a pristine wilderness at the point of European arrival, despite the fact that it had been occupied by 15 or 20 million people enjoying a remarkably high standard of living for nobody knows how long, 40,000 years? 50,000 years? Longer. 73 Now contrast that reality to what's been done to this continent over the past couple of hundred years by the culture Werthner, the Smithsonian, and the Post represent, and you tell me about environmental devastation. 74. That leaves militarism and racism. Taking the last first, there really is no indication of racism in traditional Indian societies. To the contrary, the record reveals that Indians habitually intermarried between groups, and frequently adopted both children and adults from other groups. This occurred in pre-contact times between Indians, and the practice was broadened to include persons of both African and European origin and ultimately Asian origin as well once contact occurred. Those who were naturalized by marriage or adoption were considered members of the group, pure and simple. This was always the Indian view. 75 The Europeans and subsequent Euro-American settlers viewed things rather differently, however, and foisted off the notion that Indian identity should be determined primarily by blood quantum, an outright eugenics code similar to those developed in places like Nazi Germany and apartheid South Africa. Now, that's a racist construction if there ever was one. Unfortunately, a lot of Indians have been conned into buying into this anti-Indian absurdity, and that's something to be overcome. But there's also solid indication that quite a number of native people continue to strongly resist such things as the quantum system. 76. As to militarism, no one will deny that Indians fought wars among themselves both before and after the European invasion began. Probably half of all indigenous peoples in North America maintained permanent warrior societies. This could perhaps be reasonably construed as militarism. But not, I think, with the sense the term conveys within the European/Euro-American tradition. There were never, so far as anyone can demonstrate, wars of annihilation fought in this hemisphere prior to the Columbian arrival. None. 77 In fact, it seems that it was a more or less firm principle of indigenous warfare not to kill, the object being to demonstrate personal bravery, something which could be done only against a live opponent. There's no honor to be had in killing another person, because a dead person can't hurt you. There's no risk. This is not to say that nobody ever died or was seriously injured in the fighting. They were, just as they are in full contact contemporary sports like football and boxing. Actually, these kinds of Euro-American games are what I would take to be the closest modern parallels to traditional inter-Indian warfare. For Indians, it was a way of burning excess testosterone out of young males, and not much more. So, militarism in the way the term is used today is as alien to native tradition as smallpox and atomic bombs. 78. Not only is it perfectly reasonable to assert that a restoration of native control over unceded lands within the U.S. would do nothing to perpetuate such problems as sexism and classism, but the reconstitution of indigenous societies this would entail stands to free the affected portions of North America from such maladies altogether. Moreover, it can be said that the process should have a tangible impact in terms of diminishing such things elsewhere. The principle is this: sexism, racism, and all the rest arose here as concomitants to the emergence and consolidation of the Eurocentric state form of socio-political and economic organization. 79 Everything the state does, everything it can do, is entirely contingent upon its maintaining its internal cohesion, a cohesion signified above all by its pretended territorial integrity, its ongoing domination of Indian country. 80 Given this, it seems obvious that the literal dismemberment of the state inherent to Indian land recovery correspondingly reduces the ability of the state to sustain the imposition of objectionable relations within itself. It follows that realization of indigenous land rights serves to undermine or destroy the ability of the status quo to continue imposing a racist, sexist, classist, homophobic, militaristic order upon non-Indians. 81. A brief aside, anyone with doubts as to whether it's possible to bring about the dismemberment from within of a superpower state in this day and age ought to sit down and have a long talk with a guy named Mikhail Gorbachev. It would be better yet if you could chew the fat with Leonid Brezhnev, a man who we can be sure would have replied in all sincerity only 3 decades ago that this was the most outlandish idea he'd ever heard. Well, look on a map today, and see if you can find the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It ain't there, my friends. 82. Instead, you're seeing, and you're seeing it more and more, the re-emergence of the very nations Leon Trotsky and his colleagues consigned to the dustbin of history clear back at the beginning of the century. 83. These megastates are not immutable. They can be taken apart. They can be destroyed. But first we have to decide that we can do it, and that we will do it. So, all things considered, when indigenous movements like AIM advance slogans like U.S. out of North America, non-Indian radicals shouldn't react defensively. 84. They should cheer. They should see what they might do to help. When they respond defensively to sentiments like those expressed by AIM, what they are ultimately defending is the very government, the very order they claim to oppose so resolutely. 85. And if they manifest this contradiction often enough, consistently enough, pathologically enough, then we have no alternative but to take them at their word, that they really are at some deep level or other aligned, all protestations to the contrary notwithstanding, with the mentality which endorses our permanent dispossession and disenfranchisement, our continuing oppression, our ultimate genocidal obliteration as self-defining and self-determining peoples. 86. In other words, they make themselves part of the problem rather than becoming part of the solution. The thrust of Indian land restoration. There are certain implications to Indian control over Indian land which need to be clarified, beginning with the debunking of the great fear, the reactionary myth that any substantive native land recovery would automatically lead to the mass dispossession and eviction of individual non-Indian homeowners. 87. Maybe in the process I can reassure a couple of radicals that it's okay to be on the right side of this issue, that they won't have to give something up in order to part company with George Bush on this. It's hard, frankly, to take this up without giggling, because of some of the images it inspires. I mean, what are people worried about here? Did somebody really believe Vine Deloria's old joke about Indians standing out on the piers of Boston and New York City, issuing sets of water wings to long lines of non-Indians so they can all swim back to the old world? 88. Gimme a break. Seriously, you can search high and low, and you'll never find an instance in which Indians have advocated that small property owners be pushed off the land in order to satisfy land claims. The thrust in every single case has been to recover land within national and state parks and forests, grasslands, military reservations, and the like. In some instances, major corporate holdings have been targeted. A couple of times, as in the Black Hills, a sort of joint jurisdiction between Indians and the existing non-Indian government has been discussed with regard to an entire treaty area. 89. But even in the most hardline of the indigenous positions concerning the Black Hills, that advanced by Russell Means in his treaty program, where resumption of exclusively Lakota jurisdiction is demanded, there is no mention of dispossessing or evicting non-Indians. 90. Instead, other alternatives which I'll take up later were carefully spelled out. In the meantime, though, I'd like to share with you something the right-wing propagandists never mention when they're busily whipping up non-Indian sentiment against Indian rights. You'll recall that I said the quantity of unceded land within the continental U.S. makes up about 1/3 of the overall land mass. Now juxtapose that total to the approximately 35% of the same land mass the federal government presently holds in various kinds of trust status. Add the 10 or 12% of the land the 48 contiguous states hold in trust. You end up with a 35% Indian claim against a 45 to 47% governmental holding. 91 Never mind the percentage of the land held by major corporations. Conclusion. It is, and always has been, quite possible to accomplish the return of every square inch of unceded Indian country in the United States without tossing a single non-Indian homeowner off the land on which they live. Critics, that's the amazingly charitable term for themselves employed by those who ultimately oppose indigenous rights in any form as a matter of principle, are always quick to point out that the problem with this arithmetic is that the boundaries of the government trust areas do not necessarily conform in all cases to the boundaries of unceded areas. That's true enough, although I'd just as quickly observe that more often than not they do correspond. This problem is nowhere near as big as it's made out to be. And there's nothing intrinsic to the boundary question which couldn't be negotiated, once non-Indian America acknowledges that Indians have an absolute moral and legal right to the quantity of territory which was never ceded. Boundaries can be adjusted, often in ways which can be beneficial to both sides of the negotiation. 92. Let me give you an example. Along about 1980, a couple of Rutgers University professors, Frank and Deborah Popper, undertook a comprehensive study of land use patterns and economy on the Great Plains. 93 What they discovered is that 110 counties, a quarter of all the counties in the entire Plains region, falling within the western portions of the states of North and South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, as well as eastern Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, have been fiscally insolvent since the moment they were taken from native people a century and more ago. 94 This is an area of about 140,000 square miles, inhabited by a widely dispersed non-Indian population of only around 400,000, attempting to maintain school districts, police and fire departments, roadbeds, and all the other basic accoutrements of modern life on the negligible incomes which can be eked from cattle grazing and wheat farming on land which is patently unsuited for both enterprises. The Poppers found that, without considerable federal subsidy each and every year, none of these counties would ever have been viable. Nor, on the face of it, will any of them ever be. Put bluntly, the pretense of bringing Euro-American civilization to the plains represents nothing more than a massive economic burden on the rest of the United States. 95. What the Poppers proposed on the basis of these findings is that the government cut its perpetual losses, buying out the individual land holdings within the target counties, and converting them into open space wildlife sanctuaries known as the Buffalo Commons. The whole area would in effect be turned back to the bison, which were very nearly exterminated by Phil Sheridan's buffalo hunters back in the 19th century as a means of starving recalcitrant Indians into surrendering. 96 The result would, they argue, be both environmentally and economically beneficial to the nation as a whole. It is instructive that their thinking has gained increasing credibility and support from Indians and non-Indians alike since the late 80s. Another chuckle here: Indians have been trying to tell non-Indians that this would be the outcome of fencing in the plains ever since 1850 or so, but some folks have a real hard time catching on. Anyway, it is entirely possible that we'll see some actual motion in this direction over the next few years. 97. So, let's take the Poppers' idea to its next logical step. There are another 100 or so counties which have always been economically marginal adjoining the perpetual red ink counties they've identified. These don't represent an actual drain on the U.S. economy, but they don't contribute much either. They could be written off and included into the Buffalo Commons with no one feeling any ill effects whatsoever. Now add in adjacent areas like the national grasslands in Wyoming, the national forest and parklands in the Black Hills, extraneous military reservations like Ellsworth Air Force Base, and existing Indian reservations. What you end up with is a huge territory lying east of Denver, west of Kansas City, and extending from the Canadian border to southern Texas, all of it outside the loop of U.S. business as usual. The bulk of this area is unceded territory owned by the Lakota, Pawnee, Ankara, Hidatsa, Mandan, Crow, Shoshone, Assiniboine, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Kiowa, Comanche, Guerrilla and Mescalero Apache nations. 98 There would be little cost to the United States, and virtually no arbitrary dispossession/dislocation of non-Indians, if the entire commons were restored to these peoples. Further, it would establish a concrete basis from which genuine expressions of indigenous self-determination could begin to emerge on this continent, allowing the indigenous nations involved to begin the process of reconstituting themselves socially and politically, and to begin to recreate their traditional economies in ways which make contemporary sense. 99 This would provide alternative socio-economic models for possible adaptation by non-Indians, and alleviate a range of not inconsiderable costs to the public treasury incurred by keeping the Indians in question in a state of abject and permanent dependency. 100 All right, as critics will undoubtedly be quick to point out, an appreciable portion of the Buffalo Commons area I've sketched out, several million acres, perhaps lies outside the boundaries of unceded territory. That's the basis for the sort of multilateral negotiations between the US and indigenous nations I mentioned earlier. This land will need to be charged off in some fashion against unceded land elsewhere, and in such a way as to bring other native peoples into the mix. 101 The Ponca, Omaha, and Osage, whose traditional territories fall within the area at issue, come immediately to mind, but this would extend as well to all native peoples willing to exchange land claims somewhere else for actual acreage within this locale. The idea is to consolidate a distinct indigenous territoriality while providing a definable land base to as many different Indian nations as possible in the process. Figure 13.1. And Matthews, where the buffalo roam. From there, the principle of the Buffalo Commons cum Indian Territory could be extended westwards into areas which adjoin or are at least immediately proximate to the Commons area itself. The fact is that vast areas of the Great Basin and Sonoran Desert regions of the U.S. are even more sparsely populated and economically insolvent than the plains. A great deal of the area is also held in federal trust. 102 Hence, it is reasonable in my view at least to expand the Commons territory to include most of Utah and Nevada, northern Montana and Idaho, quite a lot of eastern Washington and Oregon, most of the rest of New Mexico, and the lion's share of Arizona. This would encompass the unceded lands of the Blackfeet and Gros Ventre, Salish, Kootenai, Nez Perce, Yakima, Western Shoshone, Goshutes and Utes, Paiutes, Navajo, Hopi and other Pueblos, Mescalero and Chiricahua Apache, Havasupai, Yavapai and Tohono O'odham. 103 It would also set the stage for further exchange negotiations, in order to consolidate this additional territory, which would serve to establish a land base for a number of other indigenous nations. Figure 13.2. Possible boundaries, North American Union of Indigenous Nations. At this point, we've arrived at an area comprising roughly one-third of the continental U.S., a territory which, regardless of the internal political and geographical subdivisions affected by the multiplicity of native peoples within it, could be defined as a sort of North American Union of Indigenous Nations. 104 Such an entity would be in a position to assist other indigenous nations outside its borders, but still within the remaining territorial corpus of the U.S., to resolve land claim issues accruing from fraudulent or coerced treaties of cession. It would also be in a position to facilitate an accommodation of the needs of untreated peoples within the U.S., the Abenaki of Vermont, for example, and the native Hawaiians and Alaskan natives. 105 Similarly, it would be able to help secure the self-determination of U.S. colonies like Puerto Rico. 106 You can see the direction the dominoes begin to fall. Nor does this end with the United States. Any sort of indigenous union of the kind I've described would be as eligible for admission as a fully participating member of the United Nations as, say, Croatia, the Ukraine, and Uzbekistan have recently become. 107 This would set a very important precedent, insofar as there has never been an American Indian entity of any sort accorded such political status on the world stage. The precedent could serve to pave the way for comparable recognition and attainments by other Native American nations, notably the Confederation of Incan Peoples of the Andean Highlands and the Mayans of present-day Guatemala and southern Mexico. And, from there, other indigenous nations, elsewhere around the world. 108 Again, you can see the direction the dominoes fall. If we're going to have a new world order, let's make it something just a bit different from what George Bush and friends have in mind. Right, 109. Sharing the land. There are several closely related matters which should be touched upon before wrapping this up. One has to do with the idea of self-determination. What is meant when indigenists demand an unrestricted exercise of self-determining rights by native peoples? Most non-Indians, and even a lot of Indians, seem confused by this and want to know whether it's not the same as complete separation from the US, Canada, or whatever the colonizing power may be. The answer is, not necessarily. The unqualified acknowledgement by the colonizer of the right of the colonized to total separation is the necessary point of departure for any exercise of self-determination. Decolonization means the colonized exercise the right as we see fit, in accordance with our own customs, traditions, and appreciations of our needs. We decide for ourselves what degree of autonomy we wish to enjoy, and thus the nature of our political and economic relationship, not only with our former colonizers, but with all other nations as well. 110. My own inclination, which is in some ways an emotional preference, tends to run toward complete sovereign independence, but that's not the point. I have no more right to impose my preferences on indigenous nations than do the colonizing powers. Each indigenous nation will choose for itself the exact manner and extent to which it expresses its autonomy, its sovereignty. 111. To be honest, I suspect very few would be inclined to adopt my sort of go-it-alone approach. In the event, I expect you'd see the hammering out of a number of sets of international relations in the free association vein, a welter of variations of Commonwealth and Home Rule governance. 112. The intent here is not, no matter how much it may be deserved in an abstract sense, to visit some sort of retribution, real or symbolic, upon the colonizing or former colonizing powers. It is to arrive at new sets of relationships between peoples which effectively put an end to the era of international domination. The need is to gradually replace the existing world order with one which is predicated in collaboration and cooperation between nations. 113. The only way to ever really accomplish that is to physically disassemble the gigantic state structures which evolved from the imperialist era, structures which are literally predicated in systematic intergroup domination and cannot in any sense exist without it. 114. A concomitant of this disassembly is the inculcation of voluntary, consensual interdependence between formerly dominated and dominating nations, and a redefinition of the word nation itself to conform to its original meaning, bodies of people bound together by their bi-original and other natural cultural affinities. 115. This last point is, it seems to me, crucially important. Partly, that's because of the persistent question of who it is who gets to remain in Indian country once land restoration and consolidation has occurred. The answer, I think, is anyone who wants to, up to a point. By anyone who wants to, I mean anyone who wishes to apply for formal citizenship within an indigenous nation, thereby accepting the idea that he is placing him/herself under unrestricted Indian jurisdiction and will thus be required to abide by native law. 116. Funny thing, I hear a lot of non-Indians asserting that they reject nearly every aspect of US law, but the idea of placing themselves under anyone else's jurisdiction seems to leave them pretty queasy. I have no idea how many non-Indians might actually opt for citizenship in an indigenous nation when push comes to shove, but I expect there will be some. And I suspect some Indians have been so indoctrinated by the dominant society that they'll elect to remain within it rather than availing themselves of their own citizenship. So there'll be a bit of a trade-off in this respect. Now, there's the matter of the process working only up to a point. That point is very real. It is defined, not by political or racial considerations, but by the carrying capacity of the land. The population of indigenous nations everywhere has always been determined by the number of people who could be sustained in a given environment or by origin without overpowering and thereby destroying that environment. 117. A very carefully calculated balance, one which was calibrated to the fact that in order to enjoy certain sorts of material comfort, human population had to be kept at some level below saturation, was always maintained between the number of humans and the rest of the habitat. In order to accomplish this, native peoples have always incorporated into the very core of our spiritual traditions the concept that all life forms and the earth itself possess rights equal to those enjoyed by humans. 118. Rephrased, this means it would be a violation of a fundament of traditional indigenous law to supplant or eradicate another species, whether animal or plant, in order to make way for some greater number of humans, or to increase the level of material comfort available to those who already exist. Conversely, it is a fundamental requirement of traditional law that each human accept his or her primary responsibility, that of maintaining the balance and harmony of the natural order as it is encountered. 119. One is essentially free to do anything one wants in an indigenous society so long as this cardinal rule is adhered to. The bottom line with regard to the maximum population limit of Indian country as it has been sketched in this presentation is some very finite number. My best guess is that 5 million people would be pushing things right to the limit. 120. Whatever citizens can be admitted until that point has been reached, and no more. And the population cannot increase beyond that number over time, no matter at what rate. Carrying capacity is a fairly constant reality. It tends to change over thousands of years, when it changes at all. Population and environment. What I'm going to say next will probably startle a few people. I think this principle of population restraint is the single most important example native North America can set for the rest of humanity. It is the thing which it is most crucial for others to emulate. Check it out. I recently heard that Japan, a small island nation which has so many people that they're literally tumbling into the sea, and which has exported about half again as many people as live on the home islands, is expressing official concern that its birth rate has declined very slightly over the last few years. The worry is that in 30 years there'll be fewer workers available to produce, and thus to consume whatever it is that's produced. 121. Ever ask yourself what it is that's used in producing something? Or what it is that's being consumed? Yeah. You got it. Nature is being consumed, and with it the ingredients which allow ongoing human existence. It's true that nature can replenish some of what's consumed, but only at a certain rate. That rate has been vastly exceeded, and the extent of excess is increasing by the moment. An overburgeoning humanity is killing the natural world, and thus itself. It's no more complicated than that. 122. Here we are in the midst of a rapidly worsening environmental crisis of truly global proportions, every last bit of it attributable to a wildly accelerating human consumption of the planetary habitat, and you have one of the world's major offenders expressing grave concern that the rate at which it is able to consume might actually drop a notch or two. Think about it. I suggest that this attitude signifies nothing so much as stark, staring madness. It is insane, suicidally, homicidally, ecocidally, omnicidally insane. No, I'm not being rhetorical. I meant what I've just said in the most literal way possible. 123. But I don't want to convey the misimpression that I see the Japanese as being in this respect unique. Rather, I intend them to serve as merely an illustration of a far broader and quite virulent pathology called industrialism, or, lately, post-industrialism, a sickness centered in an utterly obsessive drive to dominate and destroy the natural order. 124. It's not only the industrialized countries which are afflicted with this disease. One byproduct of the past 5 centuries of European expansionism and the resulting hegemony of Eurocentric ideology is that the latter has been drummed into the consciousness of most peoples to the point where it is now subconsciously internalized. Everywhere, you find people thinking it natural to view themselves as the incarnation of God on earth, i.e., created in the image of God, and thus duty-bound to exercise dominion over nature in order that they can multiply, grow plentiful, and populate the land in ever-increasing abundance. 125. The legacy of the forced labor of the latifundia and inculcation of Catholicism in Latin America is a tremendous overburden of population devoutly believing that wealth can be achieved by having ever more children. 126. The legacy of Mao's implementation of reverse technology policy, the official encouragement of breakneck childbearing rates in his already overpopulated country, solely as a means to deploy massive labor power to offset capitalism's technological advantage in production. resulted in a tripling of China's population in only 2 generations. 127 And then there is India. Make absolutely no mistake about it. The planet was never designed to accommodate 5 billion human beings, much less the 10 billion predicted to be here a mere 40 years hence. 128 If we are to be about turning power relations around between people, and between groups of people, we must also be about turning around the relationship between people and the rest of the natural order. If we don't, we'll die out as a species, just like any other species which irrevocably overshoots its habitat. The sheer numbers of humans on this planet needs to come down to about a quarter of what they are today, or maybe less, and the plain fact is that the bulk of these numbers are in the third world. 129 So, I'll say this clearly, not only must the birth rate in the third world come down, but the population levels of Asia, Latin America, and Africa must be reduced over the next few generations. The numbers must start to come down dramatically, beginning right now. Of course, there's another dimension to the population issue, one which is in some ways even more important, and I want to get into it in a minute. But first I have to say something else. This is that I don't want a bunch of third-worlders jumping up in my face screaming that I'm advocating genocide. Get off that bullshit. It's genocide when some centralized state, or some colonizing power, imposes sterilization or abortion on target groups. 130 It's not genocide at all when we recognize that we have a problem, and take the logical steps ourselves to solve them. Voluntary sterilization is not a part of genocide. Voluntary abortion is not a part of genocide. And, most important, educating ourselves and our respective peoples to bring our birth rates under control through conscious resort to birth control measures is not a part of genocide. 131 What it is part of taking responsibility for ourselves again, of taking responsibility for our destiny and our children's destiny. It's about rooting the ghost of the Vatican out of our collective psyches, and the ghosts of Adam Smith and Karl Marx. It's about getting back in touch with our own ways, our own traditions, our own knowledge, and it's long past time we got out of our own way in this respect. We've got an awful lot to unlearn, and an awful lot to relearn, not much time in which we can afford the luxury of avoidance, and we need to get on with it. The other aspect of population I wanted to take up is that there's another way of counting. One way, the way I just did it, and the way it's conventionally done, is to simply point to the number of bodies, or people units. That's valid enough as far as it goes, so we have to look at it and act upon what we see, but it doesn't really go far enough. This brings up the second method, which is to count by differential rates of resource consumption, that is to say, the proportional degree of environmental impact per individual, and to extrapolate that into people units. Using this method, which is actually more accurate in ecological terms, we arrive at conclusions that are a little different from the usual notion that the most overpopulated regions on Earth are in the third world. The average resident of the United States, for example, consumes about 30 times the resources of the average Ugandan or Laotian. Since a lot of poor folk reside in the US, this translates into the average yuppie consuming about 70 times the resources of an average third worlder. 132. Every yuppie born has the same impact on the environment as another 70 Chinese. Lay that one on the next polo-clad geek who approaches you with a baby stroller and an outraged look, demanding that you put your cigarette out. 133 Tell 'em you'll snuff the smoke when they snuff the kid, and not a moment before. Better yet, tell 'em they need to get busy snuffing themselves, along with the kid, and do the planet a real favor. Just kidding. Returning to the topic at hand, you have to multiply the US population by a factor of 30, a noticeably higher ratio than either Western Europe or Japan, in order to figure out how many third worlders it would take to have the same environmental impact. I make that 7.5 billion US people units. I think I can thus safely say the most overpopulated portion of the globe is the United States. Either the consumption rates really have to be cut in this country, most especially in the more privileged social sectors, or the number of people must be drastically reduced, or both. I advocate both. How much? That's a bit subjective, but I'll tentatively accept the calculations of William Catton, a respected ecological demographer. He estimated that North America was thoroughly saturated with humans by 1840.134, so we need to get both population and consumption levels down to what they were in that year, or preferably a little earlier. Alternatively, we need to bring population down to an even lower level in order to sustain a correspondingly higher level of consumption. Here's where I think the reconstitution of indigenous territoriality and sovereignty in the West can be useful with regard to population. Land isn't just land, you see, it's also the resources within the land, things like coal, oil, natural gas, uranium, and maybe most important, water. How does that bear on US overpopulation? Simple. Much of the population expansion in this country over the past quarter century has been into the southwestern desert region. How many people have they got living in the valley down there at Phoenix, a place which might be reasonably expected to support 500, 135? Look at LA, 20 million people where there ought to be maybe a few thousand. 136. How do they accomplish this? Well, for one thing, they've diverted the entire Colorado River from its natural purposes. They're siphoning off the Columbia River and piping it south. 137. They've even got a project underway to divert the Yukon River all the way down from Alaska to support southwestern urban growth, and to provide irrigate for the agribusiness penetration of northern Sonora and Chihuahua called for by NAFTA. 138. Whole regions of our ecosphere are being destabilized in the process. Okay, in the scenario I've described, the whole Colorado watershed will be in Indian country, under Indian control. So will the source of the Columbia. And diversion of the Yukon would have to go right through Indian country. Now, here's the deal. No more use of water to fill swimming pools and sprinkle golf courses in Phoenix and LA. No more watering Kentucky bluegrass lawns out on the Yucca Flats. No more drive-through car washes in Tucumcari. No more big surf amusement parks in the middle of the desert. Drinking water and such for the whole population, yes, Indians should deliver that. But water for this other insanity? No way. I guarantee that'll stop the inflow of population cold. Hell, I'll guarantee it'll start a pretty substantial outflow. Most of these folks never wanted to live in the desert anyway. That's why they keep trying to make it look like Florida. 139. And we can help move things along in other ways as well. Virtually all the electrical power for the southwestern urban sprawls comes from a combination of hydroelectric and coal-fired generation in the Four Corners area. This is smack dab in the middle of Indian country, along with all the uranium with which a friendly atom alternative might be attempted. 140. And most of the low-sulfur coal. Goodbye, the neon glitter of Reno and Las Vegas. Adios to air conditioners in every room. Sorry about your 100-mile expanses of formerly street-lit expressway. Basic needs will be met, and that's it. Which means we can also start saying goodbye to western rivers being backed up like so many sewage lagoons behind massive dams. The Glen Canyon and Hoover dams are coming down, boys and girls. 141. And we can begin to experience things like a reduction in the acidity of southwestern rainwater as facilities like the Four Corners power plant are cut back in generating time, and eventually eliminated altogether. 142. What I'm saying probably sounds extraordinarily cruel to a lot of people, particularly those imbued with the belief that they hold a God-given right to play a round of golf on the well-watered green beneath the imported palm trees outside an air-conditioned casino at the base of the Superstition Mountains. Tough. Those days can be ended with neither hesitation nor apology. A much more legitimate concern rests in the fact that many people who've drifted into the Southwest have nowhere else to go to. The places they came from are crammed. In many cases, that's why they left. 143. To them, I say there's no need to panic, no one will abruptly pull the plug on you, or leave you to die of thirst. Nothing like that. But quantities of both water and power will be set at minimal levels. In order to have a surplus, you'll have to bring your number down to a more reasonable level over the next generation or two. As you do so, water and power availability will be steadily reduced, necessitating an ongoing population reduction. Arrival at a genuinely sustainable number of regional residents can thus be phased in over an extended period, several generations, if need be. 144. Provision of key items such as Western water and coal should probably be negotiated on the basis of reductions in population/consumption by the U.S. as a whole rather than simply the region served, much the way the U.S.-controlled World Bank and International Monetary Fund now dictate sweeping terms to third world countries in exchange for relatively paltry investments, but for opposite reasons. 145. In order to prevent population shifts being substituted for actual reductions. Any such negotiated arrangement should also include an agreement by the U.S. to alter its distribution of food surpluses and the like, so as to ease the transition to lower population and correspondingly greater self-sufficiency in destitute third world areas. 146. The objective inherent to every aspect of this process should be, and can be, to let everyone down as gently as possible from the long and intoxicating high that has beset so much of the human species in its hallucination that it, and it alone, holds value and importance in the universe. In doing so, and I believe only in doing so, can we fulfill our obligation to bequeath our grandchildren, and our grandchildren's grandchildren, a world which is fit to live in. 147. I am indigenist. There are any number of other matters which by rights should be discussed, but they will of necessity have to await another occasion. What has been presented has been only the barest outline, a glimpse of what might be called an indigenist vision. Hopefully, it provides enough shape and clarity to allow anyone who wishes to pursue the thinking further, to fill in at least some of the gaps I've not had time to address, and to arrive at insights and conclusions of their own. Once the main tenets have been advanced, and I think to some extent that's been accomplished, the perspective of indigenism is neither mystical nor mysterious. In closing, I would like to turn again to the critics, the skeptics, those who will decry what has been said here as being unrealistic, or even crazy. On the former score, my reply is that so long as we define realism, or reality itself, in conventional terms, the terms imposed by the order of understanding in which we now live, we will be locked forever into the trajectory in which we presently find ourselves. 148. We will never break free, because any order, any structure, defines reality only in terms of itself. Consequently, allow me to echo the sentiments expressed in the French student revolt of 1968, be realistic, demand the impossible. 149. If you read through a volume of American Indian oratory, and there are several available, you'll find that native people have been saying the same thing all along. 150. As to my being crazy, I'd like to say, thanks for the compliment. Again, I follow my elders and my ancestors and R.D. for that matter in believing that when confronted with a society as obviously insane as this one, the only sane posture one can adopt is what that society would automatically designate as crazy. 151. I mean, it wasn't Indians who turned birthing into a religious fetish while butchering a couple 100 million people with weapons of mass destruction and systematically starving another billion or so to death. Indians never had a grand inquisition, and we never came up with a plumbing plan to reroute the water flow on an entire continent. Nor did we ever produce leaders of the caliber of Ronald Reagan, Madeleine Albright, and Pat Buchanan. Hell, we never even figured out that turning prison construction into a major growth industry was an indication of social progress and enlightenment. 152. Maybe we were never so much crazy as we were congenitally retarded. Whatever the reason, and you'll excuse me for suspecting it might be something other than craziness or retardation, I'm indescribably thankful that our cultures turned out to be so different, no matter how much abuse and sacrifice it's entailed. I'm proud to stand inside the heritage of native struggle. I'm proud to say I'm an unreconstructible indigenist. For me, there's no other reasonable or realistic way to look at the world. And I invite anyone who shares that viewpoint to come aboard, regardless of your race, creed, or national origin. Maybe Chief Seattle said it best back in 1854, tribe follows tribe, and nation follows nation, like the waves of the sea. Your time of decay may be distant, but it will surely come, For even the white man whose God walked with him and talked with him as friend with friend, cannot be exempt from the common destiny. We may be brothers after all. We will see. 153. This essay is based on the transcripts of talks delivered at Alfred University, the University of Vermont and Cal Poly State University at San Luis Obispo during the early 1990s. Permissions and acknowledgements. The Law Stood Squarely on Its Head is a major expansion of an essay entitled Subverting the Law of Nations, published in Donald A. Grind, Jr., ed., A Political History of Native Americans. Bringing the Law Home was first published in My Indians Are Us? Culture and Genocide in Native North America. A much different version of The Earth is Our Mother appeared in My From a Native Son, Essays in Indigenism, 1985 to 1995. A Breach of Trust was originally published in American Indian Culture and Research Journal, Volume 23, Number 4, Winter 1999. Like Sand in the Wind made its first appearance in My Since Predator Came, Notes from the Struggle for American Indian Liberation. The Bloody Wake of Alcatraz was initially published in American Indian Culture and Research Journal, Volume 18, Number 4, Fall 1995. Fantasies of the Master Race, in its present form, was written as the title essay for My Fantasies of the Master Race, Literature, Cinema, and the Colonization of American Indians. Let's Spread the Fun Around has been collected in a number of anthologies and readers including Robert Atwan's and John Roberts's co-edit Left, Right and Center, Voices from Across the Political Spectrum, a volume in the publisher's Best American Essay series. Indians Are Us? Indians Are Us was written as the title essay for an earlier version of False Promises is included in From a Native Son. A somewhat different version of I Am Indigenist appears in My Struggle for the Land, Native North American Resistance to Genocide, Ecocide, and Colonization.